Chapter 551. Agamemnon's expression was uncertain. When he reached the steps, he saw dark clouds rising and the rain falling. The sky was shrouded in gloom, but there was no wind at all. Without wind, how could the ship sail? Could it be that he had to row to Troy by hand? After an unknown amount of time, Agamemnon took a deep breath and stared at the sky. Finally, without saying a word, he seemed to have made up his mind and turned to leave. It was a garden surrounded by a few small buildings. It was the residence of Queen Clytemnestra and her children. Agamemnon walked to the garden, identified the room of his daughter Iphigenia, and quickly went over. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see that Queen Clytemnestra was also there, glaring at him angrily. Agamemnon was a little surprised, but he did not have time to think. He said to the queen, "Call your children out." "Humph." After being reminded by her close servant, Queen Clytemnestra, who already knew the secret, was full of resentment. Her eyes flashed with undisguised hatred. She did not speak, but only said to her children in the room, "Come out, daughter, and bring your brother Orestes out with you." Iphigenia came out of the inner room holding her brother Orestes' hand. The young girl was slim and graceful, but she lowered her head uneasily. "Look, Iphigenia is standing here, ready to obey your orders. Now, I only want you to answer me. Tell me frankly and honestly, do you really want to kill our daughter?" Queen Clytemnestra said coldly. These words immediately stunned Agamemnon. How was he supposed to answer this? Originally, Agamemnon had planned to take his daughter Iphigenia out alone, but he did not know where the queen got the news, which put him in a passive position. Did he have to admit to killing her in front of his daughter and his son? Agamemnon stood there and was silent for a long time. Finally, he cried out in despair, his voice miserable and desperate. "Ah, goddess of fortune, you have revealed my secret, and everything is over. Agamemnon, listen me now. Our marriage began with sin." Seeing that he did not deny it, Queen Clytemnestra's heart sank, and a trace of despair emerged. Her voice became sharp. "You used violence to kidnap me and kill my ex-husband. I was married to Tantalus, son of Thyestes. At that time, not only did you kill my husband, you even snatched my child from my arms and cruelly killed him in front of me. I cried, and my brothers Castor and Polydeuces pursued you, and in desperation you appealed to my aged father, Tyndareus, for protection. He took pity on you and saved you and made you my husband. Even though you treated me so cruelly and killed my ex-husband and my children, my father asked me to marry you. I still kept my vows and became a faithful wife, making you happy at home and proud outside. I gave birth to 3 daughters and a son for you. We've been married for more than 10 years. Have I ever wronged you?" At this point, Queen Clytemnestra's face was full of tears, and she screamed, "Now what do you give me in return? You would take my daughter, Iphigenia, would you not? Why? For your position of power? For your brother Menelaus to reclaim his faithless wife? You would kill your own daughter? You're fighting for Menelaus. But do you want me to sacrifice my own daughter so that he can protect her? Have you already entered the realm of Hades? How could you be so cruel?" Queen Clytemnestra said, choking with sobs. When Iphigenia heard her mother bid her to hide herself, she did not understand. But when she heard Clytemnestra, her mother, she understood that her father, Agamemnon, wished to kill her, and she could hardly believe her ears. Her father had loved her so much since she was a child. How could he do such a cruel thing? She fell to her knees before her father, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her voice was hoarse and helpless. "Father, if only I had the wonderful harp of Orpheus, if only I had the voice that moves the stones, then I could move your heart with music and speak eloquently to arouse your sympathy. But I have no such power. Only my tears are my only weapon. Those who ask for pity hold an olive branch in their hands, and I have no choice but to use my own hands as an olive branch. Father, don't let me die so young. Do you really want to kill me? Oh, please don't. I beg you in the presence of my mother, spare your poor daughter, Iphigenia. My mother was pregnant for 10 months before she gave birth to me, and now the thought of my death makes her feel even more pain. What does the matter of Helen and Paris have to do with me? Paris came to Greece and committed a crime. You should look for him. Why should I die? Ah, Father, look into my eyes and have pity on me. Iphigenia faced death, faced her father with courage she had never shown before. Agamemnon stood quietly. If it was said that he felt guilty just now, after listening to Queen Clytemnestra's scolding and his daughter Iphigenia's pleading, his heart suddenly became as cold as a stone. As long as the law allows me to pity my daughter Iphigenia, I will, for I love my child, or I will be worse than a beast. But now I do terrible things with a heavy heart, and the reason is that I have to do so. As you can see, this is a huge fleet under my command. So many princes and kings are standing around me in their armor. My child, if I do not sacrifice you according to the prophecy, then Troy will not fall. The heroes hope that the women of Greece will never be abducted by the Trojans again, and they have all made up their minds. If I do not follow the prophecy, they will kill you, and they will kill me. My power ends here, and I am powerless. I am not sacrificing you because I am compromising with my brother Menelaus, but because I am obeying the request of all Greeks. I hope you will remember this. After saying this, King Agamemnon left the garden, his footsteps decisive. At this time, there was no Achilles, and no one could save poor Iphigenia. In the blink of an eye, 2 guards dragged Iphigenia away. The queen fell to the ground in grief. She screamed and screamed, but no one came to help them. The queen could not follow her daughter. She could not watch her daughter die, as it would break her heart. She raised her hands and swore, Agamemnon, you cannot lie to me. I am the princess of Sparta, the queen of Mycenae. If the war has already been carried out, and the princes and kings have paid a heavy price, then your words are still true. But now, the heroes, princes, and kings have only just gathered without paying the price of blood. And you are the king of Mycenae, the most powerful kingdom in Greece. If you are really unwilling and willing to pay the price, who would dare to kill you? Who could kill you? Which hero would be willing to pay such a price? You sacrificed our daughter for your ambition. I swear you will pay the price. Mount Olympus, the shrill and heartbreaking voice rushed up to the clouds. The gods watched the scene calmly. They had witnessed too many tragedies of loved ones killing each other, so their hearts did not waver at all. Except for one god, Artemis. Apollo said to Artemis, Look, after this incident, Queen Clytemnestra's love for Agamemnon has disappeared. She has despaired. On the contrary, there is only hatred left in her heart. Even the hatred for killing her husband and children has been awakened. I can see that Agamemnon is entangled by the fate of death. But I am not interested in Agamemnon's fate. I only pity the princess who will be sacrificed to me, Artemis said. In the clouds, the image of Horus continued to be shown. The gods saw the assembled princes and kings gathered in the sacred forest of the goddess Artemis. The temple of Artemis and the sacred forest were located outside the city of Horus. The altar had been set up, and the priest and prophet Calchas stood in front of the altar. Iphigenia was tied up and escorted by the guards. The priest pushed her onto the altar. The priest took out water from a jar and sprinkled it on the altar and Iphigenia. He chanted a prayer. Calchas took his sword, chanted a prayer, and chopped down. At the moment the sword was swung, a miracle happened. Iphigenia disappeared in front of everyone. It turned out that Artemis took pity on her and took her away. In her place, a beautiful cicadere took the blow from Calchas' sword and lay on the ground, struggling in a pool of blood on the altar. Princes, look at the sacrifice here. This is sent by the goddess Artemis. She would rather sacrifice this cicadere than the girl. How merciful she is. The altar does not need the girl's blood as a sacrifice. The goddess Artemis has forgiven us. She will make our ship sail smoothly and ensure that we conquer Troy. Show courage. We will leave the port of Horus today. Calchas shouted, his voice joyful and loud. Everyone cheered loudly. The goddess Artemis' forgiveness was good news for them. It meant that the warships could set sail. Everyone left the holy wood and went back to prepare for the upcoming battle of Troy. This is good. Iphigenia will be fine, and Clytemnestra will be relieved." Agamemnon breathed a sigh of relief and said to the coachman, "Quick, let's go back and tell Clytemnestra the good news so that she can rest assured." The carriage quickly returned. Agamemnon looked around, but did not see his wife Clytemnestra or his children. He asked, "Where are they?" "Great king, when you went to the holy wood, Queen Clytemnestra ordered us to return to Mycenae. She's already on her way." Agamemnon suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart, and a trace of fear crept into his heart. "Clytemnestra, do you hate me?" "No, I will make it up to you. As long as we can destroy Troy and win the war, I will be the king of all Greece. You and your children will obtain more. By then, you will understand everything I have done. I have done it for you and your children." Chapter 552. Troy the city was in a state of celebration. Regardless of whether it was the residences of the elders, the residences of the citizens, or even the slums where the free citizens lived, they all woke up early. When Prince Paris returned, he first offered sacrifices to the gods, then to the king, princes, and elders. Finally, it was the turn of the ordinary citizens. Even the free citizens had a share. 3 days and 3 nights of sports were held. Bread and food were distributed, and there was singing and dancing. A minstrel sang in the streets to the citizens and free people. Decades ago, the Greek Hercules attacked our city when we were living in peace. He took away our princess Hesione and killed most of our citizens. Now, we finally have our revenge. Prince Paris snatched Helen back and wiped away the humiliation for us. He even generously shared the loot with everyone. God bless Prince Paris. If he is guilty, we will bear the consequences together." The people below cheered. Of course, King Termon treated our princess Hesione well, making her his legal wife. "Now, we will treat Helen well too. You are right. We Trojans will not be ungrateful, nor will we bully the weak." The last elder, Ernes, sent Prince Paris out of the main gate. He heard the cheers from the streets and said, "Listen, the people are cheering for you, Prince Paris." Paisian smiled. He had been wearing the white tunic of a warrior, with a bronze belt around his waist and a short sword hanging from his waist. At this point, he said, "We are cheering for Troy. We are all working hard to make Troy stronger, and the benefits should be shared with the people." "You are right, Prince Paris." Elder Ernes nodded. From what he knew, Prince Paris had given 2/3 of the loot to the king, the princes, the elders, and the citizens. This was undoubtedly a great virtue. To the ancient Greeks, looting was not a crime. As long as one shared it with the people, that was a hero. From this point of view, Prince Paris was a hero. After leaving, Paisian did not leave immediately. He stood on the steps not far away and looked down at the city, feeling the warm atmosphere. He shook his head. "I am afraid there will not be many celebrations like this in the future. My respected master, Prince Paris, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the entire city cheering for you?" Jessen came over and bowed slightly. The young prince glanced at it, laughed, and said bluntly, "You feel sorry for this gold?" "Yes, I thought they could stay, but when you spent them, they flowed like the river Achilles." "No, my dear friend Jess, you have not learnt much. If I can't wait to offer sacrifices to the gods right after I return, giving gifts to kings, princes, elders, and citizens, they'll only think of it as bribery and guilt. Anyone who takes it will feel justified, because this is the necessary cost to solve my problem. But now the citizens and the Council of Elders have decided to support me and bear this responsibility. If I take it out again, it will be an unexpected gift. Everyone is thanking me. Are you done with the sacrifice?" "Yes, I supervised the emissary and presented the gift to the gods on your behalf. All the gods with temples in Troy received their own. The great Zeus had twice as many." "Very good. What about the other information?" Paisian was very satisfied. To him, he had once touched the threshold of immortality. He understood that kings and gods were very similar in some aspects. The only difference was that the immortal gods had a broader vision, and their plans were more far-fetched. But to show respect to the gods and kings, this was a must. Even if it was an enemy, he would never forget to give them a gift. For example, Hera. Prince Paris, according to the latest information from our men, Agamemnon killed goddess Artemis Sicadir during his last hunt. In order to appease the goddess' anger, Agamemnon sacrificed his own daughter, Iphigenia, to the goddess. But at the last moment, Iphigenia was taken away by the goddess. Jason was also very shocked. The last time Prince Paris asked him to pay attention to Agamemnon's hunt, he was puzzled. He didn't know what was the point of paying attention to this. But this time, Agamemnon's hunt had killed goddess Artemis Sicadir. Jason was extremely shocked. Prince Paris was even able to know about such matters that involved the gods in advance. He was really too powerful. Paisian listened quietly to Jason's report. When he heard that Iphigenia was taken away by goddess Artemis, he raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, Artemis is really a wise goddess. This goddess, who was inconspicuous in the myths, actually had a very high ranking on Mount Olympus. Her divine power was above Apollo, and even above Hera. It was only because Hera had a part of Zeus's authority that she could surpass Artemis in name. This time, during Agamemnon's hunt, Artemis stopped all the heroes of Greece from going out to sea just for a Sicadir. She even demanded Princess Iphigenia. Although the prince and king had agreed, if the goddess had accepted just like that, it would have had a negative impact on her image. The prince didn't know that it was Zeus and Hera's tacit approval and incitement. However, she had used the Sicadir to replace Princess Iphigenia. In this incident, not only did it not tarnish her reputation, but also showed the goddess' benevolence. Not simple. After listening to the report, Paisian stopped thinking about the goddess and murmured, "Is that so?" Agamemnon still chose to kill his own daughter, Iphigenia, in order to consolidate his own power? "Yes, Prince Paris," Jason replied in confirmation. "Agamemnon, you have chosen this path. In the hearts of God and your queen, you are dead. Now you just need to lead the coalition army." The relationship between Agamemnon and the queen was not good to begin with. It was Agamemnon who killed Queen Clytemnestra's husband, Tantalus. He even took the child from Clytemnestra's arms and killed her. The queen's old father, Tyndareus, knew that this was the will of Zeus. He had no choice but to forgive Agamemnon and marry his daughter to him. Clytemnestra kept her vows and became a faithful wife. She gave birth to 3 daughters and a son for you. Now, you want to kill your own daughter. In this case, all feelings are over. The star of death is already on your head. This is fate. Paisian shook his head, feeling sorry for Agamemnon's actions. In fact, from his point of view, Clytemnestra had a good reason to kill Agamemnon. Who would love someone who killed their own husband, child, and daughter? When Agamemnon revealed his ambition to unite Greece and become the king of kings, his fate was already sealed. Zeus would never allow Agamemnon to continue existing, because the king of kings that Agamemnon wanted was a violation of Zeus' domain. Just as he was thinking about this, a servant rushed in. "Prince Paris, there's a report from the palace. The emissaries of the Greeks have arrived. Menelaus, Palamedes, and Odysseus are causing a ruckus in the palace. The king wishes for you to head over immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, a small plum blossom appeared and expanded rapidly, turning into a transparent information interface. It had a faint sense of light as it appeared before his eyes. Mission: counterattack the emissaries of the Greeks, fight for justice, and duel with Menelaus. I understand. Tell my father that I will head to the palace now. Looking at the system mission, Paisian stood up as he spoke. Jason retreated slowly. The emissaries are causing a ruckus? Looking at the situation of the 3 of them, it's obvious that they are here to fight for justice. Are they trying to push all the blame for this war onto Troy? Paisian immediately understood the meaning of the system. Even if he didn't want to push all the blame on the Greeks, he wanted to at least split the blame equally between both sides. A duel. In this era, this is a very normal and responsible way of doing things. If I can make use of this cleverly, the laws of war will be half solved. Paisian thought to himself. At this moment, Jest had already prepared the horse carriage. Pei Ziyun climbed into the carriage. Pa! The sound of a whip being whipped could be heard as the horse carriage sped towards the palace. When Pei Ziyun reached the palace in a hurry, he rushed to the entrance of the main hall. Just as he was about to enter, he heard Odysseus speaking. Respectable King Priam, I strongly protest against Prince Paris of Troy's actions of kidnapping Queen Helen of Sparta and robbing the palace. This is a serious violation of civil law and the rules of etiquette. Now, as the emissary of Greece, I solemnly request Troy to return the property that Queen Helen of Sparta and Prince Paris of Sparta robbed from the palace of Sparta. If Troy does not return it in time, King Priam, forgive me for being blunt, this will directly lead to the outbreak of war. At that time, it will definitely bring you and your kingdom great losses. Odysseus's words were reasonable and had a good effect. For a moment, no one from Troy replied, and everyone fell into silence. Seeing the reaction of the Trojans, Palamedes thought that these people were afraid of the power of Greece. In his heart, he felt that Troy would not dare to go against the powerful Greece. However, he remembered Agamemnon's orders and the look in Menelaus' eyes. He stood up and said, Ah, King Priam, the Greeks would rather die than endure the insults and bullying of foreigners. As soon as he said this, the Trojans frowned. You Greeks cannot endure insults and bullying, but we Trojans are willing to endure your insults and bullying? Odysseus cursed in his heart, but he did not intend to stop Palamedes. After all, this was Agamemnon's intention, to negotiate peacefully, but not to succeed. Palamedes said loudly, We are furious and have decided to wash away the humiliation they have suffered. Therefore, our highest commander, the most famous hero in all of Greece, the powerful King Agamemnon of Mycenae, as well as all the heroes and princes of Greece, have asked me to pass on a message to you. Return the queen and all the valuables you have stolen to us, or else you will be completely destroyed. As he said this, Palamedes listed the names of all the princes of the powerful Greek countries. Hearing such provocative words, the sons of Priam and the elders of Troy were enraged. They swore to teach the Greeks a lesson. You are too arrogant. I want to see how you're going to destroy Troy. A white-haired elder of Troy stood up and said, Foreigners, Troy is no longer the Troy that you destroyed as you wished. You still want to destroy our home like you did in the past. This idea is so childish and laughable. Even the elder of the peace faction stood up and said, Father, I think we Troy should teach the arrogant Greeks a lesson. Prince Iphiclus said, You Greeks want to destroy Troy, but we also want to destroy your home, Greece. Troilus jumped out and said. Priam raised his right hand and asked for silence. He stood up from his throne and said to the three messengers, Foreigners, your fellow countryman Hercules attacked our city when we were living in peace and prosperity and destroyed it. At the same time, he also stole my innocent sister Hesione and gave her to his friend Termon as a slave. At this point, Priam's eyes were sorrowful, as if he had fallen into a painful past. He continued, Thanks to Termon's kindness, my sister has become his legal wife, but this still cannot make up for the humiliation we have suffered. In order to return the valuables of Helen and Sparta, there is a condition. You must first return my sister Hesione. All the Trojans at the meeting unanimously agreed with the king's speech. However, Palamedes did not agree with Priam's speech. He said, Listen, Trojans, there are no preconditions for fulfilling our demands. We will not be responsible for what our father Hercules did. But one of your sons, Paris, has wantonly insulted us. You must unconditionally fulfill our demands and make a wise decision as soon as possible, lest you suffer complete destruction. Palamedes' words were tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Priam and all the Trojans present were completely enraged. Even if some of them did not want to completely fall out with the Greeks in the beginning, they were now burning with anger and could not wait to fight the arrogant Greeks immediately. At this moment, Pei Ziyun, who heard the fierce battle inside, entered the palace and laughed. So this is what you mean. The Greeks can rob us, but the Trojans cannot take revenge. The Greeks must wash away their humiliation, and the Trojans must swallow their anger, right? At this point, the smile on Pei Yun's face was full of sarcasm. According to Palamide's logic, it was natural for the Greeks to rob Troy, but it was heinous for the Trojans to rob the Greeks, and they needed to apologize unconditionally. Perhaps this is what the majority of the Greeks think. Pei Yun thought to himself. After all, the whole of Greece was powerful. Although Troy was also a big country, compared to the powerful Greece, it was still much weaker. This was the logic of a big country. Just as Pei Yun finished speaking, someone suddenly jumped out and shouted angrily, "Paris!" Pei Yun looked over and saw one of the three messengers glaring at him angrily. He knew that this person was the king of Sparta, Menelaus. He saw that Menelaus was furious, and his hand was already on the sword at his waist, ready to draw it. "You despicable person, quickly return Helen to me." Chapter 553. Pei Yun looked at Menelaus, who was about to draw his sword, and said coldly, "Menelaus, if I were you, I would not draw my sword. This is the palace of Troy. Do you think that with just the three of you, you can challenge the whole of Troy?" At this point, Pei Yun's face was filled with killing intent. "As long as I draw my sword, you will no longer be an envoy, but a thug who attacked Troy. I can then kill you legally." As he said this, Pei Yun's cold gaze swept across the three envoys. Odysseus shuddered as he smelled the scent of death. He held Menelaus's hand and said, "Paris, you are right. We are envoys now and should not draw our swords. However, you have indeed robbed Queen Helen of Sparta and the treasures of the palace. Don't you feel ashamed doing so in front of her husband? Furthermore, if a war breaks out, who knows how many people will lose their lives? Facing this, don't you feel ashamed in front of God?" Austin's verbal sparring had turned the tables on Menelaus, who had been forced into a passive position by Menelaus' actions. Pei Yun was impressed. Odysseus's words were always on the moral high ground. Now, all the blame was placed on him. He could not let Odysseus take away the righteousness. If not, he would have to bear the responsibility for the war against Troy. "Odysseus, blessed by God, you have attacked our city and even destroyed our home. You stole my innocent aunt, Hesione. What I am doing in Sparta is a reasonable revenge." As Pei Yun said this, he saw that Odysseus and the rest were about to refute him. He waved his hand to stop them. "As for shedding blood and causing more people to lose their lives, I know that your fleet has already arrived, so I have a suggestion that can prevent more people from losing their lives. I also hope that you can think for everyone. Do not start a pointless war and cause more people to lose their lives." "Oh, what suggestion do you have?" Odysseus asked. "Menelaus, the Trojans and Greeks, please put down your weapons. I am willing to duel with you, the king of Sparta, for Helen." Pei Yun walked in front of Menelaus and stared into his eyes as he spoke solemnly. Odysseus did not expect Prince Paris to be so difficult to deal with. It was not easy for him to get the justice on his side, but he did not expect Paris to turn the war between Troy and Greece into a duel between himself and Menelaus. The other party's intentions were clear. He had said that starting a war would cause many people to lose their lives, so the other party had given him a direct solution. He would fight Menelaus alone. The result of their duel could decide whether Helen stayed or not. If Greece still insisted on starting the war, Greece would be the first to bear responsibility for the war. Impressive, Austin thought to himself. Of course, Pei Yun didn't know what Austin was thinking. He continued, "Whoever wins the duel will bring Helen back. I even agreed that if I lost, not only would I return to Helen, I would also compensate her with my life and all my wealth." Odysseus's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Paris to be so determined. If that was the case, Menelaus would not be able to reject him. "So, if you Greeks want to fulfill your oath to the gods and reduce the amount of bloodshed, be it Greek blood or Trojan blood, then please duel. Unless you Greeks are not here for Helen, but to plunder. If that's the case, I can tell the gods that the Greeks will have to bear the responsibility for the bloodshed." These words were said with great skill, powerful and resonating. Odysseus's heart sank. He pondered for a response, But then he saw Paris speaking to Menelaus. Menelaus, you are the descendant of Zeus, the king of Sparta. You won't refuse a duel because you are afraid of losing and bloodshed, right? These words were harsh. Sparta was a country of warriors. If the king did not even dare to duel with an enemy who stole his wife, then he would not be able to continue as king. Not to mention, he was betting on the honor of Zeus. Hearing Paesion's words, Odysseus's heart sank. He knew that Menelaus had been forced into a corner, and there was no room for him to reject. Indeed, Menelaus did not reject. He immediately said, "All right, Paris, we will duel in front of the gods and the people. There's no rush. This time, you are the emissaries and are definitely not suitable for a duel. However, we can sign a treaty. When the Greek fleet arrives, we will duel in front of the Trojans and Greeks and in front of the gods." "All right," Menelaus said. His heart was filled with hatred for Paris, and he was confident in his own abilities. He immediately agreed. Seeing that Menelaus had agreed, Paesion called for a servant to bring a piece of parchment paper. On the spot, they drew up a treaty. There were 2 copies, with each party holding 1 copy. Both parties signed their names on the parchment paper. Paesion raised his hands and prayed to the gods. Actually, he knew that he and Menelaus were the cause of this war. Unless there were special circumstances, the gods would not allow him to kill Menelaus. However, he still wanted to test the waters and see if he could kill Menelaus on the spot. When the treaty was signed, there were even priests who prayed to inform the gods of the treaty. This way, the treaty would be even more binding. Odysseus's face darkened, and Polymedes' face did not look too good either. They felt that the situation was far out of their control. Not only did they not obtain justice, they were also led in a bad direction by Paris. Seeing that the treaty had been signed, Priamus nodded his head in satisfaction. Originally, the Trojans had been forced into a passive position by the 3 Greek emissaries. Who would have thought that Paris would be able to turn the tables so easily? Although he was a little worried about the duel between Paris and Menelaus, he could see that Paris was a responsible prince. Without the support of the Trojans, he would not be able to avoid his responsibilities. Furthermore, although Menelaus was a descendant of Zeus, so was his own family. If Paris dared to bring up this matter, it meant that he had some confidence. Thinking of this, King Priamus announced that the meeting was adjourned. He also had a solution. Although the 3 hateful Greek emissaries were not well received, they were still emissaries. He was also afraid that the 3 emissaries would be attacked by the angry citizens of Troy. Thus, Priamus said, "Elder Antenor, in order to prevent the 3 emissaries from being attacked by the angry citizens of Troy, I implore you to temporarily shelter them in your home." "King Priamus, do not worry. I will ensure the safety of the 3 emissaries," the wise Antenor said. He was a little depressed. This was originally his idea, but now it had become the king's order. The crowd in the palace gradually dispersed, and Antenor escorted the 3 messengers away. She brought the 3 messengers back to her home and treated them warmly like a guest. At the banquet, Palamedes and Odysseus were a little depressed and worried. Palamedes said in a low voice, "Paris is not easy to deal with." Odysseus nodded heavily, agreeing with Palamedes' words. Paris was not easy to deal with. In fact, he was very difficult to deal with. Originally, he had gradually gained the upper hand in front of the Trojans. It was natural for him to push the responsibility of the war to the Trojans. However, with Paris' arrival, the situation was reversed. Now, he was in a very passive position, and now Menelaus was in a dangerous situation. Austin thought for a while and asked Antenor, "Elder Antenor, about Prince Paris, can you tell us more?" Antenor thought for a while and decided to continue building a good relationship. After all, he was not optimistic about the war between Troy and Greece from the beginning. Back then, Prince Paris was herding sheep on Mount Ida. It was said that one day, 3 goddesses descended and asked Paris to judge who was the most beautiful and give the golden apple to the most beautiful goddess. Antenor told the Greeks everything about Prince Paris, including the killing of the siren, the 2-headed lizard, and the bearman, as well as the plan he had given. However, Menelaus was only surprised at the killing of the siren, the two-headed lizard, and the bearman. As long as a hero was prepared, it would not be too difficult. It was not like he was facing a cyclops. If it was this, Menelaus would have a taboo. Elder Antenor, Palamedes, Menelaus, and Odysseus continued to enjoy the feast. Antenor, Prince Paris killed the three monsters. Who taught him the martial arts? Odysseus asked. Menelaus did not mind, but Odysseus did. From his point of view, Paris was a powerful fighter, and the fact that Menelaus had accepted Paris's challenge so easily cast a shadow over his heart. Paris martial arts? Antenor sighed and fell into reminiscence. Perhaps it was the grace of God. Paris used to be a shepherd. He had never learned martial arts, but he was very good at archery. He immediately won first place in archery. Only then was he discovered by the king and became a prince again. Hearing this, Austin thought to himself, could it be a gift from Apollo? Apollo was the god of light, music, prophecy, and medicine in ancient Greek mythology. At least at this time, he was not the sun god Helios. He was good at archery, but I heard that he went to the Amazon once and learned Ares' sword and shield technique from Queen Penicilia. Another grace of God? The three pondered. According to this, Paris had always been blessed by God. Only the grace of God could explain how Paris could master such powerful martial arts so quickly. After talking for a long time, Antenor's mouth was dry. A servant quickly came up to pour Antenor a cup of wine. Antenor took a sip and was about to continue when Palamedes asked impatiently, "Forget about martial arts. What about knowledge? He doesn't look like a shepherd at all. How did he learn all this knowledge and etiquette?" Chapter 554. Even Hercules, who was said to be the son of Zeus and Alcmene and had drunk the milk of Hera with the help of Athena, received the education of many heroes and sages. King Amphitryon of Thebes personally taught him how to drive a chariot. King Eurytus of Arcaria taught him archery. Hypericus taught him how to fight and box, and Kermorchus taught him how to play the piano and sing. Zeus' twin son Castor taught him how to fight in the wild, and Apollo's son Linos taught him how to read and write. These were the things that made Hercules what he was. Even the sons of Zeus had to receive education. So where did Prince Paris' talent come from? I don't know. He once learned knowledge and etiquette from the scholars in the city, but it was very short. Right, his wife Anon is the daughter of the river god Crum, so she might be able to teach him some knowledge. But such a short period of time is not enough for him to learn so much knowledge and etiquette, right? Odysseus asked. As for Anon, although she is the daughter of the river god Crum, but he did not finish his sentence. After all, mortals could not casually comment on a god, even if it was a weak god. However, everyone knew what he meant. This was not something that the river god Crum could teach, let alone Anon. Maybe it's a gift from the gods. Antenor sighed. Another gift from the gods. In this world, the gods were real existences, and they constantly interfered with the fate of mortals. The three did not dare to underestimate them and fell into deep thought. It seemed like the gods valued Prince Paris too much. However, Odysseus was the executor of the gods' intentions. At the beginning of the wedding of Menelaus and Helen, he suggested that all the princes of Greece swear to protect this marriage. That was how the great cause of the joint expedition against Troy was laid. If not, Athens might have laughed at Sparta's humiliation. Why should we, the city-state, go on an expedition against Troy for Sparta? Although Troy was rich, it was not a force to be trifled with. It was because of this oath to the gods that all the princes of Greece had no choice but to unite. Odysseus was the executor and had always been under the protection of Athena. Naturally, he knew that this was the will of the gods. However, from what Prince Paris could see, some of the gods had different opinions and were standing on the side of Troy, giving them a lot of help. There is no doubt that this made the Greek expedition to Troy very difficult and put many heroes and princes in danger. Could it be that this is the true intention of the gods, letting each other's heroes kill each other? Austin shuddered as he tried to remove the thought from his mind. The gods were very sensitive and would not tolerate the slightest offense. even if he was favored by Athena. While Elder Ananor was talking about Prince Paris' past, and the three envoys were deep in thought, there was a commotion at the entrance of the dining hall. A moment later, a servant entered and bowed to Elder Antenor. "Master, Prince Paris' steward, Glennis, is here with gold." He said it's a gift for the three messengers. Hearing this, Menelaus was immediately enraged. He kicked over the banquet table and was about to draw his sword. From Menelaus' point of view, Paris was humiliating him, bribing him with the gold he stole from him. Palamedes happened to be sitting next to Menelaus. Although he had accepted Menelaus's gold, when he saw Menelaus's actions, he hurriedly put down his glass to stop Menelaus's impulsive behavior. "King of Sparta, please calm down and listen to what the man sent by Paris has to say. It won't be too late to get angry then." "Humph." Menelaus snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with Paris. However, under Palamedes' persuasion, he still patiently listened to what the man sent by Paris had to say. Jason ordered his men to carry the gold to Antenor's mansion, and he felt a pain in his heart. Prince Paris had just given 2/3 of the treasures he had stolen to the Trojans, and now he had taken out so much gold and bronze for the remaining 1/3. Prince Paris did not have much left, but the prince had ordered him to give it away. Although his heart ached, he still did as he was told. After the servant reported and received permission, Jason ordered his slaves to carry the gold and gifts into Elder Antenor's banquet hall. The moment he stepped into the banquet hall, he heard Menelaus angrily saying, "Paris wants to bribe me with this little bit of gold? How much gold did he steal from me?" Menelaus thought about the treasures that Pei-Yun had stolen from his palace and felt his heart ache in anger. Those were the treasures that he had saved up for many years, and in the end, it was all taken away by Paris. Jason saw a man speaking angrily and knew that it was King Menelaus of Sparta. The treasures that Prince Paris had stolen from his palace, so it was normal for him to be angry. Jason was not in a hurry to answer Menelaus. He ordered the slaves to carry the gold and gifts into the banquet hall while thinking about Prince Paris. The king, the prince, and the elders had all sent gifts. Even Elder Antenor had sent quite a few. The benefits were very obvious. Otherwise, no matter how determined King Priam was, he would not have been able to suppress the voices of opposition. Just as he was thinking, the slaves placed the gold and gifts on the ground and left. Jason stepped forward and bowed slightly to Antenor and the three messengers. He said, "Great King Menelaus, King Odysseus, and Prince Palamedes, Prince Paris did not mean to look down on you. Originally, Prince Paris went to Greece to bring my aunt back. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Prince Paris ordered me to tell you that robbing Helen was not his original intention." After Jason finished speaking, Odysseus and Palamedes frowned. It was obvious that they did not agree with what Jason had said. Could it be that God ordered Paris to rob my wife Helen? Menelaus sneered. If this was not Troy, he would have drawn his sword and killed someone. When Menelaus first saw Paris when he came to Troy, the anger in his heart had already been ignited. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart, and he could not wait to kill this prince. Right now, even Paris's butler, servants, and Menelaus were filled with killing intent. Jason actually knew the reason why Menelaus was so angry. Anyone would be furious if their wife was stolen. Hearing Menelaus's words, he replied, "I'm not sure about that. However, Prince Paris is indeed full of guilt. Prince Paris prayed for peace, and that's why he proposed a duel to resolve the conflict between the Greeks and the Trojans. This would prevent a large-scale bloodshed. These gold and gifts are just to show his sincerity." Menelaus said gloomily, "Move the gold and gift back. We do not need Paris's hypocrisy. If he really feels guilty, then ask him to hand over my wife Helen and all the gold he robbed." King Menelaus, Prince Paris didn't intend to take Helen away, but it's also impossible for him to hand her over so easily. Prince Paris said that if you want Helen back, everything can wait until the result of the duel is out. Not sincere at all. Menelaus snorted coldly. He was unhappy. "I have already conveyed Prince Paris's sincerity. Please allow me to take my leave." After saying this, Jason left Antenor's mansion. The three of them looked at the gold and looked at each other. Palamides persuaded. Although we cannot forgive Prince Paris just like that, since he has sent us gold and gifts, why not accept them? Take them as interest. After hearing this, the three of them agreed. Actually, it was impossible for Palamides and Austin not to be moved by the gold and bronze. Menelaus also felt that it was not bad to collect some interest, so he accepted the gold and gifts in the end. After the three of them finished distributing the gold and bronze, they thanked Elder Antenor for his hospitality and returned to the room that Elder Antenor had arranged for them to rest. Palamides accepted Prince Paris's gold without any psychological burden, and he was very happy. Menelaus did not feel good about it, and he was even more furious. Austin took the box back and opened it. Inside was a robe, a rug, a bronze piece, a gold piece, and a golden goblet. Austin thought to himself, such a generous gift. How many did Paris rob in Sparta? Menelaus lost a lot of people. Austin was about to close the chest when he suddenly saw a folded piece of parchment under the gold. This is a letter for me? Austin thought to himself as he picked up the parchment and glanced at it. This is not a letter for me, but for Palamides. Could it be that the servants placed it wrongly? Reading the contents of the parchment carefully, Austin's face darkened. Prince Paris has such high regard for Palamides. In the letter, Paris praised Palamides' contributions to Greece, praising him for inventing lighthouses, scales, measuring devices, and calendars. I don't know how many people have benefited from these inventions of yours, and they have also benefited future generations. Perhaps the deeds of kings and heroes will be covered up, but your achievements will live on forever. You are the wisest man in Greece. These words had already made Austin's face darken. At the end of the letter, there was a line that hoped that Palamides would go crazy for the sake of peace between the Greeks and the Trojans. Austin had originally been holding a grudge against Palamides for exposing his insanity when he went to the meeting last time, and he had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Now that Austin read these words, especially the title of the wisest man in Greece, his face turned from red to purple, and then from purple to black. There was only one thought in his mind. He suppressed his anger and carefully closed the chest. He tied the chest with a rope and bathed in warm water. But the seed of hatred had already sprouted in his heart and was growing strong. Palamides, one era does not need two wisest men, and you have offended me and many princes. Chapter 555. Troy green dawned. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the three messengers had already packed up and were ready to leave Troy. Thinking that he had already shown a lot of goodwill, and the three messengers were about to leave, Antenor decided to end things properly. He prepared a few carriages to take him and the three messengers to the port of Troy. The port of Troy was not busy in the morning, and there were only a few merchant ships sailing out of the port. The sun slowly rose, and the golden sunlight shone on the white beach, making it look particularly bright. Antenor sent the three messengers to the port, watched them board a warship, and waved goodbye. Elder Antenor, thank you for your hospitality. You will gain the friendship of us Greeks, Palamides said, still very touched by the old man's hospitality. Odysseus also said, Elder Antenor, not only will you gain the friendship of the Greeks, I will also report to the commander of the allied forces, Agamemnon. I can promise that even if we win Troy, your family will not be affected, and no Greeks will break into your house to kill or rob you. In history, Troy was in ruins, and the god of death roamed everywhere. Almost everyone was killed or enslaved. Only one house remained safe and quiet, and that was the old man Antenor of Troy. Because of the Greek messengers, he was given shelter and warm hospitality. Hearing this, Antenor's face bloomed into a smile. Didn't he show his goodwill to the three messengers to leave a good impression and gain their friendship? Antenor had always been pessimistic about the war between Troy and Greece. In his opinion, it was no different from throwing an egg against a rock, so he had always been looking for a way out to deal with the risk of Troy's defeat. When Priam said that he wanted to receive the three messengers, Antenor immediately agreed, and he had been very hospitable during the process. He did not even hesitate to tell them about Paris's intelligence, which could be suspected of betrayal. Now his goal was achieved. The warship slowly sailed out of the port and set sail, heading towards Greece. The azure, blue seawater rolled from time to time, creating white waves. Antenor turned around, but his smile immediately froze. In front of him was a young man, or rather, a teenager. He was wearing a white tunic, a bronze belt, and a short sword. It was Prince Paris. "Antenor, your wish has been granted." Looking at the departing warships, Pei Yun spoke plainly. "The Greeks will treat you especially well because of your warm hospitality. But this is all we can do." As he said this, Pei Yun patted Antenor's shoulder. This person was looking for a way out, but he didn't betray Troy, nor did he betray him. Hence, Pei Yun tolerated him. But if he takes it any further, kill him. Sensing the killing intent and the slap, Antenor was stunned for a moment before he realized that his back was drenched in sweat. Palamedes stood on the deck of the warship, looking at the sea and thinking about the gold he had obtained on this trip. He was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Prince Paris is very generous. I'm just being generous with other people's money." Odysseus heard Palamedes' words and looked at Menelaus on the other side of the deck. "We also got it at the expense of others." Palamedes didn't care at all. To him, the gold and gifts were a pleasant surprise. He continued, "After all, it's gold." At this moment, Odysseus had an idea. Seeing that Palamedes didn't care, he moved closer to the silent Menelaus and whispered, "King of Sparta, I'm very curious." "What are you curious about?" Menelaus wasn't in a good mood, but he endured it. After all, Odysseus was still a king, even though he was only the king of a small country. Think about it. The purpose of our trip to Troy was to claim justice. Our words were harsh, and we thought that the Trojans would be angered and lose their rationality. We thought that the Trojans would be responsible for the war. Unexpectedly, Paris suggested a duel. In this way, the crime of starting the war could not be completely pinned on the Trojans. Hearing this, Menelaus's originally relaxed expression turned serious. He listened carefully to Odysseus' analysis and felt that it made sense. The final result was unexpected. Where was the problem? Odysseus continued. "Prince Paris is the shepherd of Mount Ida. How could he have such a sharp mind?" Menelaus thought about it and agreed. Not to mention Paris's many years of experience as a shepherd. Even a prince who grew up in the palace wouldn't have such a sharp mind. Menelaus said uncertainly, "Could it be that the wise men of Troy gave Paris advice?" Even if the wise men of Troy gave advice, they wouldn't be able to react quickly. "I suspect." Odysseus stuttered and said the truth with some hesitation. "Suspect what?" Menelaus asked. His face had already turned ugly. "I suspect that someone leaked our secrets, which allowed the Trojans to be prepared, thus resolving the problem." "You're saying that there's a traitor among us?" Menelaus's face was pale, and he almost couldn't control his anger. "Yes, we have to investigate everyone who knows about this, including me." Odysseus did not continue and turned to leave. Odysseus felt that it was time to lead Menelaus's thoughts in this direction. As for the specific suspicions, it was very simple. All he needed to do was to push or guide at the crucial moment, and he would be able to achieve his goal. Then, he would be able to kill the foolish Palamedes, who had always been against him. After Odysseus left, Menelaus scanned the people around him suspiciously. His gaze gradually focused on Palamedes, and it stayed there for a long time. Menelaus thought about Palamedes' actions along the way, especially when they arrived at Troy. Many of his actions seemed suspicious. Palamedes happily accepted Paris's gold. Is there a secret that he can't tell others? This was actually Menelaus's first impression. It was normal for Palamedes to be interested in Paris's gold. However, the gold belonged to Menelaus's palace, so Menelaus had unknowingly developed a bad impression of Palamedes. Now that Odysseus's words made Menelaus feel that Palamedes was even more suspicious. He took the initiative and said, "Palamedes, we didn't achieve our goal in coming to Troy this time. What do you think is the problem?" Palamedes did not suspect anything. At this moment, he was still immersed in his joy. He replied, "Although we didn't achieve our goal this time, it doesn't affect our advantage over Troy. Moreover, we obtained quite a lot of gold this time. It could be considered a good harvest." It would have been better if he did not mention this. Once he mentioned this, Menelaus's face darkened. This was all his gold. He immediately said in a cold tone, "I didn't expect Paris to be so arrogant and despotic. He will become a strong enemy of Greece in the future." Palamedes had been staring at the azure blue sea and did not notice Menelaus's expression at all. He said, "Yes, Paris is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, but he is still a very generous person. As for becoming a strong enemy of Greece, I don't think so." When Menelaus heard him say that Paris was very generous, he already hated him in his heart. At this moment, he was even more certain that the traitor was Palamedes. However, he still had to collect evidence. While the three of them were thinking, the warship sailed extremely fast on the sea. Not long after returning, they encountered a large fleet from Oris. The three of them quickly jumped onto the main ship. Agamemnon led the people and held a welcoming ceremony for their triumphant return. Palamedes saw that Agamemnon was holding a welcoming ceremony for them and was very pleased. "Dear Commander Agamemnon, this time we had a huge advantage in the early stages of our trip to Troy. If not for Paris's interference, it would not have been difficult to obtain the righteous cause of the war. But after Paris barged in, he gave us a difficult problem. After our efforts, he had no choice but to duel with the king of Sparta, your brother Menelaus. Paris is at most a wolf, and your brother is a lion. It would not take much effort to tear him into pieces." Palamedes shouted loudly, and in front of all the princes, he reported everything that had happened in Troy. After a long and eloquent report, he was full of pride. This time, they did not achieve the righteous cause of the war and did not achieve their goal. Instead, they let Paris take the initiative and force Menelaus to duel. Odysseus did not know where Palamedes got his confidence from. That's right, Palamedes is not stupid. He just does not know the inside story. What God wants is not Paris to pay the price, but the whole of Troy. What? Prince Paris wants to settle the matter with a duel with Menelaus? Agamemnon's face was gloomy, but half of the princes and heroes felt that this was a good idea. It was still useful for Prince Paris to visit the Greek cities and kingdoms. Many people felt that this was completely acceptable. It was a good thing for them to settle the dispute with a duel. If they really attacked Troy, how many people would die? They would most likely be the ones to die. But this was not what Agamemnon wanted at all. Only by attacking Troy could he use the prestige of victory to become the leader of the whole of Greece. Agamemnon was furious and secretly blamed Palamedes. "Even if you want to report, you should have reported it to me in private. That way, I can be prepared and see what is suitable for everyone to know and what should be hidden. Now that everyone knows, what do you want me to do?" Seeing that the princes all agreed, Agamemnon heaved a heavy sigh and said reluctantly, "Since Prince Paris wants to settle the matter with a duel with Menelaus, I think it is acceptable. But we still need to be fully prepared for war, in case the cunning Trojans go back on their words. If Paris plays tricks during the duel, we can deal with it calmly." The princes and heroes all nodded in agreement with Agamemnon's opinion. Seeing all this, Odysseus also smiled. "Palamedes, you want to be in the limelight. Do you know that you have already offended Agamemnon? If you add some more fuel to the fire, you will be able to perform the finale." Chapter 556. Dawn, dotted with stars, a huge fleet was sailing on the dark sea. There were hundreds of warships in the fleet, stretching for tens of miles. A beach could be seen in front of them. After a long voyage, the Greek fleet had finally arrived at Troy. At dawn, the first warship docked on the coastline of Troy. Immediately, an order was issued. "Advance team, go ashore and patrol the surroundings." Following the order, a young man jumped off the ship, holding a spear and guarding. It was Iphiclus' son, Pallas. Behind him, the Greek warriors also jumped off to patrol. There's no one around. Following the report, the warships all approached. The Greek fleet had landed. Agamemnon immediately ordered, "Let the fleet set up camp." Following Agamemnon's orders, the people on the warships started to get busy. The soldiers took their clean shields and spears and lined up on the deck. Under the leadership of the commander, they disembarked one by one. A few hundred soldiers disembarked from the warships. It was a majestic scene. All the soldiers were on duty on the beach, patrolling, guarding, or setting up camp. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of them. Next, the chariots were pulled off the warships by the soldiers. Sacrifice to God. Let's cook. Everyone, eat your fill. Check your shields and spears. Feed the horses and prepare the chariots. Prepare them for battle. The cook started to cook in the newly built camp. Soon, smoke rose up. Agamemnon ordered people to build a temporary altar on the empty ground. The altar was circular and had a statue of Zeus on it. Agamemnon led a ram and placed it on the altar. After the priests finished their prayers, they took out a sharp knife and pierced it into the ram's neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain and flowed onto the altar. The priests skillfully skinned the bull, removed its bones, and removed its innards before placing the lamb on the altar. As soon as he placed it on the altar, the best piece disappeared. The priest's face lit up with joy. "Respected Commander Agamemnon, the gods have accepted your sacrifice. I believe you will be victorious this time." Agamemnon smiled. He was very satisfied with the results of the sacrifice. After he finished offering the sacrifice to Zeus, the cooks had finished preparing the food. "Heroes and princes, eat with me. Only by eating and drinking will you have the strength to fight the next battle," Agamemnon said. After the meal, the princes led the army into the wilderness, heading in the direction of Troy. Troy Hall within the hot pool. Pei Ziyun was taking a shower. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see his face clearly. He then spoke softly, "System." A plum blossom appeared once more and expanded rapidly, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: lure Odysseus into killing Palamedes in advance. Incomplete. Mission: retaliate against the Greek emissary, fight for justice, and duel with Menelaus. Incomplete. Pei Ziyun then looked at the system panel that displayed his attributes. Hero Bloodline. Level 3, 100. 5%. I gave 2/3 of the gold to everyone in the city, and I took responsibility for the duel with Menelaus. Finally, the last 2% of my reputation was enough. The priest's senses can only sense existences that are 2 levels higher. I can sense that Menelaus is a level 5 hero. A difference of 2 levels would be too great, but a difference of 1 level would make up for it. That's why I dared to duel Menelaus. With that thought in mind, he pressed down heavily. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Pei Ziyun trembled, and his heart raced. In a breath, his blood turned slightly golden, showing that his bloodline had been purified and evolved. His bones also continued to grow stronger and more agile. Hero Bloodline. Level 4, 0, 5%. Special skill, Agility of the Wind, 65, 5%. Special skill, Cast Iron Bronze, 48%. Very good, Menelaus. Let your failure and even your corpse make my name. Pei Ziyun stood up, and Anon helped him put on his clothes and armor. My dear, don't be afraid. I will definitely win. Pei Ziyun kissed her forehead and walked out. Almost at the same time, more than 10 armed slaves followed him silently. Troy Royal Palace. The palace was brightly lit, and a large number of warriors wearing leather armor and wielding long spears gathered. Troy was not careless. Your Majesty, the Greek fleet has landed on the coast. It won't be long before they reach the walls of Troy. A warrior half knelt and reported the news. Priamus nodded and said to the elders, I didn't expect Agamemnon to move so quickly. Are our warriors ready for battle? Your Majesty, please rest assured. Our warriors are ready for battle. Besides, the walls of Troy were built by the gods. Agamemnon will not be able to break them. One of the elders said. Priamus nodded and continued to ask, Our allies have already set off, right? The armies of the kingdom of Phrygia and the kingdom of Persinia are already on their way. As for the other kingdoms, We haven't received any news yet. There's no rush. Come, let's go take a look at the walls, Priamus said as he stood up. More than 10 warriors followed silently, but they didn't notice a faint red meteor falling from the sky and into the city. Troy Helen's palace, the faint red meteor fell and turned into a goddess. She was Iris. Iris was the goddess of the rainbow in Greek mythology. She was the daughter of Taurus and Electra, the sister of Halpeia, and the twin sister of Archer. She was the messenger of the gods. She passed on the will of the gods to people and was considered the messenger of the gods. The difference between her and Hermes was that Hermes was one of the main gods and often changed the orders of the gods. Iris, on the other hand, was of a lower level, so she only passed on the orders of the gods. But Iris was still a goddess. Her body shook, and she turned into the maid Etra, appearing in Helen's dream. It was a fog, and she moved closer. Helen, the Greeks have come, but the war has not started. Only your 2 husbands, Paris and Menelaus, have gone to battle. Whoever wins will be able to bring you back. Iris said, and Helen woke up. If the goddess didn't tell her this news, she would still be in the dark. Helen got up, put on her clothes, and just as she reached the door, Causelia came to greet her. She saw that Helen was going out, and she was not surprised. She just bowed and said, Prince Paris is already there. He said that if you wake up and want to see, I will take you there. Helen nodded and followed Causelia out of the palace. As soon as she reached the gate, she saw King Priamus and a few respected elders patrolling on the city wall. Although the elders had seen Helen before, when they saw her coming, they were still fascinated by her beauty. They whispered to each other, No wonder Prince Paris robbed the palace for this woman. She looks like an immortal goddess. Priamus also saw her, and he warmly called out to Helen, saying, Come, my lovely daughter, sit beside me. I want your first husband, Menelaus, to see your relatives and friends, to let them know that you are not responsible for this difficult war. Helen nodded and brought Causelia up the city wall. Priamus looked at the troops outside the city and pointed to one of the men, saying, Now tell me, who is that majestic man? At this time, it was dawn, and the sun was already shining. Helen followed his finger and immediately recognized the man walking in front. It was Agamemnon. She said, Respected father, that man is Agamemnon, the noble king of Mackenzie and also a brave warrior. He used to be my brother-in-law. Priamus nodded. This was the first time he saw Agamemnon, and he realized that this commander of the Greek army was not simple. He asked again, The man beside him, is that your previous husband, Menelaus? Yes. Helen nodded. Outside the city, Pei Zi-yun led a group of troops, and they headed towards the appointed place for the duel. Agamemnon also led a group, and the distance between the 2 groups got closer and closer. Finally, they met in the middle of the duel. Agamemnon pointed to Pei Zi-yun, who was standing in the distance, and asked Palamos, That man is Prince Paris of Troy. Yes, Commander Agamemnon. This man used to be a shepherd on Mount Ida, and only after reuniting with Priamus did he return to Troy to become a prince. Palamos introduced. Since he's a shepherd, I don't think his martial arts skills are too strong, but I heard that he killed 3 monsters with his own hands. I specifically asked Elder Antenor of Troy about this, and he couldn't give a good explanation either. He said that it was the blessing of the gods. Palamos said, The blessing of the gods? Agamemnon nodded and didn't say anything more. Pei Zi-yun squinted his eyes and looked at the Greek army and saw a majestic man standing in the middle. Everyone else seemed to be looking at him, and he knew that this man was Agamemnon. He used his priestly senses to feel him and felt that Agamemnon's hero bloodline was higher than his. At this time, both sides carried out their offerings. There were 2 sheep and a sheepskin bag of wine. Adding them together, there were 4 sheep and 2 sheepskin bags of wine. King Priamus, who was standing on the city wall, stood up and led his guard down the city wall and walked to the front. Pei Zi-yun wore a white tunic with a golden belt, and a sword hung from his waist. He held a long spear in his hand as he walked out. Menelaus drove a chariot out of the formation, and similarly held a long spear in his hand. He was fully armed, and walked to the temporary altar before jumping off the chariot. Menelaus knelt on the ground and raised his hands in the air. "Gods, please listen to me. Paris and I will listen to the god of fate's arrangements, and have decided to duel again, to fight to the death. Let us offer our offerings and swear an oath, and begin this unavoidable duel." As he said this, Agamemnon and Odysseus walked over at the same time. The king of Troy, Priamus, had already rushed to the front of the formation and stood in front of the altar with Paesion. Both sides placed their offerings on the altar and used golden bowls to mix the wine. Both sides prayed in front of the altar at the same time, hoping to receive the blessings of the gods and win this duel. After the sacrifice, Priamus said, "Greeks, I want to return to the city wall because I cannot stand by and watch my son fight to the death with the Spartan king, Menelaus. Only the great Zeus will know who will win and who will lose." As he finished speaking, Priamus boarded his chariot and drove it into the city. Paesion's eyes flashed and met Menelaus's gaze. At that moment, sparks flew. Chapter 557. Mount Olympus. The duel between Paris and Menelaus seems to have been brought forward. The duel also affected the hearts of the gods, and Zeus looked over. Hera, Athena, and the other gods who supported the Greek side naturally hoped that Menelaus would win, while Apollo and Artemis, who supported the Trojans, hoped that Paris would win. Of course, overall, Troy's destruction had already been decided. However, it was not just the Greeks and Trojans who had their own thoughts. The gods' thoughts were also hard to understand. Some gods were like children and would always fight back. However, seeing Paris and Menelaus fight, Zeus did not want anyone to interfere. As such, he said to Hermes, "Even though war is unavoidable, no matter if it's Paris or Menelaus, they can't die right now. Go down and take care of them." "Yes, great father," Hermes replied. Hermes agreed and picked up the twin snake cane. The little wings behind his ears and on his ankles flapped rapidly. Poochie, Poochie, he quickly soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Looking at the situation, Hera was a little dissatisfied. She had hoped that all the blame would fall on Troy, but the current situation was not like that. Also, because there was a god standing on Troy's side, she could not directly interfere. If it was too obvious, even Zeus would not agree to it. She turned to Athena and said, "Even if there's a duel, fate has decided that the war will continue. Go down and correct some of the deviations." Athena nodded and immediately left Mount Olympus to go to the human world. The duel has begun. The cloud revealed the scene. Hector and Austin started to measure the distance between them and drew lots to decide who would throw the spear at the other first. The person who threw the spear first would have the advantage. If the first spear strike killed or heavily injured the opponent, there would be no need for the rest of the duel. Almost at the same time, the three goddesses of fate looked at each other, and the oldest, Atropos, said, "According to the original rules of fate, who drew the lots?" "It's Paris," Clotho replied. However, after 120 days and 120 nights, the threads that separated from our hands started to appear. Lachesis looked at the transparent threads dancing in her hands. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos were the daughters of Zeus and the goddess Themis, and a younger sister of the goddess of time, Hera. Their job was to weave the threads of fate in the human world and cut the threads of life in order. The youngest sister, Clotho, was in charge of the future and weaving the threads of life. The second sister, Lachesis, was in charge of maintaining the threads of life. The eldest sister, Atropos, was in charge of death and cutting the threads of life. It was said that even the fate of Zeus, the ruler of all gods, was in their hands. Of course, it's not true. All the gods know that we can't control the fates of gods who are more powerful than us. Apollo's divine power is equal to ours, so we can only make Daphne leave him and become a moon, but we can't hurt Apollo. Even for gods who are of a lower level than us, there's a limit to what we can do. We can disappoint them on certain matters, but we can't affect them, just like Calypso. Calypso, was the goddess of the island of Ogygia. Some people said that she was a fairy or a nympho, but she was actually a proper goddess, the daughter of Atlas. Her divine rank was even higher than that of the kitchen god Hestia and the wine god Dionysus. However, Atlas was a member of the Titan race and had been defeated, so she was somewhat affected. Calypso's punishment was that the goddess of fate would send a hero who needed help every once in a while. However, none of the heroes that were sent would stay, and Calypso just had to fall in love. However, everything about mortals is under our control, and Paris' fate has been slightly skewed. I feel that we should correct this and let Menelaus draw the first lot. I think that's fine. This is a test, the two goddesses agreed. The three goddesses of fate reached an agreement, and suddenly there was a slight deviation in fate. The goddesses of fate were not omnipotent, nor were they machines, so they couldn't change anything. Troy's dueling ground Pei Ziyun and Menelaus each drew a lot, but when the results were announced, it was Menelaus who drew the first lot. This result surprised Pei Ziyun, as he remembered that Paris had drawn the first lot. Could it be that fate has changed? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, but he didn't have time to think about it. The excited Menelaus was already fully armed, and he strode into the dueling ground with a spear in his hand. Pei Ziyun wielded his long spear as he stepped into the arena. His lips curled into a faint smile as he looked calmly at Menelaus, who was in front of him. At this moment, in the dueling ground, Menelaus looked at Paris, his old and new hatred welling up in his heart. He raised the spear in his hand and prayed loudly, "Zeus, in order to ensure that no one in the world will dare to return good for evil, please allow me to punish those who have insulted me." As he finished speaking, he threw the spear in his hand towards Pei Ziyun. The spear was extremely fast, and in an instant, it pierced towards Pei Ziyun like a bolt of lightning. Pei Ziyun was shocked. This speed was beyond his expectations. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, he raised his shield to block it. Pong! The spear pierced through the shield, and the remaining force of the spear pushed it forward. Just as it was about to pierce his body, Pei Ziyun lightly dodged to the side, dodging the spear. "Oh, Menelaus, your strength is not bad." Pei Ziyun lightly praised him, but to Menelaus' ears, it was tantamount to mockery. His face darkened, and he didn't say a word, but his eyes were filled with anger. Pei Ziyun didn't even see the anger in Menelaus' eyes, or rather, he didn't care at all. He said, "Menelaus, it's my turn next." Pei Ziyun took a deep breath, retreated a little, and quickly ran a few steps. He then threw the spear in his hand. Pong! The speed of the spear was just as fast, and the strength was just as great. Menelaus had no way of dodging it, and so he used his shield to block it. With a loud sound, the spear pierced through the shield. But compared to the spear that Menelaus had thrown, the spear didn't penetrate too deeply into the shield. Only the tip of the spear could be seen, and it didn't pierce into Menelaus's body. Both of them are very strong, and both are heroes. But Menelaus's strength is still a little stronger. Someone said, it's understandable that his strength is a little stronger. After all, he was a hero many years ago, and Paris just became a hero not long ago. But the difference between the two of them isn't that big. It's hard to tell who will win this duel. The heroes in the audience were all discussing and expressing their opinions on this duel. Paris is not simple. Menelaus is a hero who has been famous for many years. Even though Paris's strength is slightly weaker, he has already surpassed many of the younger generation. Agamemnon was a little worried as he spoke to the prince and the hero. Respected Commander Agamemnon, Paris has killed a bearman in Athens. It's only natural that his strength is about the same as Menelaus. The king of Athens, Menastheus, said, the scene of Paris killing a bearman in Athens was still fresh in his mind. I think that Paris is still a little weaker than Menelaus. Furthermore, Menelaus is a hero who has been famous for many years and has much more experience. His chances of winning this duel are much higher. Palamedes said, I've heard that Paris's swordsmanship is not bad. Menelaus cannot underestimate his opponent. Austin said, looking at the two people in the arena, The shield in their hands had already been damaged. At the same time, they dropped their spears and shields and drew their bronze swords. Menelaus raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. He shouted, "God, why won't you let me win?" As he finished speaking, he roared and charged towards Pei Ziyun with his sword. At this point, Pei Ziyun raised his hand and said, "Ares, please watch how I use the swordsmanship that your daughter taught me to send the Spartan king Menelaus to the dark underworld." Paris's declaration caused the people and gods in this battle to look askance. Paris is boasting shamelessly. Doesn't he know that Menelaus is a hero who has been through many battles? Someone said sarcastically, "Paris can easily kill a three-headed beast." Now that he dares to say such words, we should remind Menelaus to be careful. The king of Athens, Menastheus, said solemnly, "Although Prince Paris' words are exaggerated, it is very satisfying to hear." An elder of Troy was full of smiles. "Indeed. However, even if he cannot injure Menelaus, I believe that he will not be able to win so easily." Another elder nodded. Mount Olympus, when the god of war Ares heard this, he waved his hand through the clouds, allowing the duel outside of Troy to become clearer. The gods watched the scene unfold. Although Paris's strength was slightly weaker, his movements were nimble and his swordsmanship was exquisite. It was obvious that he was using Ares' swordsmanship, but it had a different flavor to it. It was as if he was a lone wolf, using his nimble movements to provoke a lion. Although the lion was stronger than the lone wolf, it was not as nimble as the lone wolf. Time and time again, it missed. Paris is using his swordsmanship to deplete Menelaus' strength. Ares understood as soon as he saw the moves. He slapped the armrest of his chair excitedly. This swordsmanship originated from Ares' swordsmanship, but it was used in a different way. It had a different meaning and attracted his attention. If this was Paris' swordsmanship, it was enough to prove that this prince of Troy was talented. The gods looked at Paris's performance and could not help but show a hint of surprise. Although Paris had used Ares' swordsmanship when he attacked the Spartan palace, he did not seem to use it as smoothly as he did now. Could it be that the enemy was different? Zeus watched Paris' performance and thought to himself, although this is a duel between ants, Paris will win. Without Hermes' interference, it is entirely possible that Paris will kill Menelaus and send him to the underworld of Hades. It does not matter much if Menelaus dies. It is just that now is not the time. Chapter 558. The duel between Pei Ziyun and Menelaus was still ongoing. Pei Ziyun used his nimble body and Ares' swordsmanship to fight against Menelaus. He did not attack him head-on. Menelaus pounced on Pei Ziyun several times, but he was unable to force Pei Ziyun to fight him head-on. As time passed, Menelaus' strength began to weaken. "I think King Menelaus and Prince Paris are evenly matched," someone said. "What do you know? Menelaus clearly has the upper hand now. Can't you see that Prince Paris is defending?" Someone replied, "Defending means he's at a disadvantage. Maybe Prince Paris is waiting for an opportunity to counterattack." "Stop arguing. I think King Menelaus is losing strength. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see," a hero said. Athena was like a phantom passing through the formation. She was also a god of war. She had listened to Hera's orders to go down to the lower realm and correct any errors that might occur. At this moment, she was watching the duel between Paris and Menelaus. She heard Menelaus's ragged breathing, and her expression became more and more serious. Paris's tactics are very clever. He's constantly exhausting Menelaus's strength. The difference in strength between the two sides is not large at the beginning. If this continues, Menelaus will lose. It doesn't matter if Menelaus loses. With Hermes looking after him, he won't die. It's the same the other way around. I see Aphrodite descending as well. If Paris loses, she will snatch him away. In history, Aphrodite had snatched Paris away. Thus, Aphrodite felt that she had already made it up to Paris once. When Paris died, he did not receive her help again. But if Menelaus loses, according to the agreement, He has to give up Helen. There's no reason for this war. This won't do. Athena was a god that supported the Greek side, but more importantly, she wanted the war to continue. With this judgment, Athena quickly observed the crowd and came up with a plan. Athena turned into Andinor's son, Laodocus, and blended in with the Trojans. She found Prince Ephialtes and said, "Listen, Prince Ephialtes, it's time for you to make a name for yourself and make the Trojans thank you forever, especially if you surpass Paris. Look, he couldn't take down Menelaus in a short time, but you easily defeated your enemy. This proves that you've already surpassed Paris. Moreover, Menelaus is so arrogant and disrespectful. Why don't you shoot an arrow at him from the back?" This was an illogical statement. Normally, even if someone else said this to Ephesus wouldn't be moved. But the goddess had said it, and Prince Ephialtes was instantly moved. His hand slowly reached for his bow. Athena saw this and knew that it was done, so she slowly retreated. On the dueling ground, Paseion and Menelaus continued to exchange blows. The spectators could clearly feel that Menelaus' strength was much weaker than before. On the other hand, Prince Paris' aura was still steady and smooth. In other words, his power had not decreased at all. "It's time." Paseion roamed around and heard Menelaus' heavy breathing. He knew that Menelaus' strength had decreased to the point that he couldn't even maintain the most basic stability. Suddenly, Paseion's sword changed direction. He no longer roamed around like before, but attacked Menelaus from the front. Dang! Paseion used his sword to deflect Menelaus' sword. A cold light flashed as the sword pierced towards Menelaus' chest. Just as it was about to pierce through, Menelaus dodged to the side, dodging the attack. However, the sharp edge of the sword still managed to cut through the armor, causing fresh blood to flow out. Paseion then mercilessly thrust the sword towards Menelaus' heart. "Go to hell." This time, Menelaus, whose strength and stamina had been greatly reduced, could no longer dodge. He could only watch as the sword pierced towards his heart. Suddenly, Paseion felt the sword in his hand sway. With a pu sound, it only cut through the armor. The damage done to Menelaus was not as serious as the previous one. It only left a bloody mark on Menelaus. "It's Hermes!" Paseion immediately felt the force deflecting his sword, but he did not want to give up so easily. He wanted to continue his attack on Menelaus. With a pu sound, an arrow flew towards Paseion. It seemed to be aimed at him, but Paseion dodged and avoided the arrow. The arrow flew through the air and flew towards Menelaus' belt, which was too slow to react. The arrowhead pierced through the leather and armor, but only managed to cut through the skin. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. It's the power of Athena. Paseion once again felt the source of the power that had deflected the arrow. It's just that. Paseion looked in the direction where the arrow had come from and saw Ephialtes packing his bow. Although he knew that Ephialtes had been affected by Athena, Paseion was still angry. He thought to himself, "Look at what you've done, Ephialtes. Not only did you try to sneak an attack on me, you even injured King Menelaus. You've ruined the fairness of the duel. If war breaks out between the Greeks and the Trojans, you'll be the main culprit behind it." Amongst the Greeks, Agamemnon saw that Menelaus was slowly losing his strength to Paseion's attacks and started to feel anxious. Following that, Menelaus faced even more danger under Paris's attacks. There were many wounds on his body, and he was almost stabbed to death a few times. Due to the rules of the duel, Agamemnon did not intervene to stop the duel. But the despicable Trojans were still not satisfied with such a huge advantage. They shot an arrow at his beloved brother Menelaus. If not for the protection of the goddess, Menelaus would have been killed by the Trojan sneak attack. Faced with the Trojans' despicable sneak attack, Agamemnon immediately cried out, "Ah, it was the Trojans who shot the arrow. They broke the oath and ruined the sacred duel. They even injured you, my beloved brother Menelaus. They wanted to kill you. If I lost you, I would be in so much pain." As Agamemnon spoke, he thought to himself, who was it? Which deity was it that made that idiot shoot the arrow? If they had lost the duel, the Greeks would have no reason to attack Troy. Now that they shot the arrow, the Trojans have ruined the sacred duel. It looks like the deities are on the side of the Greeks. They want to teach the Trojans a lesson. Menelaus did not understand Agamemnon's thoughts. Seeing his brother's concern, he was very touched. He comforted Agamemnon, "Brother, don't worry. The arrow did not cause me any fatal injuries. My belt protected me. Thank the goddess of fate for her blessings." After saying this, Menelaus did not forget to pray to the three goddesses of fate, thanking them for giving him such good luck. "Quick, get the divine Dr. Mahawan to treat my brother Menelaus' injuries." Agamemnon immediately ordered his servants to get the divine Dr. Mahawan. With the divine Dr. Mahawan treating his brother's injuries, Agamemnon could be completely at ease. Next, Agamemnon pulled out his sword and pointed it at the sky. He shouted, "Great Greek heroes and princes, the despicable Trojans dared to attack the Spartan king Menelaus in the middle of a sacred duel. Let us take revenge on the despicable Trojans." As he said this, he personally led his troops toward the Trojans. The princes and heroes behind him looked at each other. Actually, everyone could see that Paris had won the duel. It was just that the goddess of fate did not seem to favor Paris. Just as he was about to achieve victory, an arrow was shot towards Menelaus, breaking the duel. This arrow was very strange, as it was picked at the moment when the victor was about to be decided. The crowd did not have much time to think. Immediately, some of the princes responded to Agamemnon's words and charged towards the Trojans. When Paezion saw that the Greeks had made a move, he had already started to retreat. Although it was a duel, the Trojans were equally prepared. When the Greek troops attacked, both sides clashed. Kill. Prince Paris was naturally the target of the Greeks' attack. With a loud shout, 3 Greek heroes locked onto Paezion and charged towards him. "Who are you?" Paezion looked at the 3 Greek heroes charging towards him and shouted loudly. He had to first figure out the identity of these heroes before he could decide on a strategy to deal with them. If not, he would easily fall into a passive position. This was because he knew that the gods were watching the situation on the battlefield. It would be easy for them to interfere, just like how they had dealt with Menelaus. "I am Pallas Cilios, son of Iphiclos," a hero holding a spear and a shield said. He had just been engaged when he went on an expedition to Troy. When he landed, he was the first Greek to jump ashore. His fiancée was the daughter of the Argo hero Acastus, Laodamia. "This is a short-lived devil. I can kill him immediately." Paezion thought to himself, "I am Elephanoi, king of Euboea." The second hero wearing red armor said, "This one won't live long either. I am Ajax the Great, son of Termon." The tall and sturdy hero said, "This one is very powerful." Ajax the Great was the son of Termon and Arisper. He was the first cousin of Achilles. During the Trojan War, he was one of the main generals of the Greek allied expeditionary force. As Paezion listened to their self-introductions, he already had a plan in mind. At this point, great Ajax gave a loud shout and threw a long spear at Paezion. The speed of the long spear was very fast, and Paezion was taken aback. He ducked his body slightly and dodged the spear. However, an unlucky Trojan soldier was pierced through the chest by the spear. He fell and crashed into another person. Both of them were dead. Hector saw that Paris had barely dodged Ajax's spear. From the distance of the soldier who had been killed, he could tell that this hero was very strong. Paris was also fighting 1 against 3. He was worried that he would not be able to deal with them, so he shouted, "Despicable Greeks!" He had already rushed over, heading straight for great Ajax. Chapter 559. Big Ajax is very powerful. He had the hero's bloodline and is at least 2 levels higher than me. Paezion was prepared to retreat as he faced the 3 heroes, especially Big Ajax. But since Hector had already rushed over to help, there was no need to trouble himself. Paezion dodged slightly, dodging Big Ajax's attack. At this moment, Hector had already rushed over and was about to face Big Ajax, who was pouncing towards him. The 2 of them fought fiercely. They were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win or lose. The strongest of the three, Big Ajax, was already dealt with by Hector. Pei Ziyin looked at the two heroes and finally at Palatezalus. "Since you are the first to die in history, you shall die by my hand. Menelaus did not manage to kill me, so I shall kill you first." As he thought of this, the system activated. Pei Ziyin did not have time to look at it. He raised his sword and rushed towards Palatezalus. Palatezalus wasn't one to be trifled with either. A long spear pierced towards Pei Ziyin, the sharp tip of the spear gleaming with a dark, cold light. If it was an ordinary soldier, he wouldn't be able to dodge this spear. But Pei Ziyin just dodged slightly and dodged the spear. Before his opponent could react, Pei Ziyin's bronze sword had already slashed towards Palatezalus. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. It turned out that Palatezalus had used a shield to block Pei Ziyin's sword. Die! The king of Ubei, Elphinoa, rushed forward. His bronze spear glowed with a cold light as it stabbed towards Pei Ziyin. Clang! Another crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. Pei Ziyin's sword drew an arc in the air and blocked the bronze spear that was coming towards him. Pei Ziyin, Palatezalus, and the king of Ubei, Elphinoa, began to fight fiercely. Both sides exchanged blows and exchanged blows. Greek battle techniques, simple and clear. It has the style of military battle techniques. These combat skills are all for killing. There's nothing fancy about them. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he felt the battle between Palatezalus and the king of Ubei, Elphinoa. But this world doesn't have any mysterious senses, so I can make a move on this aspect. At the start of the battle, both sides were just probing each other and did not use their full strength. Now that the battle was over, Palatezalus and King Elphinoa could clearly see Pei Ziyin's strength. They felt that it would not be easy to take him down. They exchanged glances and came to an agreement. Let's work together and kill this person. As for one-on-one combat, the Greeks did not do that. This was a battlefield, not a duel. At this point, Pei Ziyin had fought with him once. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had a clear understanding of their strengths. At this point, he slowly retreated. Secretly, he kicked out with his heel, causing a helmet to move slightly. Palatezalus and King Elphinoa saw that Pei Ziyin was about to retreat. Palatezalus gave a loud shout as he raised his spear and charged at Pei Ziyin. His speed was twice as fast as when he had first charged at Pei Ziyin. Just as Pei Ziyin retreated to the side of the helmet, Palatezalus charged towards him. Palatezalus did not even notice Pei Ziyin's movements. The helmet that had suddenly appeared on the ground was blocking his path. However, he had used all his strength to charge forward. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Pei Ziyin had been waiting for this fleeting opportunity. He immediately pounced towards Palatezalus, who had not regained his footing. Palatezalus was indeed a hero. Even in such a situation, he still managed to stab the spear in his hand towards Pei Ziyin. However, he could no longer exert much strength with the spear. Pei Ziyin blocked the spear with his sword. King Elphinoa, who had not caught up in time, saw that things were not looking good. He shouted and threw the bronze spear in his hand towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin had already expected that the opponent would help him. He dodged slightly and dodged the incoming bronze spear. The spear brushed past his hair and missed. At almost the same time, Pei Ziyin's sword slashed towards Palatezalus. A cold light flashed, and with a pu sound, the sword slashed across Palatezalus' throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Palatezalus froze. After a breath's time, his body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The moment Palatezalus died, Pei Ziyin could faintly see a soul struggling within the body. The soul's strength had been reduced by more than half, and only a shadow remained. Successfully harvested one, Pei Ziyin thought to himself. However, he was on the battlefield, and the eyes of the gods were constantly on him. It was not convenient for him to take a closer look. King Elphinoa, who was standing a distance away, saw that Pei Ziyin had killed Palatezalus. He was shocked and angry, but at the same time a little afraid. He did not expect Prince Paris of Troy to be so powerful. He and Palatesilos had been surrounded by two heroes, but he had still been killed in such a short period of time. If he were to go up alone, he would be in danger. Prince Paris has killed the hero of the Greeks. Elphinoa was shocked and angry. Heroes were different from soldiers. One of them was equipped with armor and weapons. Seeing Paris kill Palatesilos, the morale of the Trojan soldiers was greatly boosted. Following the cheers, the Trojans seemed to have gained the upper hand on the battlefield. This is the first battle between Troy and Greece. We cannot let the Trojans win the first battle. At this time, Athena muttered, if the Trojans won the first battle, it would be a huge blow to the Greek army and cause a deviation in their destiny. This would not be in line with the will of the gods, nor would it be in the interests of Athena. She was the guardian of Greece. She looked at the battlefield and waved her hand. An invisible force surged into the distance. Diomedes, who was rushing over, suddenly felt his body filled with an inexhaustible amount of energy. His courage increased, and his armor and shield shone like the stars of Sirius on an autumn night. It's the blessing of the gods. Although Diomedes did not feel like a priest and did not know which god was blessing him, he was still full of fighting spirit. With a loud roar, he drove his chariot and charged forward. In his hands was a bunch of short spears. He picked one up and threw it in one direction. With a pu sound, the spear not only pierced through a soldier, it also pierced through another person. Following this, the Trojans fell one by one. Yun, who had retreated a little, frowned when he saw this. This hero suddenly became so powerful. Was it the help of the gods? In that instant, he felt the power of Athena again. Every time he reached a critical juncture, these gods would interfere with his plans. If it weren't for the fact that Hermes and Athena had both intervened, he would have been able to kill Menelaus. This time, the Trojans finally gained the upper hand, and Athena helped them. How should he deal with this? Seeing this, Ares frowned and was about to get up. Athena immediately felt it. She did not want to fight with Ares immediately. At this time, she raised her head and said, "Brother, it is best that we do not interfere with the battle between the Trojans and the Greeks. Let them fight on their own and see which side our father wants to win." Ares nodded and sat down again. Athena then returned to Mount Olympus and raised the golden cup. It seemed that the mortals on both sides had escaped from the intervention of the gods. However, Athena knew that her hero, Diomedes, was still there with the power of the gods. Diomedes was invincible, killing the Trojans and forcing them to retreat. Even Hector could not stand still and was pushed back by the crowd. At this moment, a horn sounded above the city of Troy. This was the signal to retreat. "Hector, my respected brother, King Priam, our father, has asked us to retreat. I think this is a good idea. The Greeks outnumber us many times. We cannot fight them head-on. We must rely on the city of Troy to continuously weaken the enemy. Look, the archers on the city wall are ready and waiting for us. Please lead the troops in retreat. When we reach the bottom of the city, we can teach the Greeks a lesson. As for the Greek hero, I will stop him. That person is very powerful. If you can't stop him, I will." Hector said gloomily. He looked at Diomedes, who was shining with light, and he was very afraid. "Hector, I'm not going to use my sword and spear to stop him. Don't forget, I'm an expert in archery. In the duel just now, I could not use my bow and arrow. Now, I will use my bow and arrow to kill him," Yun said coldly. When Hector heard this, he felt that it was reasonable. This brother of his was better at archery than he was during the competition. He immediately shouted and organized the Trojans to retreat. Diomedes, who was charging forward, immediately felt it and saw the person in front of him. "Prince Paris, you defeated Menelaus, but you are no match for me." Diomedes shouted loudly at Yun. As he spoke, he threw a spear at Yun. Yun dodged to the side, and the spear pierced through his left shoulder, not injuring him at all. Yun then shouted, "I admit that your strength is great, far surpassing that of Menelaus. But your attack ends here." This was a small pit that he had dug for Diomedes. Indeed, Menelaus, who was healing his wound, had a gloomy look on his face. At this time, someone had already brought a bow over. Paisian took it and heard 3 pung-pung-pung sounds. 3 arrows were shot towards Diomedes. Pooh! The first arrow was blocked, and the second arrow was barely dodged. The third arrow hit Diomedes' shoulder, and fresh blood stained his armor. However, Diomedes was not fatally wounded. He stood in front of the chariot and said to Sthenelus, "Friend, quickly get down from the chariot and pull out the arrow from my shoulder." Sthenelus did as he was told. Fresh blood flowed from the wound, and Diomedes prayed to Athena, "Blue-eyed daughter of Zeus, you protected my father in the past. Now, please protect me as well. Pray that my spear will pierce through Prince Paris, who harmed me, so that he will never see the light of day again." However, when Athena heard this prayer, she shook her head slightly. Zeus would not allow him to kill Paris on the first day. Indeed, after Diomedes prayed, he endured the pain and threw his spear at Paisian. However, the spear passed through and did not hit Paisian. It landed heavily on the city gate. The strange thing was that the gate flashed and bounced back, leaving only a small mark on it. This was the city of Troy that God had built. The first duel and battle is over. Seeing that the Trojans had retreated back to Troy, Zeus stood up on Mount Olympus and took out a golden scale. He placed both of them on the scale and began to weigh them. "Balance, this suits me very well." Zeus looked at the scale. Although the Greek side had a little more, the difference was not huge. He nodded his head in satisfaction. If the difference between the two sides was too great, then God would have to intervene. This result was very good. Only by maintaining a stalemate would they be able to continue killing each other. Chapter 560. The Greek camp was not far from the beach, and it was a shelter on higher ground. At this time, the camp was still very lively. The soldiers went to the surroundings to cut down trees and build trenches and fences around the camp. Rows of tents were set up, and chariots were pulled ashore, neatly arranged in rows. Sacks of food were carried ashore and stacked in the tents. The soldiers dug the trenches, and the craftsmen built watchtowers. The camp gradually took shape. The smaller ships were towed ashore at high tide, and the bottom of the ships were padded with stones to prevent the bottom of the ships from rotting. A group of soldiers cut down trees and collected wood, built wooden beds, picked up firewood, and piled them into a pile. The wooden bed was placed on top of the pile, and the body of Palatezalus was placed on it. A small altar was built against the pile of firewood. In the middle of the altar was a pedestal, and on the pedestal was a statue of Zeus. Compared to the confidence they had when they landed, the morale of the Greek coalition was low. The heroes and princes gathered in a circle, silently watching Palatezalus, who was lying quietly on the pile of firewood. At this time, he looked as if he was asleep, quiet and peaceful, but everyone knew that he would never wake up again. His brother, Pardax, had tears in his eyes. "Father, how can I explain this to you?" 2 sons of the king of Philrax, Padalcus and Palatsilios, came to him, and Palatsilios, who was also a prince, with a lovely betrothed, the daughter of Acastus, the hero of Argo, who took a sorrowful leave of him and sent him off to war, and now never saw him again. The princes were a little sad. They thought that with so many of them, Troy would be able to take them down in one go. After all, Hercules had led a few dozen ships to take down Troy and loot everything. Now, on the first day, a prince had died. The accompanying priests placed the sacrifices on the altar, took out a jar of water, and sprinkled it on the altar and the sacrifices. They also went around the pile of firewood and sprinkled water on Palatezalus. The priests silently prayed to Zeus, hoping that he would take care of Palatezalus' soul. Agamemnon knelt on the ground, raised his hands, and prayed loudly. "Ah, dear Palatsilios, I am so sad to see you leave. I hope that the great Zeus can bring your soul back to the heavens. I will wash away your shame and make the despicable Trojans pay for what they have done today." After the prayer, someone lit the pile of firewood with a torch, and the corpse was swallowed up by the raging fire. When the fire was extinguished, only a pile of ashes was left. Someone used a porcelain jar to store the ashes and buried them under a luxuriant elm tree in the bay. The funeral was simple and solemn. Everyone formed a circle and slowly moved around the elm tree, reminiscing the memory of Palatezalus. When the funeral was in progress, no one noticed Austin sneaking away. When he arrived at a tent, a servant came in and bowed. "Master, I followed your orders and secretly buried a sum of gold in Palamedes' tent while everyone was focused on the funeral." Austin glanced at the servant and threw him a piece of gold. "Good job. Pack your luggage and return to your country today. Say that you are here to tell your family that you are safe." "Yes, master." The servant happily accepted the gold and retreated. Austin's face darkened, and he called for another warrior. This warrior did not know any of this and listened to the king. "I have a servant who stole the gold when I was not paying attention. This is a family scandal. Kill him secretly and throw him into the sea. The gold will be yours." "Yes, my king." The warrior was furious. The servant stole the gold and should be killed. He chased after the servant and soon heard scream. After doing all this, Austin quietly returned to the funeral to remember Palatezalus. No one noticed anything out of the ordinary. The solemn funeral was finally over. The crowd dispersed and returned to their tents. The soldiers patrolled and returned to their posts. Everything returned to normal. Austin returned to his tent and wrote a letter to Palamedes in the name of King Priam. In the letter, he mentioned the gold and thanked Palamedes for facilitating the duel between Menelaus and Paris. Reading the letter that he had personally written, Austin smiled. After checking it carefully, he left the tent and rushed to Agamemnon's tent. Agamemnon's tent was in the center of the camp. It was the largest and most luxurious tent in the entire camp. There was a thick woolen blanket laid out in the tent. Agamemnon had just returned from the funeral and was lying on the blanket, thinking about the changes in the battle. Austin hurriedly pulled open the curtain of the tent. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "My great general, take a look. What is this?" As he spoke, he handed the letter over. Agamemnon, who was deep in thought, did not react. Seeing Austin's eagerness, he solemnly accepted the letter. As soon as he opened the folded letter, Agamemnon's expression changed. He immediately asked angrily, "Austin, where did you get this letter?" "My great general, when I went to find Palamedes, he was not around, so I found it in the tent." Agamemnon's hands trembled in anger. He roared, "Quickly summon all the princes and heroes to my tent. At the same time, call Palamedes over as well." The messenger received the order and left. Not long later, the princes and heroes arrived at Agamemnon's tent. Agamemnon handed them the parchment letter. Everyone's expression changed when they read it. Padaux, who had just lost his brother, and Menelaus, who was injured, became even more furious. He shouted, "So it was because of a traitor that we failed. Even if he is the son of King Nauplius, we must kill him." At this time, Palamedes entered the tent and saw the angry Greek princes and heroes. Agamemnon handed the letter to Palamedes, who had just walked in. After a while, Agamemnon asked, "What do you think?" "It is all a slander," cried Palamedes, reading the letter, for he knew that he was meant to be killed. "Since you say it's slander, very well. I will now appoint a few people to form a jury to investigate you. If there is no such thing, I will prove your innocence." "General Agamemnon, just send people to investigate." "I, Palamedes, am innocent," Palamedes said. "Austin, I appoint you as the chief judge of this jury. All the princes will be part of the jury. You will investigate Prince Palamedes. Make sure you get to the bottom of this," Agamemnon said. "Great general, thank you for your trust in me. I will investigate Prince Palamedes seriously and fight to prove his innocence." With that, Austin ordered a search of Palamedes' residence. The result shocked everyone. Palamedes' tent was dug up with a large amount of gold. When the princes saw this, they shouted, "The traitor should die." Austin looked around and saw that some princes lowered their heads in silence, some were angry, and some did not change their expressions. He was delighted. "My plan is very simple. Many princes might not be able to see the problem, but Palamedes has offended many people, and no one is willing to speak up for him. Most importantly, Palamedes has no god to speak up for him. This was also an important reason why Austin framed Palamedes. If it was someone else who spoke up for God, this plan might not have succeeded. Moreover, the first battle was a bit disadvantageous, and it hurt morale. We need a scapegoat. This is why our general, Agamemnon, supported this plan. With Agamemnon's approval, the jury sentenced Palamedes to death. Despicable Palamedes, your mistake has caused Greece to suffer great losses. On behalf of the allied army, I now sentence you to death, Austin said. Odysseus said, Palamedes, since we are both princes, we will not use swords but stones to kill you. Palamedes saw through the conspiracy, but he could not prove that he was innocent or that someone had framed him. However, the evidence of his betrayal was conclusive. No matter what, he could not defend himself. When he was dragged to the execution ground, he knew that the only thing that could save him now was the gods. He raised his hands and said, Ah, Greeks, you will kill a knowledgeable, innocent, and beautiful nightingale. All the princes present laughed at this strange defense. In their eyes, Palamedes' words were as weak as not saying anything at all. In fact, Palamedes' words were for the gods to hear. He knew that as long as one god was willing to help him, he could live. Execute. Austin's scalp went numb. Although he knew that no god would help him, what if one of them suddenly had a whim? He immediately gave the order, and stones rained down on Palamedes. Palamedes was in despair. He shouted, Rejoice, O truth, for you have finally died before me. When he shouted, Austin laughed coldly. Palamedes, at this point, you still refuse to ask for help from the gods. Instead, you shout for the truth. Can the truth help you? Although he thought this way, he was still afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. He immediately threw a large stone at Palamedes' head. He groaned and fell to the ground. Blood covered the ground, and it seemed that he would not survive. Agamemnon looked on coldly. After the doctor confirmed Palamedes' death, he ordered for Palamedes to be buried. Palamedes was confirmed to be a traitor of Greece and was sentenced to death. Therefore, he did not have the right to enjoy the same grand funeral as Palitsilios. Therefore, he could only be buried. He could not enjoy a cremation. Agamemnon only ordered for him to be buried because he was a prince. Otherwise, his corpse would have been left in the wilderness. The surrounding princes and heroes watched silently. Not many of them showed any sympathy. Even Menelaus, who had a good impression of him, no longer had a good impression of him due to Odysseus' provocation during the last diplomatic mission. Now, all he had left was hatred. On Mount Olympus, the gods looked on coldly, just as Odysseus had expected. Only Nemesis, the goddess of justice, was watching from above. She decided to punish the Greeks and Odysseus, who had tricked them into committing a crime. Despicable Greeks, you will be punished for the justice you have lost. I will make you understand that justice is never lacking. Chapter 561. Troy. Royal Palace Pays. Ian walked into the palace unhurriedly. He was still very satisfied. The first battle between Troy and Greece seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, with neither side able to do anything to the other. However, upon closer inspection, Troy had achieved quite a lot in this battle. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Paezion had defeated King Menelaus of Sparta and killed Prince Palatezalus of the kingdom of Furlac. Furthermore, when Diomedes was receiving the power and courage from Athena, he had injured him with an arrow. This had dealt a huge blow to the morale of the Greek coalition army and increased his own reputation. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw Ephesus standing there dejectedly. Paezion was slightly surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood that the matter of him shooting an arrow at Menelaus had probably been exposed. King Priam roared angrily, "Stupid Ephesus, your brother Paris was about to kill Menelaus. Why did you shoot an arrow and break the oath? Why did you break the sacred duel?" And it wasn't accurate. Ephesus felt very wronged. He didn't want to do that either, but he didn't know what was wrong with him. He shot an arrow at Menelaus, no, at Paris. That day, and in her son, Reducos, told me. Ephabus thought about it and quickly argued. Father, Anner's son, Raducos, told me that Paris was about to lose and asked me to shoot an arrow. I did it to help my brother. Prince Ephabus, I wasn't at the front line at that time. I was on the city wall with my father and the respected king watching the battle. Helen was there too. She can testify for me. Raducos was caught off guard and panicked. He didn't want to be the scapegoat. Fortunately, he was on the city wall at that time, and the king was there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Many people thought that Ephesus was lying. Paisiun, who had just entered, knew that Ephesus might not be lying. It was just that the Laducos he saw wasn't himself. Perhaps it was Athena or Hermes in disguise. This was because the priestess could sense the descent of the two divine powers. Although he knew that, he couldn't say it out loud. If he didn't say it out loud, Ephesus wouldn't have a good relationship with him to begin with. If he pointed it out, it would be easy to offend the gods. Come on, Ephesus. I didn't think you'd still argue at a time like this. How foolish. King Priam was furious, for Ephesus had greatly disappointed him. The whole city was talking about what had just happened, and he was still quibbling about it. Go, take out the gold and compensate your brother. I know you also accepted Paris's gold last time. Now you have to pay your brother double. Seeing that Phobos didn't move, King Priam was disappointed. What a stupid son. He was trying to excuse him, but Phobos didn't appreciate it. He glared at Phobos and asked, You don't agree? Ephesus shuddered. He originally wanted to drag things out, but now he gave up. He glared at Paris, turned around, and walked out of the door. Paisiun laughed and did not take it to heart. King Priam, who had been fuming with rage moments ago, looked at Paris and seemed to have changed into a different person. He said happily, Paris, you did well this time. Not only did you defeat Menelaus, you even killed Palatezalus and injured Diomedes. These are all famous Greek princes and kings. Father, it was all because of my brother Hector who stopped Ajax and the other Greek heroes that I was able to achieve this, Paisiun said sincerely. If it wasn't for Hector's interference, he might not have been able to kill Palatezalus when he was surrounded by the three of them. In fact, he might have even been in danger. The most important thing was that Paisiun understood politics too well. As for the throne of Troy, he had no intentions of fighting for it. He then continued, I will definitely assist my father and brother and work hard for Troy. As long as we are united, I believe that we will definitely be able to defeat the Greeks. Well said. King Priam was very pleased. On one hand, Paris's outstanding performance had given them a reliable strength when facing the Greek allied forces. On the one hand, it was because of Paris's statement. Priam was just a little worried that Paris would become arrogant after his achievements and want to compete with Hector for the throne. In the history of the Greek city-states, such cases of brothers fighting against each other were not uncommon. But now that he heard these words, he relaxed a lot. King Priam said happily, Both of you are my best sons. As long as we are united, we will definitely win. He then turned to Hector and said, Hector, let your wife bring Anon and Helen to the palace more often. Yes, father, Hector replied. Paris. The final result of the duel was a pity. The stupid Ephabus broke the alliance. Otherwise, you could have killed Menelaus. However, I hope you won't complain about Ephabus. He wasn't like this in the past. Maybe you have been too concerned about him recently. King Priam sighed. Although Ephabus had made a mistake, he was still his son. He still hoped that Ephabus would turn over a new leaf after this incident. He also didn't want Paris and Ephabus to turn against each other. Father, don't worry. Ephabus was bewitched by others. He is my brother, and I have no prejudice against him, Paisiun said. This Ephabus was not a threat to him. Besides, the goddess of vengeance was not someone to be trifled with. He didn't want his brothers to kill each other. The king nodded and said to everyone in the palace, I see that there is something fishy about this battle. Let's just say that Diomedes suddenly became very brave. What do you think? Of course, Paisiun knew what Priam was talking about. It was the gods who helped Diomedes, but he didn't intend to say it. An elder in the palace stood up and said, King, I think Diomedes has been smeared with a secret medicine. After smearing it, he becomes very brave and powerful. He is more than twice as powerful as usual. During the Golden Fleece incident, Ison had smeared this secret medicine on him. Priam nodded and agreed with the elder's opinion. Some people in the palace actually thought of the gods, but they didn't have any evidence. Besides, this was considered blasphemy, so no one mentioned it. Even Priam deliberately avoided talking about the role of the gods in this war. Although everyone was well aware that the shadows of the gods were everywhere, everyone chose to ignore this point. The discussion in the palace didn't last long. It ended very quickly, and Pei Zi-yun took his leave. When he left the palace, the horse carriage was already waiting outside the palace. Pei Zi-yun boarded the carriage. Just as he sat down, the servant whipped the reins, and the carriage headed towards the mansion. Troy was built by the gods. It could be said to be the most magnificent and prosperous city. The port was connected to various places for trade. The fertile land outside the city was filled with lush olives, grapes, and wheat. There were many streets and alleys in the city, extending in all directions. Every street had a name, and there were temples everywhere. However, like any other city, there were densely populated slums. The spacious and bright courtyards belonged to the priests, elders, and heroes. The war has only just begun. Nothing has been destroyed. It's a pity that as the destruction of the war increases, even I can't stop it from deteriorating. Pei Zi-yun looked at everything and called out in his heart, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged. It became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. There were words on it. Mission: counterattack the Greek emissaries, fight for justice, and win a duel with Menelaus. Completed. Mission: first blood, kill the first Greek hero, Palatezalus. Completed. Mission: lure Odysseus into killing Palamedes. Incomplete. The second mission was completed. Pei Zi-yun tapped lightly on the screen. Battle with Menelaus. You have gained 2 fate points. Kill the first Greek hero, Palatezalus. You have gained 1 fate point. I've gained 3 fate points in one go. I now have 9 fate points. Pei Zi-yun looked at the mission and thought to himself, if I complete the third mission, I will have 10 fate points. Odysseus, this is a good opportunity. Can you grab it? Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. At this moment, the system jumped. Mission: lure Odysseus into killing Palamedes. Completed. Mission completed? Odysseus has already killed Palamedes? Pei Zi-yun was pleasantly surprised when he heard the coachman say, "Prince, we have arrived." It turned out that the carriage had sped all the way to the entrance of the mansion. Ono had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. When she saw Paris jump down, she didn't even have time to steady herself before she ran over and threw herself into his arms. "My dear Paris, you're finally back. Do you know how worried I was?" Ono said as she buried herself in Pei Zi-yun's arms. Pei Zi-yun smiled and stroked Ono's long hair. "My dear Ono, don't worry. I'm back in one piece. Look, the servants are all watching. Let's go in and talk." Pei Zi-yun held Ono's hand and walked in. "Paris, I heard that you defeated King Menelaus of Sparta in a duel and even killed Palatezalus. Is that true?" Anon asked Pei Zi-yun along the way. "Yes, I didn't win the duel against the Spartan king, Menelaus. I was interrupted by Ephesus, but I did kill Palatezalus," Pei Zi-yun said truthfully. When Ono heard that Paris hadn't won the duel, she relaxed. Although she had promised Paris to let Helen stay, Paris hadn't won the duel, so Helen couldn't stay. Pei Zi-yun could tell what Ono was trying to do, but he didn't say anything. He said, "Ono, don't let your imagination run wild. You're my first wife." Anon nodded heavily. Chapter 562. Mount Olympus, the goddess of justice, Themis, was determined to punish the Greeks and Odysseus. The gods looked at what was happening in the Greek army with different expressions. Zeus picked up a fruit and tasted it carefully. He looked at what was happening in the clouds and sighed. "I can smell the scent of fate. Both Odysseus and Palamedes have accepted the arrangements of fate, but it seems a bit early." Hera smiled and helped Zeus fill up his cup. My dear, isn't everything they do within your control? If there are any deviations, we will correct them in time. Oh, Zeus nodded, agreeing with Hera's words. The goddess of vengeance stared at Odysseus and thought, "Foolish Odysseus, you will pay for your mistakes." The seeds of revenge have been planted in the hearts of King Nauplius and Clymene. They are Polymedes' parents, and they will soon take revenge on you. The three goddesses of fate felt Polymedes' death. Goddess Clotho said, Polymedes' death was originally decreed by fate, but it was a bit early. Lachesis said, this was caused by Paris and Odysseus. Without these factors, Polymedes would not have deviated from the path of fate. Atropos said, no matter what, Odysseus, although you have Athena's protection, jealousy will cause you to suffer. Odysseus did not know that everything he had done had been seen by the gods, and that many gods had their eyes on him. Because of this, he was cursed by the gods. After the Trojan War, he drifted in the Aegean Sea and the North Sea for 10 years before returning to his hometown of Ithaca. If he had known that this would happen, perhaps he would have treated Polymedes more carefully. However, at this moment, he was very happy. He had finally gotten rid of this prince whom he had humiliated many times. Agamemnon returned to his tent with mixed feelings. He did not think that Polymedes would betray the Greeks, and that there was conclusive evidence. No, it was not that Agamemnon did not think that someone had framed him, but even his younger brother Menelaus hated Polymedes. Many princes had also judged him guilty, so he could only obey everyone's wishes and execute him. What a pity, Agamemnon thought. Troy the next day, Paezion woke up early in the morning and went to the garden to train. He then took a bath and picked up a cup of wine to finish it in one gulp. At this moment, within the dark space, a palace was floating quietly. With a thought, Zhang Xian's figure appeared. He saw a young man shouting and raising his sword, a look of rage on his face. The bloodline of Palatezalus that was harvested last time has been turned into an iron statue and formed the fourth pillar. At this moment, the statue was releasing wisps of mist. The system's pulsation was not as obvious as before. Only when the mist formed into a ball of mist would the numbers jump slightly. However, this could not be helped. As his level increased, he needed more power. Palatezalus was only a low-level hero. If he wanted to level up faster in the future, he could only harvest high-level heroes. However, if he could collect the divine power of a god, his power would increase very quickly. As he thought of this, Paezion looked at the marble pillar that he had absorbed from Aphrodite's divine powers the last time. Beneath the pillar was a bronze statue of the goddess Aphrodite. There were silver carvings on it. The last strand of divine power has not been collected by me. It's very stubborn. After looking at this, he shouted, System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and enlarged rapidly. It became a translucent information interface with words on it. Mission: lure Odysseus to kill Polymedes completed. He had not looked at it in detail yesterday. Now that he had 10 fate points, the original 9 had been increased by 1. At this moment, the system vibrated. 10 fate points. Oracle system activated. Oracles can be issued through the system. Every oracle will have different consequences. Host, please consider carefully. Oracle? What's the use of that? If I impersonate Athena or Apollo and issue an oracle, wouldn't I be discovered by God immediately? Paezion thought to himself. But as he thought about it, a stream of information flowed out. Gradually, he understood the deeper secrets of God. His expression turned serious. The simplest oracle is an order or a prophecy issued by God. Other than that, there are also the oracles of destiny. A new marriage will cause the king of the gods to face destruction. This is a typical oracle of destiny. Rather than saying it's an oracle, it's more like the path of the world. So that's how it is. Rather than saying that the 3 goddesses of destiny are the controllers of destiny, they are more like prophets among the gods. She can feel the strong path of destiny and issue it in the form of an oracle. Even the gods cannot easily change the strongest of them. If they do, they will be in danger of falling into a deep sleep. Pei Yun was excited and immediately checked the god's prophecy. Two gods' prophecy appeared before his eyes. God's prophecy. The land of Troy will accept the blood of humans and heroes. 9 fate points. Oracle. All souls of the Battle of Troy will be imprisoned before the end of the war. 10 fate points. Pei Yin pasted his consciousness on it. Suddenly, his body trembled. After a long time, he woke up and said in a hoarse voice, "The land of Troy will accept the blood of humans and heroes." The consequence of this is that Zeus will destroy the world. He will cause a flood and drown the entire land. Oracle. All souls of the Battle of Troy will be imprisoned before the end of the war. Zeus will also cause a flood and drown all the cities outside of Greece. He will personally reap all the souls. Scary. Why is it like this? It's really scary. Pei Yin muttered, "Oh, I understand now." The Golden Age, Silver Age, and Iron Age were all like this. The essence of this oracle is related to the battle between Zeus, Gaia, and Hades for the throne. That's why he decided to destroy the world. This is too scary. If I issue an inappropriate oracle, I don't know how much power will be generated and I will immediately turn into ashes. After a long time, Pei Yin finally woke up. He shook his head and put down the system. He walked through the long corridor of the garden to Helen's mansion. Helen had received news early in the morning that Paris would be coming over. She was waiting in the corridor to welcome Pei Yin. After what happened in Sparta and the recent duel between Paris and Menelaus, Helen knew that it was impossible for her to get forgiveness from her ex-husband and the Greeks. She felt that if she was really banished from Troy and handed over to the Greeks, then death and humiliation would be her only fate. There was no other possibility. Helen thought about this and threw herself into Pei Yin's arms. "Paris, you are more heroic than I thought." Pei Yin smiled. Helen did not know what he was thinking and continued. "Paris, thank the gods that you are unharmed. You don't know how worried I was." "Helen, don't worry. The goddess of fate is watching over me. I will be fine." At this moment, a servant reported, "Prince Paris, there is news from the palace. King Kronos led an army to attack the Greeks, but was scattered by the storm." Scattered by the storm? After careful inquiry, it turned out that it was the nearby kingdom of Corona. King Kronos was the son of Poseidon and a female immortal. He was raised by a swan on the island of Tenedos, hence the name Kronos. He was an ally of Troy. When he saw the Greek army land in Troy, he did not wait for King Priam to ask for help. He led his army to attack the Greeks. In the end, they were attacked by the storm. The fleet suffered heavy losses and was blown back. This made Pei Yin think that the gods had interfered. Previously, Castor and Polydeuces had also lost their lives because of Poseidon's interference. As long as one side had the strength to break the balance, then the gods would weaken the other side. However, Kronos has regrouped and is preparing to attack Troy again. Pei Yin thought, Kronos is said to be invulnerable. Without Achilles, he is invincible. No one in the Greek army is a match for him. Once the balance is broken, he will be blown back. This was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea. However, Poseidon favored the Greeks. When Kronos joined Troy, he was already sentenced to death. Hence, in the original script, when he reached Troy, he would be killed by Achilles. His father did not even help him once. You have to know that other heroes have more or less the help of the gods. Although they cannot avoid death, they have obtained victory and glory before dying. As for Kronos, you are too strong. Hence, without victory or glory, you return to the realm of Hades. This time, you can think of it as a form of correction before Achilles arrives. You can also think of it as a warning and mercy from his father Poseidon. If the next time I reach Troy, I do not know how the gods will correct it without Achilles. But Kronos will definitely be dealt with in a short period of time. It's a pity that he is my ally. If not, I can definitely kill him. Pei Yin thought to himself. However, Zeus might not want to see Troy so strong. According to the principle of balance between the gods, when Greece's strength is weakened, Troy must also be weakened to a certain extent. Seems like whether it is Troy or Greece, the heroes must die. Paris, what are you thinking about? Helen's voice broke, Pei Ziyun's reverie. Oh, Helen, I'm thinking about why the wine you brew tastes so sweet. Pei Ziyun smiled as he spoke. Really? Paris? This is what my brother taught me. Before she could finish, Helen thought of her two brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, and she felt a wave of sadness. Pei Ziyun did not expect to mention Helen's sadness again. He hurriedly said, "The king has ordered Hector's wife to bring you around the palace. When the time comes, remember to go." Pei Ziyun was also afraid that he would neglect Helen if he had too many things to do. After all, she had left her home to follow him to Troy. He still hoped that Helen would be able to go out more. He also hoped that Helen and Anon could get along. It was impossible to say that they were harmonious, but as long as there were no sharp conflicts, it would be fine. This way, he could put more energy into this war. At least he could deal with the changes that would occur when Kronos arrived. Chapter 563. Mount Etna at the top of the mountain. The snow never melted, and thick smoke billowed from the top. From time to time, there was a dull sound, which was the sound of gas being ejected. This was an active volcano, erupting lava from time to time. Looking down through the thick smoke, one could see the fiery red lava rolling and bubbling. At this time, there was a black shadow in the lava, which looked like a giant. The giant had 100 snake heads, feathers all over his body, and a pair of wings. He spat out a snake's tongue, and his eyes were spitting fire. It was the king of beasts, Typhon. He was also a member of the Titan race. Typhon had once fought fiercely with Zeus and was Zeus' sworn enemy. Zeus had blasted Typhon to the brink of death with thunder and finally suppressed him on Mount Altona. Years of imprisonment did not extinguish his ambition. He always wanted to attack Mount Olympus and pull the gods down from their altar. At this moment, he was bowing to a small veiled goddess. Compared to him, who was 100 meters tall, the goddess was less than 2 meters tall, as small as a bean. But the giant was respectful and devout. If the female demons in the forest saw this, they would not believe that their father would be so respectful to a woman. In the eyes of Typhon's children, their father was omnipotent, even daring to challenge the gods. "Don't bow. If you cause the mountain to shake, the gods will find out," the veiled woman said. Typhon did not do things secretly. He had done some small things behind the back, which were all discovered by the gods. This time, she had taken a risk by coming here. If it were not for Typhon's eagerness this time and the high price he paid, she would not have come here to meet Typhon. "Tell me, why did you pay such a high price to see me?" "Great mother." As soon as the giant opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the mysterious woman. "I'm not Gaia. If I were her, I would not come to see you so easily. She is under the supervision of the gods, especially Zeus." "No, mother, although I do not know why you are a phantom, I can feel the connection of the origin of blood." "No one can cheat," Typhon said. The mysterious woman did not interrupt or refute. She just remained silent. "Mother, please help me. I need your help," Typhon said respectfully. He had been suppressed for many years, and his strength had declined to the extreme. He could only turn to his mother, Gaia. "Typhon, what can I help you with?" asked the mysterious woman. She knew that although Typhon was suppressed in Mount Etna all year round, his children were everywhere. Many things could be entrusted to his children. From the previous incidents, especially the recent siren incident in Tenedos in the Aegean Sea, the mysterious woman knew that it was caused by Typhon's children. And at this time, Typhon did not look for his children to solve the problem, but paid a huge price to ask for her help. This somewhat moved her. It must be known that Gaia was the main body of the earth, and the world could not be separated from her. But at the same time, several upheavals were related to her. Although she still enjoyed the glory, the new gods were closely watching and even monitoring her. And because of Typhon's rebellion and his relationship with Gaia, he was constantly under the surveillance of the gods. If he was not careful, he might be discovered by the gods. The mysterious woman was very curious. What kind of matter was worth mobilizing so many people? Mother, I feel a treasure that is very important to me. I am now sure that this treasure is in Troy. It has radiated a signal several times, so I can feel it. The hot magma kept rolling, and from time to time, there was a burst of bubbles. The rolling smoke seemed to be thicker than before, which reflected the excitement in Typhon's heart at the moment. He continued, Mother, I can't go out. Please help me get it. I can feel that with it, I can be extremely powerful, and I can even help you defeat the gods. The mysterious woman laughed, obviously amused by Typhon's words. Defeat the gods? How could the gods be defeated so easily? A treasure could defeat the gods. If Typhon was used to overthrow them, the gods would have long attacked Mount Olympus. Typhon, you are not even the weakest god now. How dare you say such big words? The mysterious woman did not care about Typhon's thoughts at all. She poured cold water on him. Now, let alone Dionysus, even the poor Hercules, who was banished as soon as he went up the mountain, can defeat you. Do you think that you can defeat the gods just because you got the treasure? Do you think I will believe that? Mother, please believe me. I can feel it. As long as I get it, I can defeat everything, even Zeus. Typhon was obviously full of confidence in the unknown treasure and repeatedly begged the mysterious woman to help him get it. Some time ago, Typhon sent a female demon to Tenedos in the Aegean Sea to find the treasure. Although they did not find it, many were killed by Pei-Yun, and a powerful sea demon was lost. But every time a powerful monster was lost, there would be a short fluctuation. Recently, it appeared twice in Troy and confirmed its position. With its strength that had declined to the extreme, it was impossible to break through the suppression of the gods and obtain it. Therefore, Typhon could only ask his mother for help. Well, since you are begging, I will promise you. However, to get this treasure, you have to sacrifice more descendants. The mysterious woman said, That's easy. Typhon readily agreed. He did not have much, but his descendants were all over the world, so many that he did not know how many there were. Thinking that the treasure would soon be in his possession, and then use it to counterattack Mount Olympus, defeat the gods, and defeat Zeus, Typhon felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. The black giant shadow kept swimming in the hot magma, stirring the fiery red magma. From time to time, it splashed on the surrounding rock walls, stirring up sparks. A god is coming. The mysterious woman looked at his excitement, as if looking at a pet that did not know the inside story. She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be that treasure. Typhon, this treasure is meaningless to you now. It was just that this was the arrangement of fate, and she did not want to reveal it. She looked around, suddenly said, and quickly disappeared, as if she had never appeared. Typhon also knew that this was a critical period, and he could not alert the enemy. After the mysterious woman's reminder, he quickly quieted down. The hot magma returned to calmness. Occasionally, a few bubbles surfaced on the surface, but they quickly burst and disappeared. The next moment, a young man with a twin snake cane appeared. The small wings behind his ears and on his feet flapped rapidly, and then slowly relaxed. Just now, it was Hermes who had rushed to Mount Alterna from Mount Olympus. Mount Alterna was still the same as before, with black smoke and rolling magma. After a careful inspection, he did not find anything wrong. He frowned and thought, I feel something wrong. Is it here? But he did not find anything wrong around him. Just now, when he was on Mount Olympus, he clearly felt a slight movement on Mount Alterna. Hermes again carefully inspected the top and bottom of Mount Alterna several times, but still found nothing. Hermes shook his head, feeling that he was making a fuss. He flapped his wings and disappeared into the distance. Watching Hermes disappear, Typhon wanted to speak, but a voice came into his heart. Shut up. This made Typhon's heart skip a beat. He knew that his mother was reminding him that the gods were not far away. Sure enough, after a while, Hermes appeared on the top of Mount Alterna again, murmuring, Is there really nothing wrong? Hermes was very disappointed. He glanced at Typhon, who was suppressed on Mount Alterna with disgust, and sneered at Typhon. "Stupid, ugly Typhon. If it were not for fate that arranged you into a historical process, if it were not for your mother, Gaia, I would have killed you long ago." After that, he flapped his wings and disappeared again. For the gods of Mount Olympus, Typhon was now too weak to be taken seriously. Not to mention Hermes himself. Any god could suppress Typhon. Hermes still paid attention to Typhon from time to time, worried that Gaia was behind him. So as soon as he felt a trace of movement, he quickly rushed over to check. But Hermes did not find any clues and returned empty-handed. After a while, the mysterious woman showed up. She looked around and said to Typhon, "He really left this time. But you were too reckless just now, and you were almost discovered." The mysterious woman scolded Typhon. "If you were discovered, many things might have changed." "Yes, thanks to Mother, otherwise I would have been in trouble this time," Typhon replied respectfully to the goddess. "Well, you will get this treasure, but not for your use now," the mysterious woman said. "For use later? It doesn't matter. Just order my descendant around," Typhon said excitedly. But the mysterious woman did not reply. She had disappeared from Mount Etna. Did Mother leave? Typhon seemed to have lost something, but it was normal. Gaia could not stay away from the god's sight for a long time. After thinking about it, he also sank into the magma. Mount Altona returned to normal. Thick smoke billowed, and the magma inside kept rolling. The mysterious woman did not go far after leaving Mount Altona. She came to the sky and looked down at Typhon. She murmured, "Typhon, I am indeed not Gaia, at least not now. This treasure will be given to you, but not for use in the future. You're just a historical process that must go through, and there are not many possibilities." Saying this, she looked at Troy and continued to murmur, "Compared to you, I am more interested in Prince Paris of Troy. He has many secrets that are fascinating. The most important thing is Typhon. He has a better future than you. For me, he is far more useful than you." After saying this, she pondered for a moment, as if she was daydreaming. She no longer looked at Typhon, who was suppressed on Mount Altona. Her eyes were filled with determination and hope for the future. After a while, the mysterious woman's figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind a sigh. Chapter 564. City of Troy. Yin stood on the city walls and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the tents of the Greeks. According to his original plan, he could ambush the Greeks at night. However, night raids were not popular here. In addition, in this era, most of the soldiers had night blindness. Most importantly, there were gods here. No matter how perfect a night raid was, as long as there was a god, it would be useless. Hence, Yin gave up on this plan. Just as he turned around, his body stopped moving and his ears twitched. Yeah, there are shouts coming from the Greeks' tents. I'm really curious, who would be attacking the Greeks at this time? At this point, a carriage sped towards the city gates and shouted. Not long after, the gates opened and the messenger from Kokonos arrived. "Respected Prince Paris, our King Kokonos has just led an army to land at the port of Troy. He is currently attacking the Greek camp. King Kokonos hopes to receive assistance from Troy." The messenger said respectfully, "Go back and tell King Kokonos that Troy is very grateful for his generous assistance. I will immediately gather my men and rush to the port to receive him." Yin said solemnly, "Thank you, Prince Paris." The messenger bowed and retreated, returning to Kokonos' army. "Inform the king. Also, listen my orders. Give them 15 minutes to prepare. Once we receive the king's permission, we will go to the port to receive the great and passionate King Kokonos." Yin said solemnly to a messenger, "Yes, Prince Paris." The messenger quickly ran away. I didn't expect King Kokonos to be so stubborn. He is truly a loyal ally of Troy. Yin sighed. King Kokonos of the Corona Kingdom was the son of the sea god Poseidon and a female immortal. The last time he heard that an army had landed at Troy, he did not wait for Priam to ask for help and took the initiative to rush to his old friend's aid. However, Because of the storm, his fleet suffered heavy losses and was blown back to the port. He reorganized his fleet and rushed back again. This is what a loyal ally looks like. Paisian looked at the Greek camp once again. At this time, he could see King Kokonos leading a small army and launching a surprise attack on the Greek camp. Although their numbers were small, under the leadership of King Kokonos, they were invincible. The Greek army was unable to stop the attack. The camp had already been breached. Inside, flames soared into the sky, and shouts of killing rose and fell. At this moment, rows of soldiers had already rushed over from the inside of the city walls. They were lined up neatly, chariots were lined up, and a few war horses were led by servants. These were all heroes who were qualified to ride horses into battle. Paisian knew that he had to rush over as fast as he could. The king then gave an order. Prince Paris, the king commands you to rescue them immediately. Understood. Paisian replied as he leapt onto his horse and shouted, "Let's go." Camp of the Greeks at this time, Kokinos was on a killing spree. He had led his team to kill back and forth in the Greek camp. No one was a match for him in the entire camp. Hearing the commotion, great Ajax rushed over and saw Kronos wreaking havoc in the camp. His entire face turned red as he held the spear in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he threw the spear at Kronos with all his might. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning, the spear flew a long distance and struck Kronos' body with a clang, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Kronos did not seem to notice the spear that was flying towards him. He ignored it and allowed it to fly towards him. When the spear hit his body and bounced off, he smiled at great Ajax. "Foolish Greeks, even if I, Kronos, stand here and let you attack me, you will not be able to defeat me. This is not my armor, nor is it my shield that blocked your spear. To me, they are just a decoration. Just like how the god of war, Ares, wears armor. He does not need armor to protect his body, but he still wears it. It's just like a fun game. Even if I take off my armor and throw down my shield, your spear will not be able to hurt me. You have to know that I am not the son of an ordinary fairy. My father rules over the god of the sea, Nereus, and his children. I am the beloved son of the gods. Foolish Greeks, in front of you stands the son of the god of the sea, Poseidon. What do you have to defeat me?" Kronos said, but he did have the right to be arrogant, because no one in the entire Greek coalition was a match for him. Kronos used his foot to pick up the spear on the ground, and with a gentle grip of his right hand, he raised it above his head and threw it towards great Ajax in the distance. Swish! The spear flew like a meteor across a distance of more than 10 meters, heavily stabbing towards great Ajax. Bang! The spear pierced through the leather shield in great Ajax's hand and continued to move forward. The tip of the spear pierced into the right side of great Ajax's chest. Fortunately, it did not go too deep. However, blood still flowed out of the wound on great Ajax's chest. Great Ajax was injured. This was the first time he was injured on the battlefield after so many years, and it showed how powerful Kronos' spear was. Kronos was about to follow up with another attack, but Diomedes saw the situation from afar and quickly rushed over. Seeing that the situation was not right, he picked up the javelin in his hand and threw it at Kronos. Although the effect was minimal, it still blocked Kronos' attack. If Diomedes did not arrive in time, then great Ajax would probably be killed by Kronos on the spot. "Oh great God, please grant me strength. Let me teach this arrogant accomplice of the Trojans a lesson." Diomedes prayed with both hands. He knew that with his strength, it would be difficult to defeat Kronos. He could only hope that the gods would bestow their strength like the last time on the battlefield. Mount Olympus, all the gods saw what happened in the camp of the Greeks near the port of Troy, and their expressions varied. Some were happy, some were sad, some were indifferent, and some were slightly worried. Zeus looked at everything in the clouds, and his face was as calm as still water. He did not say a word. However, Hera undoubtedly knew better. She smiled and said, "Kronos is so brave, and his appearance will soon break the balance." "Poseidon, I heard that he is your son?" Poseidon's expression was a little sad, and he looked at his son with sympathy. Kronos was indeed his son. The last time Kronos led a fleet to attack the Greeks, he warned them. If it was someone else, he would not even have warned them, and they would have been killed immediately. He did not expect Kronos to lead an army to help Troy. Thinking of this, the great god of the sea sighed heavily and slowly said, "Yes, Kronos is my son, but his actions have seriously broken the balance of this war. I will no longer protect him." Hera smiled and slowly stood up. She walked in front of Poseidon and said, "Poseidon, are you really not going to protect your son anymore? Then I will personally take him back to Mount Olympus." Poseidon's eyes trembled, and he did not speak. Hera already had a plan in her mind. She said to Athena, "Kronos is the son of the great Poseidon after all. We can let him win once, but we cannot let him cause too much damage to the Greeks. Go down and warn them." Athena nodded and turned to leave Mount Olympus. Greek camp boom. Diomedes had just finished praying when he received the blessing of divine power. His strength and courage tripled. He raised a long sword in his hand and rushed towards Kronos. The two quickly closed in. Diomedes' long sword slashed horizontally towards Kronos, but Kronos did not care and let Diomedes' long sword slash towards him. Clang! Sparks flew. Kronos' body was like steel. Diomedes' long sword immediately broke, but it could not hurt Kronos at all. No, strictly speaking, it still left a shallow mark, but it was useless. Die! Kronos' sword slashed towards Diomedes. Diomedes' pupil shrank. He knew that he could not take the slash unscathed like Kronos. He struggled to move his body and barely dodged Kronos' slash. Kronos' martial arts were superb. The slash missed, and he took the opportunity to draw an arc, cutting horizontally towards the unavoidable Diomedes. Seeing that Diomedes was about to be cut by Kronos' sword, Athena appeared in time and pushed Kronos' sword away. Kronos did not stop there. Although he had just charged into the camp and killed many soldiers, he had not killed a single prince of value. He roared and attacked 3 times in a row, all of which were fatal. Athena, who had blocked 3 attacks, was furious. She shouted at Kronos, "You mortal, don't be presumptuous and fight against God." Kronos felt that it was a goddess, and his heart was filled with fear. He said, "Respected goddess, I do not want to fight against God. I hope you will forgive my rudeness." He looked at Diomedes and said, "Since the respected goddess has appeared and is protecting you, I will take my leave." As he said this, he led the army back to Troy. On the way, he met Pei-Zi-Yun, who was rushing to welcome him. "Respected King Kronos, thank you very much for helping Troy. I am Prince Paris of Troy," Pei-Zi-Yun said as he jumped off the carriage. "Oh, you're Prince Paris, the one who killed 3 monsters. I've heard of you," Kronos said. To him, this was already a very high praise. "King Kronos, the palace has already prepared a banquet. Please follow me back to the city." Pei-Zi-Yun said. His heart was filled with shock. He could feel that this person's body was glowing with a metallic light, and there was a terrifying power circulating around him. This is the son of the sea, god Poseidon. This surging power brought with it the sound of the waves. It is several times more powerful than the harvest of Palamedes and Scylos. Chapter 565. City of Troy. Pei-Zi-Yun held Kronos' hand as they rode on a luxuriously decorated 4-horse chariot. Both the front and back of the chariot were warriors holding shields as they walked into Troy. "Kronos, the great Kronos, you are as worthy of respect as a god." When the people of Troy heard that Kronos had led an army to help Troy defeat the Greeks, they all came out to welcome him. Ever since the Greeks attacked Troy, many of the people looked calm on the surface, but they were filled with fear. Kronos' support was like a shot in the arm. The people cheered passionately, shouting Kronos' name and praising his greatness. King Kronos was all smiles as he reveled in the cheers of the people of Troy. He waved his hands continuously, enjoying this wonderful moment. Pei-Zi-Yun looked at this scene quietly, deep in thought. Kronos' strength naturally deserved to enjoy flowers and applause. The two of them walked all the way to the entrance of the palace before the excited crowd gradually dispersed. In the banquet hall of the palace, King Priam had already prepared wine and delicacies. He had also invited all the powerful people of Troy to thank and welcome their ally, King Kronos. Pei personally led Kronos to the entrance of the banquet hall. Let us welcome our respected and amiable ally, King Kronos of Corona. Kronos entered the hall, and everyone stood up to welcome him. This etiquette made Kronos very satisfied and intoxicated. Then King Priam ordered the maidservants to bring the most delicious food and the sweetest wine to Coconus, and everyone raised his goblet to him, and in a little while the wine was warm and toasty to his ears. Seeing that many cups of wine had been downed, and seeing that Kronos' face had regained some color, King Priam smiled. Respected King Kronos, your arrival has provided great assistance to Troy. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will not blame me for being too stingy. Priam pointed at the new tray of Richie's treasures and said, King Priam, you are too kind. We are allies, and for our friendship, I am helping you because of the god's duty. Kronos said. In the end, Kronos accepted some of the jewels from Priam. Priam continued, My dear King Kronos, when the Trojans have won the war against the Greeks, I will give you some of the lands adjacent to your kingdom. What do you think? When Kronos heard this, he stood up excitedly and said, King Priam, you are too generous. I don't think the Greeks are as strong as I thought. Today, I attacked the Greek camp and slaughtered them. The Greeks couldn't stop me. You see, I will kill the heroes of the Greeks. I will burn their camps and their ships. I will kill them all in one fell swoop, said Kronos in a loud voice, drunk. Priam actually knew very well that this war was actually the work of the gods. They would not allow Troy to win easily. He smiled drunkenly and said, King Kronos, your idea is really great. However, the Greeks are not that weak. I have to prepare how to face the Greeks' counterattack. When Pei heard Kronos' words, he thought to himself, Poor Kronos. Do you know what you just said? You've gone crazy. I can see that the Grim Reaper is already waving at you. The gods will not allow you to live for too long. If not, wouldn't the balance of this war be destroyed? Greek camp compared to the grand celebration in Troy, the Greek camp was in a gloomy mood. Kronos' attack on the Greek camp was unstoppable. This was a huge blow to the Greek army. The huge tent could accommodate hundreds of people. Many kings, princes, and heroes were gathered here. This time, the despicable Kronos has disrupted our peace. How should we deal with him? If anyone has any suggestions, please voice them out. Agamemnon said with a pained expression. Everyone was silent. Kronos' invulnerability was too abnormal. No weapon could leave a mark on his body. In the absence of Achilles, no one in the Greek coalition was a match for him. Now that the princes were discussing, they couldn't think of a way to deal with the son of Poseidon. Just as Agamemnon was about to lose his patience, the prophet Carchas spoke. Great Agamemnon, I think we should offer sacrifices to the gods and seek answers from them. Everyone nodded, feeling that Carchas' suggestion was not bad. Today, when the camp was attacked, just as Diomedes was about to be killed by Kronos, the patron goddess of Athens, Athena, appeared on the spot and protected Diomedes from disaster. This meant that the gods were still looking after Greece. Seeking answers from the gods was indeed the best way. Carchas is right. Let's hold a sacrifice and ask for the gods' opinion. Agamemnon was a little depressed, but he still made the decision to offer sacrifices. The Greeks quickly built an altar in the open space of the camp. They placed the statues of Zeus and Athena on the altar's pedestal. The servants brought the bull over, and with the help of the priest, the bull was quickly slaughtered. The beef was sorted and placed on the altar. As soon as it was placed on the altar, the two best pieces of beef disappeared. This meant that Zeus and Athena had enjoyed the sacrifices. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. After a short while, the priest's face lit up and he shouted, There's a prophecy. I heard a prophecy. The gods had given a prophecy. This was the support of the gods. The priest quickly told the Greeks the content of the prophecy. Retrieve the abandoned Philoctetes, and you will be victorious. Everyone's face lit up. There was finally a solution to the problem that had troubled them. However, the prince's expressions were a little complicated and strange. The Greeks set sail to Colus Island to replenish their water supply. Philoctetes found a collapsed altar on the island. It was built by the Argo hero Aeson for the goddess Athena during his voyage. He was very happy and wanted to offer sacrifice to the goddess. Just then, one of the serpents that guarded the altar bit the hero on the heel. And when they were on board the ship, the pain was unbearable, and the cry of pain was so disturbing that the whole army became restless. So they decided to abandon the poor hero on the deserted beach of Lemnos Island. Odysseus loaded the sleeping Philoctetes onto a small boat, rowed it to the beach, and threw him onto the boat. It was impossible to get Philoctetes back now. The princes focused their attention on Odysseus, and Odysseus felt bitter. It was everyone's decision to abandon Philoctetes. How can I be blamed? When Odysseus abandoned Philoctetes, he did not expect this to happen. Now that the princes wanted him to get Philoctetes back, he did not want to accept this task. Even though Odysseus did not want to get Philoctetes back, this person was related to the success of the war against Troy, so Agamemnon gave the order. Odysseus felt bitter in his heart and frowned. I can get Philoctetes back, but I want Calchas to go with me. Sure, Agamemnon agreed to Odysseus' request. Sigh. Luckily, I only abandoned Philoctetes on the island for a few months. If it was a few years, we probably wouldn't be able to get him back. Odysseus said self-deprecatingly. The two of them left Troy on a boat and headed to the deserted island to get the key person, Philoctetes. Lemnos Island. Odysseus and Calchas had been sailing for some time before they arrived at this deserted island. As soon as the ship reached the shore, Odysseus said, I will hide. You talk to Philoctetes. The prophet Calchas also knew about this grudge, so he agreed. Stepping down from the boat and onto the island, he looked around and lamented, how many months can Philoctetes survive on such a deserted island? A man's voice came from afar and dispelled his doubts. Who are you people, and what are you doing on this deserted island? Calchas followed the voice and saw a man in tattered clothes walking over. With a closer look, he realized it was Philoctetes. Calchas could not help but admire Philoctetes' strong survival ability. Other than his tattered clothes, he seemed to be living quite well on this deserted island. I see you wearing Greek clothes. Even though I hate Greeks now, I still want to hear you speak. I'm wearing tattered clothes like a savage, but this is because I was abandoned here by my detestable friend Odysseus, and I'm suffering from an illness. When he got closer, Philoctetes shouted happily, Ah, it's you, Calchas. Are you here to take me back? Please take me back. Don't leave me alone on this terrifying deserted island. Take me back to your hometown. From there to Oda, it's not far from where my father lives. Perhaps Philoctetes had been alone on the deserted island for too long. Now that he suddenly saw someone he could talk to, and it was someone he knew, Calchas, he did not stop talking and did not give Calchas a chance to speak. Calchas shook his head slightly and smiled. Philoctetes, of course I'm here to take you back. Now that the Greek army has encountered difficulties in conquering Troy, they need your help. I hope you can return with me and help the Greeks defeat the Trojans. Philoctetes shook his head. It was obvious that he did not want to agree to Calchas' request. Philoctetes, now the Trojans have an invulnerable ally called Kronos. The gods say that only you can defeat him. You must return with me and help us defeat him. Calchas, you don't know how hard it is for me on this deserted island. I limp to get water from the spring and cut wood in the forest. I starve here, and it's all the fault of the sons of Odysseus and Atreus. I'm not willing to help them. If you're here to take me away because of them, then I'd rather live a hard life on this deserted island. Philoctetes said firmly. It seemed like he hated Odysseus to the core. Chapter 566. No, I don't agree. I don't want to help the Greeks now. I just want to go home. No matter how Calchas tried to persuade him, Philoctetes was determined not to accept Calchas' suggestion to help the Greeks fight against Kokkinos. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Philoctetes' approach. Anyone who was abandoned by their companions on this uninhabited island for a few months would cut off all ties with their companions. Not to mention the pain and suffering that Philoctetes had gone through in the past few months. Calchas did not have a good solution, so he could only comfort Philoctetes and ask about how he had survived on the island for the past few months. He was waiting for Austin's answer. Austin is a cunning man. He definitely isn't just avoiding me. He must have some kind of scheme for him to rush to the island. As expected, Austin had snuck onto the island the moment the boat docked. He had been searching for Philoctetes' residence. His hard work paid off, and he found traces of Philoctetes' residence inside a cave. Found it. Odysseus rummaged through Philoctetes' belongings and finally found Hercules' bow and arrow. He then stole the bow and arrow from Philoctetes. Austin took the godly bow and strolled back. He met up with the servants and shouted, "Go and tie up the person who talked to Calchas." What a pitiful and unfortunate hero, Calchas sighed. Austin held Hercules' bow in his hand. He did not hide it. He felt like he had the bow in his hands and did not need Philoctetes' help anymore. Philoctetes recognized Odysseus at first glance, and he cried out in pain, "Ah, you are the one who abandoned me on this deserted island, and now you have captured me and stolen my bow. How despicable you are!" Odysseus chuckled coldly. "Philoctetes, we asked you to return, but you refused. I have no choice but to follow God's arrangement and borrow your bow." "Damn you, Austin. So what if you've taken my bow? You can try to pull it and use it to kill your enemies." Hearing that, Austin's hand that held the bow could not help but try to pull the bowstring. But even with all his strength, he could not pull the bowstring much. Austin, who thought that his plan had worked, suddenly darkened. He did not expect the bow to be so difficult to pull. Or could it be that only Philoctetes could pull the bowstring? He didn't give up and got Calchas and the servants to try, but no one could pull the bowstring much. This was not normal. Even if it was difficult to pull the bowstring would still react if one exerted more strength. There's no problem with the bow, but this is a bow inherited from Hercules. No matter how great a hero is, once he dies, it won't affect him much. But Hercules became a god. Austin immediately thought of this possibility. Could it be that Hercules decreed that only Philoctetes could pull this bow? "Philoctetes, as long as you agree to help us fight against our common enemy, the Trojans, I will apologize to you for the mistakes I've made in the past, and I will compensate you with gold and bronze." Austin rolled his eyes and said he planned to trick Philoctetes to fight Kokkinos first. As for the apology and compensation, after he was done with Kokkinos, I will not help someone as cunning as you. Just give up, Philoctetes said stubbornly. The smile on Austin's face froze. In his heart, he had already cursed this damned Philoctetes 1,000 times, but now that he had a favor to ask, he had to force a smile. Unfortunately, no matter how much he begged, threatened, tried to move Philoctetes, and tried to entice him, Philoctetes was determined not to help. Just when the two of them were at their wits' end, the blue sky suddenly turned dark, and Hercules suddenly appeared in the clouds. Philoctetes was the first to see his old friend standing in the clouds and shouted, "Hercules, are you here to visit me?" Hercules was the son of Zeus and Alcmene. Because of his birth, he was hated by Zeus' wife, Hera. He was extremely brave and powerful. Later on, he completed 10 missions that were known as impossible. Other than that, he also rescued the bound Prometheus and joined Aeson's heroic adventuring team while hiding his identity and helped him obtain the Golden Fleece. Hercules was a wise man, but in the end, he was persecuted by Hera. He could not bear the pain and self-immolated. After his death, he ascended to Mount Olympus and married Hebe. "Go!" Hercules shouted from the sky. "Listen, my friend Philoctetes, I want to personally tell you Zeus' decision. He wants you to return to Troy and assist the Greeks. You know that I have suffered many hardships to become an eternal god. The goddess of destiny has also decreed that you must suffer many hardships in order to obtain glory. If you go to Troy, your wounds will be healed." Philoctetes listened to Hercules' words and knew that it was an order from Zeus. He did not dare to disobey. He stretched out his hands to his friend and said, "My dear friend Hercules, don't worry. I will go to Troy now and help them deal with their strong enemy." At this time, Hercules had gradually disappeared into the distant sky, and the sky returned to its blue color. "All right then." Philoctetes waved his hand and made an important decision. "Heroes, let us shake hands. I have decided to follow you to Troy by ship. Odysseus, Calchas, come with me because your wish is the wish of God. I will help you realize this wish." As a veteran hero, Philoctetes was very clear that Zeus was irresistible. Odysseus and Calchas looked at each other and smiled, knowing that their mission was finally completed. Fortunately, Hercules appeared in time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to persuade Philoctetes to return. From what Hercules had said just now, they knew that the king of the gods, Zeus, supported the Greeks. It was also his oracle that allowed them to invite Philoctetes back. This made Odysseus even more confident that they would be able to win. The three of them boarded the warship together. On the same day, the order to set sail was given. The warship unfurled its sails and slowly sailed out of the deserted island. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The deep blue waves rolled and rolled up a white wave. Odysseus and Calchas' warship carried Philoctetes and sailed with the sea breeze towards Troy. With the help of the sea breeze, the voyage was very short. Odysseus and Calchas quickly returned to the Greek camp in Troy. But even so, it was snowing when they returned. It was already the new year of the second year. Agamemnon led the many princes and heroes to a grand welcome ceremony to welcome Philoctetes. "Honorable hero, dear friend Philoctetes, because of a moment of foolishness, we abandoned you on Remnos Island, but this is also the wish of God. Don't be angry with us anymore. We have already received God's punishment for this. Please accept our gifts. Here is gold and bronze. This is our compensation to you." Agamemnon said, "Also, I have brought the best doctors for you. Among them is Padalilios, whom you trust. He will heal you." Padalilios was an old friend of Philoctetes' father, Pos. He immediately brought some medicine. Actually, the medicine was nothing special, but when it was applied, the wounds immediately healed and he recovered. Agamemnon was very surprised. After thanking the god, he said enthusiastically, "Come, I have prepared delicious food and sweet wine for you, just to welcome you." Agamemnon held Philoctetes' hand and walked into the tent. At this time, the tent was densely packed with all kinds of roasted meat and delicious food. There were also cups filled with wine. Everyone took their seats. Agamemnon poured the wine and raised his cup. He stood up and said, "To celebrate our great hero Philoctetes joining us, let's all give him a toast. Cheers!" As he spoke, he even raised his wine glass to greet Philoctetes beside him. Cheers! Everyone in the tent raised their cups to welcome Philoctetes' arrival. As Philoctetes ate the delicacies on the table, he suddenly found that his resentment was gradually dissipating. This was the life of a hero, and it was really exciting. Hercules had said that he had to endure hardship first before he could obtain glory and glory. Odysseus raised his goblet and toasted Philoctetes. "Merciful Philoctetes, I hope you will forgive me for my past mistakes. For the sake of our friendship in the future, come, let's toast." Although Philoctetes did not want to forgive the cunning Odysseus, everything was arranged by God, and he could not go against God's wishes. As he thought this, he raised his cup and toasted Odysseus before draining it in one gulp. Philoctetes said, "Today is the happiest I have been in many years. Not only have I made up with my friend Odysseus, but everyone has also warmly welcomed me. But princes, please do not worry. I have obtained Hercules' bow and arrow, and it has been soaked in the blood of the Hydra. Although this bow and arrow have been around for a long time, it is still very powerful. I believe that it will not disappoint you and will definitely be able to kill Coconus." Philoctetes' words made everyone overjoyed. As long as they could kill the invulnerable Coconus, the Trojans would not be a problem. Hearing this, Odysseus drank the wine in his cup alone and thought, "Looks like another person is going to the territory of Hades." As he thought of this, his gaze fell on the excited Philoctetes, and he could not help but sneer. Chapter 567. Troy City. Morning Pei Ziyun was dressed in a white tunic with a bronze belt. A sword hung from his belt as he washed his face. He listened to Jessen's report. "Prince Paris, King Kukanos is going to battle today." Pei Ziyun thought for a while and said, "Prepare the carriage. We are going to the palace." Kukanos was very hardworking. He went out every day to call for battle. Although he did not send out heroes every time, when he did, it was a rare opportunity to harvest the Greek heroes. The previous few times, it was Hector who fought. Now it was his turn. The prince's mansion was not far from the palace. Pei Ziyun and Jessen sat in the chariot and heard Jessen say, "Prince Paris, my dear master, I have received my reply today. Regarding Prince Palamedes, King Nauplius has found out. He is furious and sad." Pei Ziyun smiled and nodded. "Have you released the information I wanted to release?" "It has already been released in Greece." This was the part that Jessen did not understand. The information was split into two parts. One part mentioned that Prince Paris was a hero, which he could understand. However, the other part mentioned that Prince Paris and Troy were cruel. Many princes and heroes were injured or even killed. It also mentioned how much wealth the Greeks had plundered. This was something that Jessen could not understand. The prince is really unfathomable. Pei Ziyun could tell that he was confused. He smiled and did not explain. Zeus wanted the whole of Greece to be involved, and he wanted it too. Prince Paris and Troy were cruel. Many princes and heroes were injured or even killed. It also mentioned how much wealth the Greeks had plundered. Hatred and wealth would cause the rest of the Greek states to be involved. "I am making your wish come true, O Zeus." Pei Ziyun looked at the white snowflakes and thought to himself, "In the blink of an eye, the Battle of Troy has been going on for a year. I have also gained some results." He calmed his heart and looked at the space. There was a small hall in the space, with various beast-shaped pillars. Although they were small, they were majestic and majestic. He walked over and saw the pillars split into two. His soul stood in front of the pillars and looked at them. There were 3 new pillars, but they were slightly shorter. The sea monster, the 2-headed lizard, the bearman, the pillar of Aphrodite, Palamedes, and the statues of the 3 heroes. Unknowingly, there are already 9 pillars. It's just that the last bit of divine power on the Aphrodite pillar hasn't been worn away yet. I don't know what the conditions are. The power required to level up is getting stronger and stronger. Palamedes, and the 3 hero statues have barely reached level 1. Thinking about it, he said, "System." A small plum blossom quickly appeared and enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. It gave off a faint sense of light. Mission: involve the Greek city-states in the Battle of Troy, March 5th. Hero Bloodline, Level 4, 93%, Special Skill, Nimble Wind, 5%, Special Skill, Cast Iron Bronze Fill, 48%, just a little more, and I'll level up. I can feel that I'm quickly approaching Hector. "Prince, we've arrived at the palace." Jessen said, "King Kronos has come out. Your father is sending him off." Pei Ziyun stopped thinking about it. He looked at the exit of the palace and saw a group of people walking out. A few of them stood in the cold wind and spoke. It was indeed Kronos and Priam. Pei Ziyun walked over. "Father, King Kronos is a guest and has been of great help to us. Now, we have to take advantage of the heavy snow to attack the Greek encampment. I am willing to be on the side of Troy and fight alongside Kronos." Priamus thought that what Paris said made sense, so he agreed to Paris' request. However, he warned, "You must be careful. If there is an accident, you must protect yourself immediately and retreat to the city. Our Troy city is very safe." Pei Ziyun agreed and left with Kronos. They gathered a group of troops and sneaked over to attack the Greek army. Pei Ziyun went to the army camp and selected a few troops. At the same time, he gathered the slaves he had gathered. The soldiers and slaves were all gathered together and waited. Before long, Kronos led a small group of troops and arrived at the city gates. King Kronos, with your invulnerability and your troops, we will definitely win this battle. Paisian took the opportunity to speak. He hoped that when they attacked the Greek encampment, Kronos would be able to display his full strength and attract the enemy's attention. If that was the case, it would be convenient for him to kill a few heroes. Kronos nodded his head and was extremely confident in his own abilities. Prince Paris, when we attack the encampment, you just have to take care of yourself. I will be fine, Kronos said, implying that he did not need Paisian to worry about him. Paisian taking care of him was the greatest help he could get. The two of them led the troops out of the city. Looking at Kronos' back, Paisian shook his head and thought to himself, Kronos, you are too arrogant. The gods have already given you glory. Death is not far from you. The snow continued to fall. Paisian and Kronos rushed outside the Greek encampment but were still discovered. Kill them. Kronos took the lead and shouted. He was the first to raise the spear in his hand and charge in against the arrows of the Greeks. Ding-dang! Hundreds of arrows rained down, causing sparks to fly everywhere. This was the power of Kronos. Kill! Paisian mixed in with the soldiers and followed Kronos into the Greek encampment. Pooh! Paisian used his bow and arrow to shoot down the archer on the watchtower, following which he turned around and looked for his next target. As long as they have the bloodline of the gods, even if it is diluted, they can still harvest some of their strength. It's just that they're unable to form pillars and are very weak. But this is also a form of accumulation. His gaze swept across, and he saw a centurion charging forward. He released his hand, and a PU sound was heard. The centurion fell to the ground and died on the spot. However, this situation did not attract any attention. Kronos continued to attack with his spear. Regardless of whether it was a soldier or a hero, none of them were a match for him. Gradually, the attention of the Greek army was attracted to Kronos. After all, the threat he posed to them was too great. Paisian watched as Kukanos swept through the battlefield. No one could stop him, and he laughed in his heart. Kukanos, with you attracting the attention of the other gods, I can then look for my next target and reap my harvest. Paisian was extremely happy. All along, he had been the focus of attention. Finally, there was someone more powerful than him who had attracted everyone's attention. Paisian looked around the encampment and suddenly saw a man wearing armor and holding a spear. His own soldiers and slaves were not a match for him at all. In just a short while, 2 or 3 of them had died under the spear. Paisian was certain that this man was a hero. Other than famous kings and princes, there are many people who are heroes as well, although they are of a lower class. Without thinking too much, he pulled the bowstring in his hands and took aim. When the hero revealed an opening, Paisian released the bowstring. Xiao! The arrow flew toward the hero's neck at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! The arrow hit a vital point. Even when the hero died, he did not know where the arrow came from. After successfully harvesting a hero, Paisian felt a notification from the realm. However, he did not have time to look at it and continued to search the encampment. Not long after, he saw another hero in the midst of a massacre. Paisian felt that this hero would be stronger than the previous one. Hence, he decided to shoot a series of arrows. Xiao! Xiao! 2 consecutive arrows were shot towards the hero. Dang! This hero's skills were not bad. The first arrow was blocked by the spear, but the second arrow followed and pierced his throat. Fresh blood flowed out of his throat like a fountain. His mouth was slightly open as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. His corpse fell to the ground. After harvesting another hero, Paisian was slightly excited. After being in the Greek world for so long, he had never harvested a hero so easily. Hence, he continued to search for heroes that were not very strong. Not long after, Paisian shot another arrow through the left chest of a hero, successfully killing him. However, killing 3 heroes consecutively, even if they were not very important, attracted the attention of the Greek encampment. Philoctetes rushed over and saw that Pei-Zi-Yun had killed a hero. He said angrily, "You Trojan grass bandit, you are the root of all our disasters. Now it is time for you to die." As he finished speaking, he raised the bow in his hand and shot Pei-Zi-Yun. Austin, who had followed along, lightly patted Philoctetes' arm and said, "Philoctetes, Paris is indeed despicable. However, Kronos is even more terrifying. Shoot this person first." Philoctetes nodded and agreed. He pulled his bow and arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air and flew towards Kronos. Dang! The arrow hit its target, causing sparks to fly. It left a small wound on Kronos' body and was thrown away. Kronos did not care and continued to fight with his spear. He shouted, "You Greeks are all cowards. Where is your prince? Where is the king? Where is he?" All the Greek princes and heroes replied, "Knowing that it was death, why would they go?" Kronos was not a god. Once his energy was depleted, he would have to retreat. Hence, he used the soldiers to exhaust his energy. Furthermore, he had been poisoned. Indeed, after killing a soldier with his spear, Kronos suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Following that, his entire body was numb and in pain. He knew that he had been poisoned, but what kind of poison could cause him to feel pain and numbness in his body in such a short period of time? Kill him. Gradually, the surrounding soldiers noticed Kronos' abnormality. Seeing that this brave man was finally exhausted, their morale was boosted. They charged towards Kronos, who was in pain and numbness, and launched a fierce attack. Kronos' soldiers surrounded him, protecting him with their lives. Philoctetes, who was far away, looked indifferent. Such an outcome was expected. However, everyone else was in shock. Even those who knew about the poison arrow were deeply aware of how strong this man was. Who would have thought that a mere poison arrow would cause Kronos to fall into such a state? The terrifying arrow of Hercules. Austin looked at the faraway Kronos and knew that he had been poisoned. He laughed mockingly and said, "Kronos, this arrow was shot by Philoctetes. It was soaked in the poisonous blood of the Hydra. Even if you are the son of Poseidon, you will not be able to avoid death. Only the great Hades is not afraid of this poison." After saying that, he laughed loudly. He had already sentenced Kronos to death. Kronos' face was pale. He had not expected such a turn of events. He had been too careless. Knowing that the enemy had such a powerful weapon, he had been prepared and would not have fallen for it. In the distance, Pei-Zi-Yun, who was still ambushing the lone Greek hero, heard Austin's words and felt a surge of anger. Although he knew that Kronos' appearance had broken the balance, the gods would definitely not allow Kronos to become invincible on the battlefield. Kronos' death was already a foregone conclusion, but when it really happened, he still felt a surge of anger. Pei-Zi-Yun kept the bow in his hands and brandished his long spear. He charged towards Kronos, killing all the soldiers who blocked his way. In a short while, Pei-Zi-Yun reached Kronos' side. He called a soldier to carry the paralyzed Kronos and said, "Let's retreat. Retreat to the chariots outside the camp. Kill them quickly." A Greek shouted, "Dang!" A spear flew towards Kronos, but was blocked by Pei-Zi-Yun's spear. Along the way, because Kronos was paralyzed and could not move, everyone went crazy. They all wanted to kill Kronos while he could not move. However, Kronos' ally, Prince Paris, had martial arts skills that exceeded everyone's expectations. There was even one time when 2 heroes tried to stop him, but Prince Paris was able to deal with them. The chase continued, but Pei-Zi-Yun still led Kronos' troops and his own slaves out of the encirclement. From the time Kronos was injured until now, the number of casualties in Troy had skyrocketed. Pei-Zi-Yun killed his way out of the encirclement. He placed Kronos on the chariot and rushed towards the direction of Troy. Pooh! An arrow flew towards Pei-Zi-Yun. This was Philoctetes' hidden arrow. Pei-Zi-Yun used his spear to block it from behind. Dang! The arrow was deflected by the spear and fell to the ground. Pei-Zi-Yun did not dare to stay any longer. He increased his speed and left the Greek camp far behind. Philoctetes unhappily put down the bow in his hand. He did not expect Prince Paris to be so strong. His arrow was caught off guard and was deflected. Prince Paris is very strong. Out of my expectations, he is not a pretty boy. Philoctetes thought to himself as his sneak attack did not hit Paisian. Shoot! It wasn't easy for Paisian and Kronos to return to Troy. The Greeks were hot on their heels. However, as they neared the city walls, they heard an order. Pu pu pu. The archers on the walls started shooting arrows. The 5 soldiers who were charging at the front immediately fell to the ground, turning into porcupines. The Greeks chased them all the way to Troy outside the range of the archers. They sent a few waves of warriors and soldiers to attack the city, but the effect was minimal. The gates of Troy were tightly shut, and they did not fight. As soon as the Greeks neared, they would immediately shoot them down with arrows, blocking the Greeks' attack. Agamemnon's face was gloomy as he looked at the sturdy walls of Troy. Legend had it that the walls of Troy were built by the gods. It was indeed a well-deserved reputation. It had caused a lot of trouble for the Greek allied forces. Retreat to the camp. Seeing that chasing them up to this point was useless, Agamemnon decisively gave the order to retreat. The Greek soldiers surged forward like the tide and retreated like the tide. They only left a few corpses near the walls of Troy. Chapter 568. Mount Olympus. Zeus closed his eyes on his dazzling throne in the palace. Are you not going to watch anymore? Hermes held an exquisite golden harp in his arms, his fingers carelessly plucking the strings. Kronos has been hit by Hercules' arrow. This arrow has been soaked in the poisonous blood of the Hydra. Unless he is a god, he will not be able to escape death. The Hydra's poisonous blood was ineffective against a god. At most, it would cause him some pain. Since Poseidon did not intervene, there is nothing to watch. Mortals always think that we are watching, but even a god does not have a reason to be so busy. Zeus looked at the thick clouds, which were permeated with red. There is more and more blood in the war. Even the clouds are red. Respectable father, according to your plan, there's not much blood. Hermes, you are right. But recently, everything has been going smoothly. The news of the death of the Greeks has reached Greece. Many cities have decided to send more troops or participate in the war. Zeus raised his golden wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Everything is good. Everything will be as you wish, Almighty Lord God. Hermes said with a smile. Troy Palace Paisian escorted Kronos back to the palace. At this time, Kronos was already on a bed. The best doctor in the palace had been invited to treat him. At this moment, even if Kronos was made of iron, he could only lie on the bed and groan in pain. In such a short period of time, his wound had already started to fester. It was clear that the poison on the arrow was very strong. The doctor used many medicines, many of which were secret medicines of the palace. But they could not stop Kronos' wound from worsening, let alone treat it. King Priam, we had tried our best. The poison in King Kronos' body is too strong. It does not seem like a poison of this world. This kind of poison can only be treated by a god. If not, it will be very difficult to stop the wound from worsening. An older doctor said. Priam nodded his head heavily, thanking the doctor for his help. The few doctors bid farewell to Priam with helpless expressions. It was not that they did not want to treat Kronos, but they did not have the ability to do so. Paris, how did King Kronos get injured? Priam asked Paisian, who was standing by the side. Father, the king of Kronos was ambushed by someone called Philoctetes. Paisian said, Damn Greeks, but isn't Kronos invulnerable? How'd you get injured by the arrow? Father, invulnerability is only relative. Even King Kokonos could not resist the weapons of God. This is Hercules' bow, an arrow soaked in the venomous blood of the Hydra. It broke through the invulnerable skin of King Kokonos. Although it was only a scratch, the poison had already spread to the body. Although Hercules has been soaked in the venomous blood of the Hydra for a long time and the toxicity has decreased, it is still not something we can cure. Perhaps Poseidon will grant us grace. As Paisian said this, he felt a chill in his heart. In history, Paris' final death was due to the arrow of Hercules. However, at that time, he could still carry Paris to Mount Ida and struggle for a long time before dying. Perhaps the toxicity had decreased further. No wonder. If we knew that the Greeks had this hidden card, perhaps Kronos would not have been ambushed. Priam said sadly. Now we can only wait for Poseidon's grace. He is the son of Poseidon. I believe that Poseidon will grant him grace and cure him. If something happened to Kronos in Troy, it would be a heavy blow to his morale. King Priam would do his best to save Kronos. At this moment, a man rushed in. It was the priest that Priam had sent to the temple of Poseidon to offer sacrifices. He bowed and said, "King, after we offered sacrifices, the temple of Poseidon did not respond. How could this be?" King Priam's eyes narrowed. This was the son of Poseidon. Were all the gods as cold? However, he could only think this in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Paisian was clear that the appearance of Kronos had severely damaged the balance between the two sides. The gods would not allow him to continue living, but he could not say it out loud either. "Don't waste your energy. I went against my father's will and came to participate in this battle. Last time, my father had already warned me to use the wind and waves to blow me back. But this time I have come again. There is only one result for me, and that is death." Kronos seemed to have understood and said softly. When everyone heard Kronos' words, they felt a wave of sadness. He was once such a brave and fierce hero, but now he could only lie on the bed and breathe his last. "Is there no better way?" murmured Priam. "Father, Apollo is the god of medicine. Perhaps we could try going to the temple." Hector, who had been quiet all this while, said. Apollo had always been protecting Troy. This was something that everyone knew. In addition, Apollo was the god of medicine. Everyone had the thought of trying a desperate situation. "Then please invite the priest to the Apollo temple to offer sacrifices. We will offer a bull in gold." Priam said. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. "It's useless." Paisian thought to himself and sighed. Kronos was definitely going to die. This was the will of the gods. No matter how many bulls and gold they offered, it would be of no use. Kronos, who was lying on the bed, seemed to understand his own fate. He struggled and said, "King Priam, Prince Paris, my Corona kingdom, my son is still young. He cannot deal with the current situation. The Greeks will take revenge." As Kronos spoke, his voice became softer and softer. He did not even have the strength to speak. In such a short period of time, the once powerful hero had become so weak. The power of this poison caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. If anyone was on the battlefield and was shot by Philoctetes, wouldn't they face the same fate as Kronos? Was the blood of a nine-headed snake so poisonous? At this point, Paisian walked over to Kronos' bedside and said loudly, "King Kronos, my ally, my friend, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your son and your city. I will not let the Greeks destroy it." Paisian said firmly. Kronos was an ally of Troy. In history, his family and city were destroyed by the Greeks. But now he had to work hard to change his fate. Kronos was already dead and would not ruin the script. He did not believe that Poseidon would not care for his son and grandson. Indeed, as soon as he said this, a small plum blossom appeared and quickly enlarged. It became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: protect the city of Corona and Kronos' son, incomplete. Hearing this, Kronos revealed a gratified smile. With these words from Prince Paris, he could feel at ease. He could see that Prince Paris' words were sincere. After fighting side by side many times, he knew that Prince Paris had the power to do so. "Prince Paris, you really are my most respected friend. Now, my pain is unbearable and there is no cure. Please help me end this painful life." After saying this, he closed his eyes and waited for the pain to end. Kronos' request made Paisian's heart flutter. Kronos was a very powerful hero. It could be said that his power alone was equivalent to that of several heroes like Menelaus. If he helped him end his pain, he could also harvest the power of his bloodline. This was the son of Poseidon, after all. This would be very beneficial to him. Just as he was about to move, he saw a shadow waving at him from the corner of his eye. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He stopped in his tracks and said, "King Kronos, don't give up so easily. There are still people in the Temple of Apollo who have yet to return. I will go to the entrance of the palace now and see if the priest who went to the Temple of Apollo has returned." Pei Ziyun said as he walked out of the room. When he came to the shadow of the pillar, he saw the mysterious woman standing there, as if she had been waiting for him. The mysterious woman was still wearing a long black robe. Her face was covered by a veil. Everyone who passed by ignored her and could not see her at all. Although Pei Ziyun was suspicious of her identity, he could not confirm it. He bowed respectfully and said, "Respected lady, we meet again." The mysterious woman said, "Paris, there is no need to look at the Temple of Apollo. Kronos has gone against the will of the gods. Apollo will not go against the gods for a mere mortal. Poseidon did not want to save him, and Apollo will not either. He is already dead. But just now, did you want to agree to Kronos' request and kill him?" Pei Ziyun nodded and heard the mysterious woman say, "Do you know the consequences of killing a son of God?" The consequences of killing a son of God? Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and was suddenly reminded by the mysterious woman's words. In Greek mythology, anyone who killed the son of a god, as long as they were not a god, would suffer terrible retribution. There were no exceptions. Those who killed the son of Zeus and the son of Poseidon would die a horrible death. Only Austin, who was usually a bystander, would be able to live. In the Battle of Troy, not only must one's strength not be conspicuous, one must also not stain their hands with blood. Not only the Son of God, but also those who were favored by the gods. If they killed the Son of God, they would have offended the gods. If they offended too many of them, they would definitely die. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. The fog of the Battle of Troy dissipated, but he could not avoid being stained with blood. Not only did he have to be stained with blood, he had to be stained with more blood than others. Only then would he be able to increase his strength. He mumbled, "But this was a hidden arrow shot by Philoctetes. There is no way to heal it, and this was Kronos' request." Chapter 569. The mysterious lady was still shrouded in a shadow. She calmly said, "Do you think that Poseidon will listen to your reason and forgive you?" Pei Ziyun fell silent. He knew that what the mysterious lady said was the truth. The gods would never forgive someone who killed their own children, regardless of whether it was voluntary or not. Paris, look. Originally, Philoctetes could have lived well, but ever since he shot an arrow at Kronos, fate has thrown him a death chip. Philoctetes can no longer return home. He can only go to the realm of Hades. Hercules, a new god who has just ascended to godhood and has not been accepted by Mount Olympus, will not be able to protect him. Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed. In the original script and history, Philoctetes had successfully returned to his hometown. But now, indeed, the mysterious lady was right. When Philoctetes used his bow and arrow to injure Kokkinos, the countdown to his life had also started. Prince Paris, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not commit the sin of killing the Son of God. If you do, death will take your life," the mysterious lady said. At this point, the priest who was heading towards the Apollo temple hurried over. Pei Ziyun stopped him. "Priest, what was the result of the trip to the Apollo temple?" Unfortunately, Prince Paris, there was no response from the Apollo temple. Although he knew that this would be the result, Pei Ziyun's heart was still heavy. He was worried about the misfortune of Kronos and the coldness of the gods. "Priest, I still have to thank you for your efforts," Pei Ziyun said as he turned around to look at the shadow of the pillar. The mysterious lady had already disappeared. Did she come here just to stop me from killing Kronos? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. I don't think so. She just saw that I wanted to follow the wishes of Kronos and kill him. She took the opportunity to stop me. If that's the case, Why did she come to the palace of Troy? Pei Ziyun was deep in thought as he entered the palace with the priestess. Kronos, who was lying on his bed, looked at Pei Ziyun and the priestess walking in. He suddenly understood that the Apollo shrine had not found anything either. He lay on the bed and slowly raised his hands. Using the last of his strength, he said in a hoarse voice, "Great Poseidon, my father, I went against your will and came here. I have received the fate of death. This is my sin. Please remember that I am your son and give the people who hurt me and the Greeks the same blow. Please take care of my son, your grandson." After saying that, Kronos picked up the sword beside him and killed himself. At the moment of suicide, everyone heard a heavy sigh. Pei Ziyun watched as Kronos committed suicide. Just as his soul was about to enter Hades' domain, an invisible light flashed and Kronos' soul was taken away. He knew that Poseidon had personally intercepted his son's soul and brought it back. Seeing Kronos lying on the bed with his eyes wide open, Priam closed his eyes and ordered a servant, "Go clean up King Kronos and change into clean clothes. Go to the temple of Poseidon and build a pile of firewood. This will make it easier to cremate Kronos." Pei Ziyun couldn't do anything about the ending that the gods had arranged for him. He could only do what he had to do. Seeing that everyone was silent and the atmosphere was filled with sadness, he spoke to King Priam, "Father, tomorrow I will take revenge for King Kronos. If I can kill Philoctetes, then I will go to the Corona kingdom and protect Kronos' son and his city. I will stop the Greeks from taking revenge. Paris, there are still many heroes among the Greeks. Philoctetes' bow is the divine bow left behind by Hercules. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to defeat him tomorrow." Priam expressed his concern. "Father, I will need brother Hector and the other Trojan heroes to help me." Pei Ziyun said, "That won't be a problem. However, if you can't defeat him, don't force it." King Priam said, "All right, father. I will do my best and not let anyone worry." When Pei Ziyun finished speaking, he raised both of his hands and prayed, "Oh, great Poseidon, please listen to my voice. I will seek revenge on the murderer of Kronos. I hope that you will protect me and allow me to kill Philoctetes." Pei Ziyun prayed and said, "Kronos is my friend. Please allow me to bury him with the most expensive fragrant oil and gold." As he said this, he ordered a servant to retrieve it. When everyone saw this, they sighed. The servants cleaned up Kronos and changed him into new clothes. They then used the fragrant oil that Prince Paris had brought to smear his body. They then placed Kronos' body on a stretcher and carried him out. Pei Ziyun followed King Priamus and the others to the cremation table, where they observed the process quietly. The cremation platform was built by the palace craftsmen using flammable wood. It was a meter tall and was surrounded by piles of flammable wood. The servants carried the stretcher to the cremation platform and placed Kronos' body on it. Kronos lay quietly on the platform, as if he had fallen asleep. Not far from the cremation platform was the temple of Poseidon. The priest stood in front of the altar and prayed, "Mighty Poseidon, please bring your son Kronos back to heaven and continue to protect him." After the ceremony was over, everyone gathered around the cremation table and silently prayed, recalling the memory of this great hero, Kronos, and reminiscing about everything. King Priam said in a loud voice, "O great and good Kronos, you are so kind and righteous, and yet the wretched Greeks have taken your life. We are determined to avenge you, and may your soul rest in peace. We also hope that your father will protect you forever, the mighty Poseidon." As the king finished speaking, someone raised a torch and lit the cremation platform. The fire raged and engulfed the entire cremation platform in an instant. After some time, all that was left was a pile of ashes. The king ordered people to put the ashes in a porcelain jar. "Kronos, I will avenge you and send your ashes back to your homeland, the kingdom of Corona," Pei Ziyun said loudly. As soon as he said this, a small plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a transparent information interface. "Mission: kill Philoctetes and avenge Kronos. Incomplete. Greek camp. In contrast to the situation in Troy, the Greek camp was currently in a celebratory feast. The princes were celebrating Philoctetes' performance today and were cheering for him. All the princes and heroes of the Greek army were gathered at the banquet. Everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content. Agamemnon personally filled Philoctetes' cup with wine. He raised his own cup and toasted Philoctetes before draining it in one gulp. He then said, "Dear Philoctetes, I will say this once more. Due to our foolishness, we abandoned you on the Isle of Calvary. However, this was also God's wish. Please do not be angry with us. For these things, we have already received God's punishment." As he finished speaking, Agamemnon clapped his hands. A servant led the women, horses, and treasures up. "Now that you have killed Kronos, you have solved our greatest problem. Please accept our gifts. Here are 7 Trojan women, 20 horses, and 12 tripod cauldrons. I hope you will like them. I sincerely invite you to stay with me in my tent." Agamemnon sincerely apologized to Philoctetes and presented him with treasures and gifts. This caused Philoctetes' last bit of resentment to disappear without a trace. Philoctetes replied, "Great Commander Agamemnon, what are you saying? I am no longer angry with you, Agamemnon, or anyone else." "Good." Agamemnon laughed heartily as he stood up. His body was swaying as if he had drunk too much. He once again filled Philoctetes' cup with wine and raised his own cup. He said, "Come, for our friendship and for the victory of this war." Philoctetes also picked up his cup and drained it in one gulp. "Philoctetes, what do you think our chances of winning are?" Agamemnon threw out an extremely difficult question. "Commander Agamemnon, I feel that Troy has no strong heroes other than Kronos. Our chances of winning this time are very high." "Oh, really?" Agamemnon obviously didn't expect Philoctetes to be so confident. "Yes. The only ones who are slightly stronger are probably Hector and Prince Paris. I saw Paris kill a few of our heroes today. I originally planned to ambush him with arrows, but he blocked them all. When we fight tomorrow, I will find an opportunity to kill him." Philoctetes said, "That's great. You have to know that Paris is the culprit who caused this war." Agamemnon said happily as he raised his cup again. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively and intense. Everyone toasted each other. On Mount Olympus, Athena, the protector of the Greeks, looked at the gloomy Poseidon and shook her head secretly. She thought to herself, "Greeks, Poseidon has sacrificed his son. Even though he is your enemy, you have to express your sorrow and offer sacrifices to Poseidon. But you are celebrating. Because of this, tomorrow, you will not only lose Philoctetes, but you will also lose many lives. The gods and fate have already determined that you will receive a heavy blow tomorrow. Even the divine bow left behind by Heracles will be lost because it has broken the balance and will quickly break through Troy. As for Prince Paris, it seems that he has gained some favor from Poseidon. No wonder he buried his son and protected his allies' city and young son. Prince Paris has always been doing things that the gods like, but this cannot change your fate. Because you have offended Hera, your final fate has been decided. But your actions will allow you to gain some goodwill from the gods before you reach your death." Chapter 570. The banquet of the Greek army lasted for a long time. Everyone only left after they were full. This banquet to celebrate Philoctetes injuring Coconus had swept away the dark clouds that hung over the Greek army and raised the morale of the army. After the meeting was over, Carcass stood beside Austin and watched Philoctetes back as he walked away. He was a little dispirited. "I feel a little guilty about Philoctetes," he said. Austin did not seem to understand Calchas' words and asked, "Honorable Prophet Calchas, what do you feel guilty about?" Calchas glanced at Odysseus and said, "King Odysseus of Itachi, the wise man favored by God. Do I still need to say this? You should understand." "Honorable Calchas, how stupid I am. I do not understand what you mean," Austin said. Although he knew very well in his heart, he still expressed that he really did not understand anything. Calchas looked at him again, shook his head, and said, "King Odysseus of Atassac, you are too good at disguising yourself. Although Philoctetes was abandoned by you on a deserted island and lived a hard life, at least his life was not in danger, and he could still return to his hometown in the future. Now that he has killed Kronos, the son of the great Poseidon, do you think he can still return to his hometown of Oda?" Philoctetes only had his friend Hercules to protect him, but a person who had just become a god could not fight against Poseidon. So when Philoctetes left the deserted island, his fate was already sealed. Austin did not say anything. He could not change Calchas' opinion, and he did not want to offend Hercules. However, he had offended Philoctetes too much, and he could only be at peace with death. Also, asking him to come to Troy to help the Greeks deal with Caucasus was God's idea. It had nothing to do with him. Calchas looked at Austin's expression and understood his thoughts. He said, "Austin, you will not have any friends like this." After saying this, he turned and left without another word. Austin stood where he was and did not speak for a long time. Mist Philoctetes trudged forward in the gray fog. He didn't know why he was there or how long he had walked, but he felt that the fog was endless. Just as he was about to give up, the fog dissipated, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Looking up, Philoctetes was shocked to find that this was his hometown of Mount Oda, which he had yearned for day and night. How did he return to his hometown? Although Philoctetes missed home, he knew that he was in the middle of a campaign against Troy, and it wasn't the right time to return. Now that he had returned to his hometown, Philoctetes decided to go back and take a look. He started walking in the direction of Mount Oda, but after walking for a long time, the distance between him and Mount Oda did not shorten, but instead felt like it was getting further and further away. Philoctetes couldn't help but panic. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. However, he didn't give up and continued walking forward. Just as he took a step forward, the scene in front of him changed again. An empty space appeared in front of him, and on the empty space was a pile of firewood. What made him even more surprised was that his friend Hercules was standing in the middle of the pile of firewood. "Hercules, my dear friend, haven't you become a god? Why are you still on Mount Oda?" Philoctetes asked. Hercules didn't answer Philoctetes and continued to stand in the middle of the pile of firewood. Suddenly, the firewood burst into flames, and Hercules stood in the middle of the burning pile, not moving an inch. Philoctetes was a little anxious. With such a big fire, he couldn't be burned to death. He shouted Hercules' name, but Hercules still didn't move. After a while, a storm came out of nowhere. Although the firewood wasn't extinguished, there was seawater everywhere. At this time, Hercules, who was covered in flames, suddenly said to Philoctetes, "My friend Philoctetes, I will come to pick you up." Philoctetes was startled and woke up. He found himself still in the tent. He was a hero who had experienced hundreds of battles, and he felt that this was a bad omen. Who sent me a dream? What does he want to tell me? What does Hercules want to say? I should find a prophet, especially Calchas. He will answer my questions. But at this time, the sky was already bright, and there was a commotion outside. It sounded like the Trojans were attacking the camp again. Preposterous, Philoctetes thought. A few days ago, he killed Caucasus. He thought that the Trojans would be quiet for a long time, but he didn't expect that not long after, they would attack the camp again. Thinking of this, Philoctetes couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and put on his clothes. Just as he left the tent, he saw a group of soldiers with weapons running towards the entrance of the camp. Philoctetes picked up his weapon and rushed to the entrance with the soldiers. At this time, the Trojans had already attacked the camp, but because they didn't have Caucasus, they didn't enter deep into the camp, and the situation wasn't as dangerous as last time. This time, both sides were fighting fiercely, and they were in a stalemate. Philoctetes found his friend Cleodorus on the battlefield and said, "Hey, my honorable friend Cleodorus, I will shoot arrows from the back at the despicable Trojans. Do you want to help me get the arrows?" "My pleasure." Of course, he was willing to help Philoctetes deliver the arrows. After all, fighting with a spear on the battlefield was risky, but helping Philoctetes to deliver the arrows was a very low risk. So he didn't even think about it before agreeing to Philoctetes' request. You're right. Philoctetes took an arrow from Cleodorus, knocked it, drew his bow, and aimed at a Trojan decurion on the battlefield. Whoosh! The arrow flew at an extremely fast speed towards the decurion who was fighting with all his might. PFFF, the decurion didn't expect an arrow to fly into the battlefield. The arrow hit the decurion's throat, killing him in one shot. Philoctetes' face revealed a proud smile, obviously very satisfied with the results of his archery. Not long after, he took another arrow from Cleodorus, knocked it, and shot an arrow at the unguarded Trojan decurion in the distance. PFFF, yet another arrow pierced the decurion's eye socket. The decurion didn't die immediately, but rolled on the ground in pain. His condition was unbearable to look at. Just like that, Philoctetes relied on the power of his bow and arrow to kill more than 10 Trojan decurions on the battlefield. This caused the Trojans to be in a state of chaos. Paezian noticed that something was amiss, but because he was far away, he didn't rush over. At this point, he held a bronze sword in his hand and carried a bow and arrow on his back. He sped towards Philoctetes. Just as he reached the area, Philoctetes noticed him. Philoctetes had a deep impression of Prince Paris, who had killed several heroes from the Greek alliance. Now that he had discovered Paezian, how could he let him go? My dear friend, quickly pass me the poison arrow. I want to kill that despicable Paris. He is the source of all this chaos. Philoctetes didn't always shoot arrows that were soaked in the poisonous blood of the Hydra. Against the decurions and centurions, he only used ordinary arrows. Now that he had seen Paris, he wanted to use the poison arrow. However, just as he shouted, he heard a muffled groan. Philoctetes turned his head and saw that Cleodorus, who had been handing him the poison arrow, had an arrow stuck in his shoulder. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. This despicable prince of Troy had actually shot the arrow first and injured his friend. Philoctetes swore that he would never let this despicable prince Paris off. Cleodorus was hit by the arrow and retreated slightly, using his spear to protect himself from being shot again. Although Cleodorus had taken decisive measures to protect himself, he had underestimated the power of Paris archery. Shio! Another arrow pierced through the air, flying towards Cleodorus. Cleodorus discovered that the spear in his hand was completely useless. This arrow was too fast, and he could only watch as the arrow entered his heart. Pooh! Fresh blood flowed out from where Cleodorus' heart was. In an instant, the ground was dyed red. His body fell heavily to the ground. One arrow killed a life. Its power was terrifying. Philoctetes saw everything that had happened and was furious. He never thought that Prince Paris would be able to kill his friend right under his nose. He picked up the poison arrow and knocked it on his bow. He drew the bowstring and shouted, "Go to hell, Paris!" The arrow shot out with a whoosh. Its speed was extremely fast, and it shot towards Paezian like a bolt of lightning. Paezian had just killed Cleodorus, who was passing the arrow to Philoctetes and was already on guard against Philoctetes' arrow. At this point, the arrow came flying towards him. He shifted half his body, narrowly avoiding Philoctetes' poison arrow. However, Paezian didn't want to give Philoctetes a second chance. He quickly drew his bow and shot the arrow back. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any hindrance. Pooh! The arrow hit Philoctetes in between his eyebrows. At this point, his face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe that Prince Paris' archery skills had surpassed his own. Pong! Philoctetes' corpse fell to the ground, smashing into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. According to the rules of this era, the murderer could strip the dead of their armor and weapons, especially the divine bow of Hercules. Paezian still remembered that it was this bow that had taken Prince Paris's life. He immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Several Greeks roared in anger and were about to rush forward, when Yun raised his spear and killed several of them. He then carried the corpses to the chariot. Killing Philoctetes is already a reward. I don't want to return the godly bow. Yun thought to himself and raised his hand in gratitude. Gods, thank you. Kronos, look, I have avenged you. Chapter 571. Die. Yun blocked the spear of a Greek decurion in front of him, piercing his chest. Fresh blood flowed down the shaft of the spear from his heart. Then Yun turned around like a gust of wind and stabbed his spear into the throat of the Greek who had pounced on him. A cloud of blood spurted out, leaving behind a deep hole. Prince Paris, be careful. The slaves behind shouted. 2 Greeks shouted, their spears stabbing forward and backward. Yun turned around and smashed the spear with his spear. The powerful force immediately knocked the spear away. Then he stabbed again and killed the Greek. Another Greek roared, knowing that it was too late to retract his spear, so he stabbed again. Naive, Yun pulled back the handle of his spear and hit the man's chest heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The slaves rushed forward and killed the man. The surroundings suddenly became empty. At this time, the slaves had placed Philoctetes on the chariot, connected to Hercules' bow and arrows. This divine bow could only be held in one's own hands, because in the original history, Paris had died under this divine bow. Retreat, return to Troy immediately. He had killed 2 heroes in a row and even snatched Hercules' bow and arrow. Yun did not hesitate and immediately shouted, Mount Olympus at the foot of the mountain. Hercules watched the battle in the Greek camp with a sullen face. He already knew the fate of his good friend Philoctetes. Last night, Hercules had told him through a dream that Philoctetes would pick him up. When he saw Paris shoot Philoctetes to death, veins popped out on Hercules' forehead, and he roared, Paris, you will die by arrows just like Philoctetes. However, he did not get up immediately because Heracles had already ascended to godhood. He understood that Philoctetes had killed Poseidon's son, Kronos. Poseidon's wrath had already changed Philoctetes' line of fate. Now, he was merely borrowing Paris's hand to kill Philoctetes. However, what Prince Paris did next completely infuriated him. Paris dared to take away the bow that Hercules had given to Philoctetes. Hercules was furious. Paris, you are courting death. As he said this, he stood up and was about to descend to kill Paris. You can't go. A voice rang out. The voice was so intimidating that even Hercules, who had just become a god, felt a wave of fear. Then a golden light flashed in front of him, and a young man with a longbow on his back appeared. Apollo, the god of long-range shooting, saw Heracles' actions and stood up to stop him. When Hercules was alive, he had dealt with Apollo, but at that time, he did not have a deep impression of him. Now that he had become a god, he could truly feel the power of Apollo. Apollo was one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus, and he was indeed much more powerful than himself. Hercules was furious, but he suppressed his anger. Apollo, are you going to stop me? Just for this mortal? Heracles' tone was stiff. If it was not Apollo but a low-ranking god, he might have ignored him and acted directly. This hero was self-centered, and anyone who dared to disobey him would be killed. He was known for his jealousy. When he was a teenager, he killed his teacher, Apollo's son, the white-haired Linos, because of a trivial matter. And during the last attack on Troy, because Termon had taken the lead, Hercules felt that his friend had surpassed him. He was angry, anxious, and jealous. He drew his sword and wanted to kill his friend Termon, who was in front of him. If it were not for Termon's quick-wittedness, he would have immediately knelt down and said, I will build an altar here for the victor, Hercules. Only then would he have been spared. One could imagine what this person's character was like. But now, Apollo did not care and sneered. Hercules, you were once a mortal, and with the permission of fate, you have become a god. But in Mount Olympus, you still do not have a divine position. I once offered a sacrifice to Prince Paris and promised that I would save you once. You can't kill him just because of that. And at that time, you were blessed by fate. Many gods did not want to go against fate to avoid the danger of falling into a deep sleep, so they allowed you to be presumptuous. Now, although you have become a god, you have lost the blessing of fate. Do you still want to defy me and become my enemy? Apollo said disdainfully. Hercules was the son of Zeus, which was not a big deal. Hermes, the goddesses of vengeance, Hecate, Hestia, and Dionysus, who could not kill him. Even Calypso and Hebe would do. But at that time, fate was predetermined, so Hercules could run amok, repeatedly clashing with the gods without being severely punished. But now, Hercules' status and power had increased, but he had lost the protection of fate, and the consequences of offending the gods were immediately revealed. Think about it. How many sons of gods had Hercules killed, and how many gods had he directly clashed with when carrying out the 12 merits? That was why Hera was able to drive Heracles out of Olympus immediately after he ascended to godhood and married Hebe to him in accordance with fate. He did not even have a real godhood. Fate did not say that Hercules should have a divine position. Strictly speaking, Hercules was an immortal with divine power, but he was a demigod without authority. Seeing Hercules' ashen face, Apollo took a deep breath. After all, Hercules had already ascended to godhood and was now a member of the immortal race. Of course, the most important thing is Apollo said, "Look at the gods. They always act through the hands of mortals. They rarely kill mortals directly. Have you ever thought about this?" Hearing Apollo's words, Hercules' anger gradually subsided, and he fell into silence. During his time on Mount Olympus, Hercules had seen the gods act through the hands of mortals, but they did not directly intervene in the affairs of mortals. Not to mention, recently, Poseidon had used Paris to kill his good friend Philoctetes. Hercules had never delved into the deeper level of the reason, but now it seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Could it be that directly intervening in the affairs of mortals could easily cause a conflict between the gods? Hercules thought. He shook off the thoughts in his mind, but did not take the next step. Hercules knew that since Apollo had stopped him, at least this time, Apollo would not let him hurt Paris. It seemed that to avenge his friend, he would have to think long and hard about it. "Apollo, I can promise you that I will not directly attack Paris this time, but my bow and arrows must be returned," Hercules said. Sure, Hercules wanted his bow and arrows back. This was a matter of course, and Apollo immediately agreed. "Hercules, as for your anger, I believe that our father, the great Zeus, will allow it." Meanwhile, after the gods saw Kakinos pull out his sword and commit suicide, they looked at each other. There was a brief silence. Rather than saying that Kakinos had committed suicide, it was more accurate to say that he had been killed by Philoctetes. Without that fatal arrow, Kakinos would not have chosen this path. Looking at the angry Poseidon, no god would choose to speak at this time. If they were not careful, they might offend Poseidon. Poseidon was not a low-ranking god. On Mount Olympus, his status was second only to Zeus. Like Hades, no god dared to offend him. When Paris killed Philoctetes and brought Hercules' bow and arrows back to Troy, the gods began to whisper, "Paris has obtained Hercules' bow and arrows. Has he escaped his original fate?" Athena watched the gods discuss. She knew that only Zeus would speak up at this time, and how Paris would deal with it depended on Zeus' attitude. She stood up and said, "Now, let us hear what our great father has to say." As she said this, she parted the clouds in the middle, revealing a scene in the lower realm. Trojan Pallas Philoctetes' corpse was placed in the middle of the field. His armor had been stripped off, but he was still wearing clothes. Many people surrounded him and said, "Kakinos, look, your enemy Philoctetes is dead." Pay and listened quietly in the hall. King Kakinos was so brave. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by this despicable Greek and end up like this? An elder of Troy lamented. Kakinos' body was invulnerable, yet he could not block a small poison arrow. The poison arrow of this hydra is too strong. Luckily, we have already taken the bow. Prince Troilus of Troy sighed. He was more and more impressed with his brother, Prince Paris. No matter how strong a human is, he cannot resist the cruelty of fate. A white-haired elder of Troy sighed. King Priam looked at the scene in the hall. Kakano's death had indeed shocked him. He knew that Kakano's strength would attract the attention of the gods, but he had always thought that Kakinos was the son of the great Poseidon and should be fine. However, even Kakano's father, Poseidon, did not lend a helping hand. This gave him an ominous feeling. However, in the blink of an eye, Paris had killed Philoctetes. Priam was overjoyed, but he had a new worry. He turned around and asked Hector, who was standing quietly, "Hector, what do you think?" Every time something big happened in Troy, Hector was always calm and steady. He never panicked, and Priam liked to ask for his opinion every time. However, what was more important now was that although Paris was very humble and expressed many times that he had no intention of fighting for the throne with Hector, everyone could feel Prince Paris' achievements and talents. Now, many princes and elders were leaning towards Prince Paris, even overshadowing Hector's brilliance. King Priam really did not want to see two outstanding sons fighting each other. But now, Troy needed an outstanding prince to overcome this crisis and even achieve victory. Chapter 572. Father, although Krokinos is dead, as long as Troy has me, and Paris, we will definitely be able to defend against the Greeks. Hector had always been straightforward. His thinking was simple. When the Greeks attacked, they would defend. When the Greeks were tired, he would wait for an opportunity to attack them. There was nothing wrong with this thinking. It was this thinking that caused the Trojan War to last for 10 years. But in the end, Troy could not escape the fate of destruction. Priamus nodded his head. Hector's answer was reasonable, and he was satisfied with it. He turned his head again and looked at Paisian. "Paris, what do you think?" When Hector replied, Paisian knew that Priamus would definitely ask him, but he did not want to just defend passively. This way, Troy would easily fall into a passive state and be led around by the nose by the Greeks. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. Hector had always been this mature and steady. He did not like to do risky things, but Troy was taking risks. If they were not careful, they could repeat the mistakes of the past. If that was the case, Hector's thinking was a little lacking. Priamus had asked him. Paisian was about to answer when he saw many princes and elders looking at him. He knew that these people were also looking forward to his performance. Although I don't want to take away Hector's glory, victory is more important. I have a plan that I need to take this opportunity to execute. Thinking of this, Paisian spoke slowly. He looked around and said, "Has anyone thought about this? In the past year of battles, other than when King Krokinos came, we took the initiative to attack. At other times, did we take the initiative to attack and cause trouble to the Greeks?" "No," someone immediately answered. "Yes, we Troy have never taken the initiative to attack. Actually, it has a lot to do with our subconscious thinking that we are no match for the Greeks. That's why we always thought of using a strong defense. A strong defense is not wrong. But no matter how good the defense is, it will be breached one day." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. If Troy was breached, it would be unimaginable. They would all face the tragic fate of losing their families. But in the original history, this had happened. When the Greek allied army conquered Troy, other than a few people who did not move, the others all met a tragic end. In fact, in history, Troy had never appeared again. Paisian looked at everyone's reaction and knew that they had all thought of the same thing. He then smiled and said, "Just defending won't do. We have to take the initiative and attack." "Father, have you ever put yourself in their shoes and thought about what we would be most worried about if we, the Trojans, went on an expedition to Greece?" Although he had always said that he wanted to take revenge on the Greeks, he had never dared to think about the idea of going on an expedition to Greece. Ignoring the question of whether the heroes and soldiers could endure such a tiring expedition, it was a problem whether the supplies could last for such a long time. Wait a minute, supplies? Priam suddenly realized what was going on. At this point, Pei Ziyun looked at the king and didn't say a word. He thought that Priam wouldn't be able to come up with an answer in a short amount of time. He then continued speaking. Everyone, our expedition to Greece was actually the same as the Greeks coming from afar to attack us. Our intention was to end the war as quickly as possible. However, the walls of Troy were strong and sturdy. Our citizens and heroes were also well rested. The Greeks fought for more than a year, but the results were not great. Everyone started to praise him. That was indeed the case. When the Greeks first came, they attacked ferociously. From time to time, they would attack the city. However, against the sturdy walls of Troy, their attacks were futile. Now, they were no longer as ferocious as before. Gradually, they started to show signs of fatigue. Everyone was no longer as flustered as they were when the Greeks attacked. Compared to the Greeks, they were showing signs of fatigue. The Trojans were fighting on their own land. Hence, everyone stayed at home and rested well. Once they had the chance, they would be able to attack the Greeks head-on. There is indeed a difference in military strength between us and the Greeks. However, even the gods of Mount Olympus need to drink delicious wine to replenish their strength. Mortals need to eat more, or they won't have the strength to work. Horses also need to be fed well, or they won't be able to gallop for long distances. Everyone, what is the key to all of this? It's supplies. Pei Ziyun had dropped a bomb on the crowd, causing them to start discussing amongst themselves. Although the issue of rations was very obvious, many of them had not noticed it. Now that Prince Paris had pointed it out, they finally understood. Without supplies, the Greeks would not be able to fight. Without supplies, the horses of the Greeks would not be able to ride on them. The Greeks had been on a long expedition. With so many Greeks coming to Troy, without supplies, we won't even need to attack them. They will just fall into internal strife. In the past year, the rations that the Greeks brought over from the mainland have basically been depleted. They have already started to plunder the surrounding areas to maintain their consumption. But with so many Greeks, even if they plunder the surrounding areas, how much supplies can they obtain? At this point, everyone was shocked. They hadn't thought about this problem at first. Now that it was pointed out, they realized that they had missed out on something important. Actually, before the Greeks attacked, Troy had already carried out a cleanup. The Greeks would definitely not be able to obtain much supplies from the surrounding areas of Troy. Hearing this, everyone started to discuss about supplies. Some said that the supplies were brought over from the mainland of Greece, while others said that they had been plundered from further away. There were even some who said that it was a gift from the gods. Pei Ziyun looked at everyone's reactions and knew that it was about time. He thought for a while and remembered that in history, the Greeks had organized many armies to attack the nearby kingdoms of Troy in order to obtain supplies. Achilles had led his fleet to attack 12 cities at sea and 11 cities on land. However, there was no evidence to prove that he had done so. The truth was that Achilles had attacked and destroyed 3 kingdoms: the kingdom of Mysia, the kingdom of Lynarassos, and the kingdom of Thebes. In the kingdom of Mysia, Achilles obtained Chryseis, the beautiful daughter of the priest Chryseis. When he attacked Lynarassos, he had forced King Briseis into a corner. He had committed suicide and kidnapped the princess Polydamia. He had attacked the island of Lesbos in Thebes, which was located at the foot of the Prakos Mountains. King Aetheon and his 7 sons had all died in battle, and the queen had been enslaved. As for Teramon's son, Ajax, he was also famous for plundering cities. He had led his warships all the way to the island of Thrace. The king of Thrace had betrayed the prince of Troy and sued for peace. Ajax had then attacked Phrygia, killed King Tertras, and kidnapped the princess Tecmos. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly and said, "Everyone, in order to resupply, the Greeks cannot transport supplies from the mainland of Greece for a long period of time. Not to mention the inconvenience of such a long journey. Just the consumption alone is huge. Their cities will definitely not agree to it. The only way is to attack the nearby kingdoms and cities. As soon as he said this, everyone was enlightened and agreed with Paris's words. They then heard Pei Ziyun say loudly, "Everyone, this is an opportunity that comes once in a blue moon." Prince Paris, what kind of opportunity? Someone could not help but ask. Pei Ziyun smiled. We cannot rely solely on Troy's defense. We have to take the initiative and send our elite troops to support the kingdoms and cities that are being attacked by the Greeks. But Paris, if we do this, our military strength will be scattered. When faced with the attacks of the Greeks, we might not be able to do what we want. An elder raised his doubts. Elder Crodo, your doubts are right. We have to know the movements of the Greeks and see where they are going. Only then will we be able to send the appropriate troops to support the kingdoms and cities. If not, there will be no point in splitting our forces. It will only weaken our overall strength. Pei Ziyun replied. Everyone, think about it. In fact, many kingdoms and city-states have adopted a wait-and-see attitude and are neutral. But the Greeks, for their own selfishness, disregard morality and attack and occupy kingdoms and city-states. What do they think? These cities would think that the Greeks are a bunch of unreasonable bandits. They would want to rob them of their women, gold, and food. Someone replied, that's right. If the kingdoms and cities are conquered by the Greeks, then their people will become captives and slaves. Their women, food, and gold will all become the spoils of war for the Greeks. Then if the Greeks attack, but fail to conquer these kingdoms and cities, what will happen? In that case, these cities will unite against the common enemy and join the war against the Greeks. They will fight against the Greeks together with us. An elder responded timely. Yes, Elder Crodo is right. They will become our allies and join the camp of Troy to fight against the Greeks together with us. I promised Kronos to lead the army to the kingdom of Corona to take care of his son and help stop the revenge of the Greeks. Because of this reason, the weakness of our military strength can actually be solved. Because of Kronos, the Greeks will definitely take revenge on the kingdom of Corona. If I rush over to help, I will be able to restrict part of the Greeks' military strength. We can also join forces with the kingdom of Corona to fight back against the Greeks. In that case, not only can we obtain the moral obligation to rescue our allies, we can also use our allies' military strength to launch a counterattack against the Greeks. This will make up for the weakness of our scattered military strength. And we can also gather more allies and military strength through the rescue. I believe that when the time comes, the Greeks will definitely suffer heavy losses. When the people in the hall heard Pei Ziyun's in-depth analysis, they were suddenly enlightened. Originally, it seemed that the only advantage that Troy had against the Greeks was their own land and the sturdiness of their walls. But after hearing Pei Ziyun's analysis, they realized that there were many ways to deal with the Greeks. They had never thought of this method before. Now that it was brought up, it was refreshing. The prince and the elders started a heated discussion. Even the son-in-law of the king, the husband of Creusa, the son of the goddess Aphrodite and Anchises, Aeneas, looked at Pei Ziyun with admiration. He thought to himself, although Prince Paris's military strength may not be comparable to Hector's, his wisdom is 10 times better than Hector's. No wonder my mother, Aphrodite, likes Prince Paris. It seems that Prince Paris is more suitable to be a king than Hector. Chapter 573. I think Prince Paris's suggestion can be adopted, but our military strength is limited. We need to carefully study which kingdoms and cities will be most effective. This was the opinion of an experienced person. But Prince Paris said that we can investigate the movements of the Greeks and send out a corresponding army. This way, we can gather more cities and armies. Another person said, what's the point of considering so much? We should immediately send out troops to help these kingdoms and cities. Don't let the despicable Greeks get their hands on food and gold. If we do that, the Greeks will starve to death and die of poverty. Prince Troilo shouted. Everyone discussed the timing of sending troops and how to investigate the Greeks. However, No one mentioned whether to send troops or not. Everyone agreed to send troops. This gave Pei Ziyun some confidence. He saw that the voices in the hall were getting softer and softer. He knew that everyone was almost done with their discussion. He had almost finished what he wanted to say. He then concluded, "Everyone must know that protecting our allies is as important as protecting ourselves. Abandoning our allies is equivalent to abandoning our own lives." There was something that Pei Ziyun did not say. That was, if Troy did this, regardless of whether Troy won or lost, the nearby cities and kingdoms would praise Troy for their assistance. Even if Troy were to become ruins in the end, it would be easier to rebuild it for the third time with the help of the nearby cities and kingdoms. This way, Troy would be invincible. Even if they failed and Troy was destroyed, it would be easy to rebuild it again. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun could not help but laugh bitterly. Unknowingly, he was in high spirits like he was in the Great Su dynasty. He was in charge of everything, as if everything was under his control. If he was in the Great Su dynasty, people would not think that it was inappropriate. They would think that the true monarch had great foresight. But now, these schemes were not as effective. In the face of absolute power, these schemes would be easily crushed. Compared to the gods in the Greek world, his power was still too weak, and he could not fight openly. These strategies of his were actually in line with Zeus' plan, to let the Greeks and the Trojans fight each other, and the more intense, the better, and the wider the coverage, the better. This way, it would not be easy to cause a backlash and cause the entire strategy to fail. On the contrary, because this strategy was in line with Zeus' intentions, it was easily accepted and implemented. Everyone in the hall praised Prince Paris for his foresight. After all, the Greek world strategic level was controlled by the gods, and mortals were rarely involved in it. King Priam listened to Pei Ziyun's in-depth analysis, and his heart burned with passion. He too had the ambition to take revenge. If he followed Hector's plan and relied on the defense of the city, he knew that it would be very difficult to take revenge on the Greeks. This was the exact opposite of what he had initially thought. It was only because of his strength that he had to do so. Now that he had heard Pei Ziyun's analysis, he felt that this suggestion was very much in line with his intentions. At this moment, the system appeared. A plum blossom appeared in front of Pei Ziyun's eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a translucent information interface with words written on it. Support allies. Change the strength ratio to 0/3. So, as long as I can support 3 allies, I will complete the mission. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Mount Olympus Zeus sat on a throne made of ivory and gold, holding a wine cup in his hand, watching everything that was happening in the palace of Troy through the clouds. When Pei Ziyun finished his last sentence, the clouds began to congeal around him. The gods were surprised and looked at each other. Hera's expression was gloomy and unhappy. This plan was very powerful and very feasible. It could indeed turn the situation around. Apollo was deep in thought and did not speak. Athena walked towards Zeus and said, "Great Father, the powerful and wise Zeus, what do you think of this?" Zeus was deep in thought and did not answer Athena's question immediately. Everything that Paris had done was in line with his wishes. There were even many things that he had not thought of, and Paris had helped him. This made him very suspicious. He did not know if Paris did it unintentionally or if there was a god behind it, and he did it on purpose. Have there been any strange movements in Gaia recently? Zeus suddenly asked Hermes. No, Hermes answered. Where's Hades? None. This was strange. If there were no strange movements, then who would be helping or influencing Paris? Last time, you said that there were strange movements in Mount Alterna. Did you find out the reason? Great Father, I have checked the situation in Mount Alterna repeatedly and found nothing, Hermes answered. Good. Continue to watch Mount Alterna and keep a close eye on Gaia and Hades as well, Zeus said. Yes, Father, Hermes replied, and slowly left. Father, do you have any doubts? Athena continued to ask. Although she had heard the conversation between Zeus and Hermes, she still had some doubts in her heart. The main thing is that Paris is too cooperative. I am worried that, Zeus paused and did not continue. But Athena immediately understood that her father was a little suspicious and worried that there was a god influencing Paris. "Father, you're right to be suspicious. Paris has been too cooperative with us, and he has unknowingly changed fate. Although the change is still within our control, it doesn't bode well for us," Athena said. Zeus thought for a moment and changed the topic. Hercules was very angry just now and wanted to kill Paris himself. "Yes, father, but Apollo stopped him. This child is a bit impulsive and violent. I know that mortals say that he has gone crazy many times because of Hera's persecution, but in fact, he can't help but be impulsive and jealous. So I did not say anything about Hera's decision to drive him out of Mount Olympus. I only hope that he can grow like Hephaestus." Hephaestus was Hera's son, but he was born with a lame leg and an ugly face. Hera hated him, so she drove him out of Mount Olympus. Later, he created a throne and trapped Hera, so he showed his value and was summoned back to Mount Olympus. He married Aphrodite, and the relationship between mother and son was successfully repaired. But part of Hercules' wish can be fulfilled. Let's use him to temporarily transfer Paris out of Troy, to correct some of the deviations in fate. Go find Hera. She will have orders for you. "Yes, father," Athena replied. She immediately understood Zeus's meaning, so she turned to find Hera. Hera handed Athena a bag. "This is a wind bag. It can blow out strong winds. Mortals will not be able to fight back against it. Give this to Hercules." Hera and Hercules did not have a good relationship, so she asked Athena to give the wind bag to Hercules. It could be said that Hera single-handedly caused Hercules to lose his body. Hercules was a wise man, but in the end, he was persecuted by Hera. He could not bear the pain and burned himself to death. Although this was the decision of the gods, Hera was the one who carried it out. Even though Hercules had become a god, his relationship with Hera had never been harmonious. Now, he was driven out of Mount Olympus by Hera. Athena nodded, picked up the wind bag, and went out. Just as Hercules stood silently at the foot of Mount Olympus, Athena came over. She looked at Hercules and could not help but sigh. Although Hera followed the arrangement of fate and married Hebe to Hera, she immediately drove Hercules out. The two gods could only meet each other for a long time. However, this was not only because of Hera, but also because Hercules had offended too many gods in the 12 paths of trials. A god once said, "If it were not for the favor of fate, even if Hercules was the son of Zeus, how could he climb Mount Olympus and wear the robes of the gods?" Hephaestus could return because he had the power of the craftsman. But Hercules, what about you? Despite thinking this way, Athena still smiled and said, "Hercules, Apollo was right. You should not have descended and killed Prince Paris. You should know that although we can manipulate the fate of mortals at will, those who are favored by fate should not interfere before the favor is gone. Especially since you have just become a god. The greater the divine power, the greater the backlash of fate." Zeus, the king of the gods, might not even be deposed if fate really caused him to fall, let alone a secondary fate. But Hephaestus was a new god, and he had just obtained immortality. For him, cultivation was the most important thing now. However, your concerns are still right. Your godly bow cannot fall into the hands of mortals, especially the hands of Paris. Athena continued, "Paris has already caused some changes in fate, and these changes need to be corrected. Hera just gave me a wind bag. Take it. When Paris rescues the kingdom of Corona and returns to protect the son of Kronos, throw this down. At that time, a mortal will open the bag, and the wind will blow the entire fleet away. As for where Paris will go, let fate arrange it. And you can also take the opportunity to retrieve your bow until fate decides to use it again." Hercules nodded and agreed with Athena's words. He took the wind bag and climbed Mount Olympus. Everything changed. In the past, he could run amok in the mortal world, kill whoever he wanted, rob whoever he wanted, and even openly fight against the gods. Now, He had to maintain a certain amount of respect for any god. No matter what, Athena was relatively friendly to him among the gods. Back then, it was Athena who introduced him to Mount Olympus. He had to respect Athena's opinion. Chapter 574. The three goddesses of fate looked at the series of actions of Hercules, Apollo, and Athena, and said, "Is Zeus going to temporarily banish Paris from the current of fate of Troy?" The three goddesses of fate, who represented the past, present, and future, simultaneously sensed something, causing their bodies to tremble. They were the goddesses of fate, and this was a warning from fate. Clotho frowned and said, "This doesn't seem very good. I can sense a massive fluctuation in fate, and it might cause a big change. Fate has always moved according to its own path, so it's normal for it to deviate slightly and can be corrected at any time. However, with such a big change, perhaps we should explain this to the gods and stop this dangerous action. Banishing Paris from Troy's stream of fate will cause a lot of changes," Lachesis said. Just as the three goddesses were about to get up, Atropos exclaimed in surprise and said, "Even though temporarily banishing Paris from Troy's stream of fate will cause a lot of changes in fate, this fits with a period of history, so Paris must be banished from Troy. Before Paris' fate changed, he would continue to be active on the battlefield of Troy until he was shot by an arrow and died on Mount Ida. However, now that Zeus has temporarily banished Paris from Troy's stream of fate, his fate has changed. He seems to fit with a period of history. This is simply inconceivable. I've never seen such a contradictory fate before." The three goddesses fell into deep thought. Faced with Paris' fate paradox, they fell into a dilemma. No matter what choice they made, the final result of fate did not seem to be ideal. However, the great Zeus has already decided to correct this deviation in fate. Even though it will cause even more changes in fate, we can only follow his orders, Atropos said. Since it's both deviation and fate, we'll leave it to fate to decide. The three goddesses of fate could only leave Paris to fate itself. Hera seemed to sense something. After handing the wind bag to Athena, she walked up to Zeus and poured him a cup of wine. "My dear, the wind bag has been given to Hercules. But if we banish Paris just like that, it won't have any negative effects, will it?" Sitting on a throne made of ivory and gold, Zeus raised his goblet and drained it in one gulp. He said, "Fate arranged for Paris to start the Battle of Troy, but after the wheel of fate turned, Paris became active in the Battle of Troy. There seem to be some deviations, and these deviations are getting bigger and bigger. I am just correcting the deviations of fate. Hera, don't worry. Although fate has some influence on us gods, it's just that we're not willing to pay the price." Hera knew that Zeus was telling the truth. In fact, every god was constantly interfering with fate, but the more powerful fate was, the more power and price it took to reverse it. Most of the time, the gods just didn't want to do it, not that they couldn't. While Zeus, Hera, and the three goddesses of fate were discussing with each other, they did not notice a phantom at the foot of the mountain. It was a mysterious lady. She looked at Mount Olympus, smiled, and murmured, "I feel the changes of fate. There are many changes in fate, creating different paths, and the one I need has finally arrived." As soon as her voice trailed off, the mysterious lady instantly appeared above the magma of Mount Etna, which was suppressing Typhon. Mount Etna was still billowing with thick smoke, and the magma was churning from time to time. Because of the thick smoke, the situation here could not be seen. As long as Typhon did not make too much noise, the gods would not immediately notice the problem here. Typhon noticed the mysterious lady immediately. He asked with a little doubt, "Mother, what's wrong?" When Zeus became the new ruler of the world, he cast the sons of Gaia, the Titans, into Tartarus. Gaia was so enraged that she caused them to break out of Tartarus and emerge in the fields of Thessaly. Alcyoneus seized the scepter and lightning. Enceladus conquered the sea. Rudis seized the reins from the hands of the sun god, and Palphilion occupied the temple of Delphi. After the failure of this rebellion, Zeus was very vigilant against Gaia. However, Gaia could not be sent into hell, nor could he be killed, or the world would collapse. However, the newly ruled gods still kept an eye on Gaia. Usually, Gaia rarely came out. Last time, he paid a lot of price. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to come this time? I told you, I'm not Gaia. Forget it. The time has come for the treasure you're looking for, so you can get it. However, you'll have to sacrifice 3 of your descendants as sacrifices, and you'll also need 3 drops of your heart's blood. It will allow you to obtain this treasure. Thank you so much, Mother, Typhon said, his tone excited. Typhon said in an excited tone. He had been waiting for this treasure for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to get it. The black giant shadow was constantly tumbling in the magma at the moment, and the rising magma smashed on the surrounding rock walls, stirring up bursts of sparks. Don't make too much noise. Don't attract the attention of the gods, the mysterious lady reminded. She came here most worried that Typhon would control his emotions, make a noise, and attract the gods. Although she was not afraid of them, if they found out that she was here, it would always be troublesome. Yes, Mother, Typhon replied. Perhaps because of his huge body, once there was a violent emotional fluctuation, it would cause a huge disturbance to the surrounding environment. In this case, it was easy for the gods to notice. But the heart's blood and the 3 sacrifices you want are very simple. Typhon said that the heart's blood could be extracted from a body. As for children, there were too many to count, so he did not care much about this kind of thin bloodline of descendants. After saying that, Typhon endured great pain, patted his chest, and 3 drops of heart's blood slowly floated out of his body. Mother catch. Typhon controlled the 3 drops of heart's blood and quickly flew towards the mysterious lady. The blood was very strange. It was red but not deep. It was a little light red with a hint of white. The mysterious lady waved her hand and quickly collected the 3 drops of heart's blood. She said, "Don't make any noise during this time. The treasure will be sent to you soon." "Yes, Mother," Typhon replied respectfully. Then, the phantom of the mysterious lady disappeared from Mount Etna. After the mysterious lady left, Typhon's huge body tumbled in the magma again. He was extremely happy. If he could get his hands on this treasure, his strength could easily break through the blockade. And with this treasure, he could even use it to counterattack Mount Olympus. The magma was boiling, and the billowing smoke was even thicker. Mount Olympus Hermes appeared in the hall. The small white wings behind his ears and on his feet finally stopped flapping rapidly. He reported to Zeus, "I don't know what happened just now, but there was something strange on Mount Etna again, but when I went to inspect, I did not find anything unusual." Zeus furrowed his brows. Hermes' rank was not too high among the gods, but even Apollo found it difficult to hide from him. If Hermes did not notice anything unusual, then only a few gods had the power to conceal it. "Oh, I see. Continue to pay attention to the movements on Mount Etna," Zeus ordered. "Okay," Hermes replied. Prince Troy's mansion Helen buried her head in Pei Yun's chest and whispered, "My dear Paris, how long will you be gone this time?" Pei Yun hugged Helen and kissed her forehead gently. "Helen, I will be back soon. When you're alone at home, you can communicate with Anon. She is not difficult to talk to." Pei Yun then walked in front of Anon and hugged her, saying, "My dear Anon, I will be back soon. Don't worry. However, when I'm not home, please take care of Helen when she comes to a foreign country." Anon was beginning to accept Helen now, because she also knew that Helen and Paris being together was not something that Paris could decide. This was the arrangement of the gods. She nodded and said, "Paris, don't worry. But when you go to a faraway place, you must take care of yourself." Pei Yun nodded solemnly and turned to board the chariot. Seeing Anon and Helen standing at the door of the mansion waving goodbye, he also raised his hand in greeting. The fact that they were at least standing together to see him off made him very happy. His efforts had not been in vain. As for loving each other, in reality, Pei Yun had no such thoughts. That was too much of fantasy. Helen looked at Pei Ziyun's gradually disappearing figure and suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She had a bad premonition and said, "My dear," but when the words reached her mouth, she could not say them, as if something was stuck in her throat. Anon also had a bad premonition. She looked at Helen, who seemed to want to say something but did not say anything. She turned around and said to the servant, "Go to the Kebulin River." The servant nodded and quickly prepared carriage. Anon boarded the carriage, and the driver whipped Anon to the Kebulin River. Anon quickly arrived at the Kebulin River in the carriage. She hurriedly got out of the carriage and ran to the river. She raised the golden cup in her hand and filled it with wine. "Father, I have a bad feeling about Paris's voyage to the kingdom of Corona. Please give me instructions." The river in front of her sparkled, but there was no response. Anon did not give up and continued, "Father, please answer me." However, there was no response from the Kebulin River. This was the first time in Anon's life that she had encountered something like this. In the past, whenever she needed to look for her father, she only had to call out to him from the Kebulin River, and her father would come out of the water to meet her or give her instructions. But now, there was no response. Didn't this mean that her bad premonition was right, and that even her father could do nothing? Anon's expression changed. She knew that Paris's voyage this time could be very dangerous. Without thinking, she quickly got into the carriage and ordered the servant to go to the port. The carriage sped all the way, and as soon as they arrived at the port, Anon saw the ship that had just left. She pounced on it and shouted at the ship in the distance, "Paris, Paris!" The ship had already set off for some time, and Pei Ziyun did not hear Anon's shout. In the blink of an eye, the ship disappeared into the sea. Anon stared at the ship in a daze, and two streams of tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.